Jewish activities, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not breaking the law, but what Joe is doing is definitely breaking the law.
Okay.
Jews get a free pass.
I only read this out to Jews.
Right.
Exactly.
That's a Jew.
Exactly. But what Joe is doing is basically she's trying to exploit people's socioeconomic backwardness and give them a bargaining chip. Use their poverty as a bargaining chip.
Yeah,
right? And she's saying, okay. Yeah, send over your details.
Hold on, wait a second. Joe, did you realize that these recently passed laws have taken effect though?
No, I haven't been over there for 2 years.
Okay, well.
Come over soon. Come visit soon, Joe. I'll roll out the red carpet for you. Please come over.
You sound like an evil person. No thanks.
Send me your itinerary. Or, in fact, I extend my host graciousness to your friends and your acquaintances. Please send me their itinerary next time they come over. Please do.
No, thank you.
I'll be monitoring you. I'll be monitoring you.
So if someone has like a Christian soup kitchen, like we have here, like Catholic Charities where I am.
Yeah, if you're doing it out of charity, it's fine, right? But if you're doing it, you're not allowed to engage in politics as a foreigner. So if you're engaging in converting people, right? And so if you're engaging in
Converting someone from one religion.
the word is proselytization.
Proselytization.
Can I explain to you?
Yeah. So if you're engaging in that, you will end up in jail. As a white person, you will 100% end up in jail.
You can have a mission. So I'm just trying to understand this. So if you go in there to feed the poor and you set up a food bank,
Yeah, no problem.
charity.
But
your Catholic charities doing it.
girls. We
Can you do that?
we rescue baby girls that are killed when
No,
they're.
it doesn't sound like you're rescuing them. It sounds like you're brainwashing them into your politics.
Look me up, Cooper.
Yeah. Send over your details.
Send your info to me. I'm happy to report you to the Indian government.
No, you
I'm
guys.
still trying to understand this, guys. Get me there.
Abby,
So-
let me explain it to you.
Like, you can't proselytize in Israel.
We're like on Sponge Move.
I don't know.
Let me explain it to you. Sponge Move and Abby only. What happens is India is a very poor country. Many of the areas are very backwards. The government is too poor to reach those areas. It doesn't have a civil society to reach those areas or charities to reach those areas. So now you have an economic unit, which is the Catholic Church or these Christian institutions, who have vastly, a huge magnitude more of money.
Mainly evangelicals, by the way.
So, yeah, and evangelicals. So they reach these areas, and then they basically offer these kids and these poor people food and certain things, whatever, to improve their lives, which is good. But the caveat is you have to convert, or you have to start attending certain.
Yeah, strings attached. And it's like, okay, they'll give you cancer treatment. They'll pay for your cancer treatment, but you better start going to church, and your family better start going to church, or else you're not going to get that cancer treatment.
You have to stop doing these rituals. You have to destroy your whole way of life, and you have to convert, and then you could get all this stuff. But now, luckily,
Joe, send over your details.
Yeah, Joe, you should definitely send your details if you want to act on it.
No, you.
All right, stop attacking her, please. I get it.
Joe, your details are all over the place. All right.
I don't approve, but stop attacking her.
So philanthropies can come in. Philanthropies can come in. They can feed hungry people.
Sure, yeah.
So you're saying as long as it's not conditioned upon joining the church.
Look, let's be really honest. U.S. aid, and I think President Trump and many other prominent Republicans have pointed this out, many of these charities and NGOs, quote unquote, are actually political fronts, including many of these missionary organizations. They're just political fronts.
And I fully agree.
They're assets of the State Department. Many times they will promote stuff like, homosexuality, transgenderism.
Oh, hell yeah.
They did this in Afghanistan.
And look, the Christians get rap because of it.
No, you because what you're doing is immoral, it's predatory. No, you are a predator.
That's fine.
You are a predator. You are a snake person.
It's interesting what you say, because I'm thinking about, like, so think about how it works here. We have laws, and we were talking about this in a room a couple weeks ago, and the Supreme Court upheld this. So we have vagrancy laws where you get a fine of $1,000, and if it's a couple times, you do 6 months in jail if you're sleeping on the street, and you get arrested for sleeping on the street. But the way the law functions is the police officer has to be able to provide an alternative for them to stay. So where the shelters are, a lot of the shelters are run by Catholic Charities is a big one.
Missionary. Missionary groups.
They're missionaries. And our county has one, but most of the bigger ones and the food banks are run by philanthropic organizations.
This is what we mean, right, Abby.
But just
Please, Abby is going somewhere.
Just let me finish this. So what's interesting is embedded in our civil law is the obligation to provide shelter, but the shelters are in fact being provided by missionaries, by religious organizations. Think about what I'm saying.
People can't come to India and give like milk and rice and stuff like that. We're just saying they're not allowed to bring their Bible with them. They're not allowed to bring their cross with them. They're not allowed to set up.
Right.
They're not
They
allowed
can
to
have the
set up.
Hanukkah, they can have a prayer rug for Muslims, but you, as an atheist, have some personal beef with Jesus
Kitty,
Christ.
shut the fuck up. Where did you come from?
Kitty is here.
Kitty, you're a
Right there.
Let's talk to Kitty here. Kitty, no one said, there's only one atheist I can count here. And the rest of us are Indian Hindus that are upset at evangelicals coming and converting poor people in a moment of need. Now, we have asked Joe B to cease and desist. We pointed out the new rules.
No, there's no. Joby, your ass is being recorded.
Can I talk, can I hear you?
Hey, Kitty, shut the fuck up.
A radical, great,
I agree with the political
Hey,
position
shut your mouth.
of attacking people.
Shut your mouth, Kitty. Let others speak.
give him a second to get his period out.
Alright, Kitty, shut the fuck up and speak when you're spoken to.
So just to clarify something, it's not illegal in Israel, by the way. It's restricted in that you can't, it's illegal to convert a minor, someone under 18, and it's illegal to offer like a material benefit to induce someone to convert.
The laws of Israel do not apply to India.
They cut it by Mormons.
I started by saying the laws of Israel do not apply to India.
I know, I'm just illustrating.
She's illustrating.
I'm just illustrating that they cut a deal with the Mormon church a while ago because the Mormons, and I live in a city very Mormon, the Mormons are very into proselytizing. They voluntarily entered into an agreement with the government there to refrain from it, but it's not actually illegal there. So that's why I'm curious. It's reading the laws in India.
You're saying that.
And so, as my whole point is, like, Mormons are considered Christian only because, like, basically the Catholic Church has not deemed Mormon
Politics in this room, that's not the topic.
So the law in India is much stricter.
Yeah,
I think you're comparing a country with a PCI, GDP per capita around like 2,600, 2,800 to I don't know how much Israel has.
But it also doesn't sound stricter. It also isn't stricter.
You know what's
So
easy
Jason,
is
It's the same law.
physically for kids
Yeah.
in India, and the Catholic party in India are Dalits.
Okay, but this is more detail than is needed. But this is more detail than is needed.
Yeah, the only detail we need is, Joe, send over your details and, send us the details of your organization and we'll take care of it.
But Abby,
It's the same exact law.
They deny visas,
Abby
So-
said you said it was for children.
children, and the right to deny.
Hey,
if you charge child trafficking people, that's absolutely correct.
We don't do that shit.
That's what
Look,
traffickers do.
we don't, I think though there's like a higher level thing here where Abby, you're like, it sounds stricter, but it's not. India does not have a law saying a person cannot freely convert of their own choice. It's saying no proselytizing, no constructive proselytizing in exchange for goods. And that's not an unreasonable law.
They deny visas, they deny visas in Israel if they have that option. If
I
they feel-
dare you to book a flight ticket, Joe. I dare you to book a flight.
Well, but Abby, and why would you say then that anything is stricter than what's in Israel? I mean, it's just the same.
I guess it has a lot to do with how it's enforced. But it's definitely not against the law there.
Okay, wait,
So-
Joe.
Well, but no one is saying it's against the law in India to convert
Why do
people.
you hate India so much? Why do you hate India?
I
No,
love India.
Why do you want to
Stop
stop
putting so much focus on this white woman.
Abby is fine. Joe is the hater. Abby is fine.
Abby is not white. Abby is Jewish.
Yeah, Abby doesn't hate Hindus.
I
Abby
mean,
actually
the
likes.
actual
I
white.
love,
Yeah, I'm talking
I love
to Joe
India
right now.
when I
Yeah, why are you talking to Joe? She's just a
got
white.
a little deli belly when I was there, but I really did have a good time. Sorry.
So Joe, why do you hate Indian people and our indigenous way of life?
Yeah, why don't you help them
Can I
without converting?
Or are you guys gonna be a bunch of idiots?
Joe, why don't you help them without the conversion piece?
I'm trying to answer because we
It's
love,
on you, one mic on you.
because when I went there once, we saw what they did to baby girls and they didn't respect them. I love the baby girls there. I almost adopted one. So
Why did your church traffic baby
my
girls then?
church didn't do it, Goober. I did on my
Yeah, but
own.
why are you
No,
converting?
but Joe, we have two really big data points. In the past, you're completely correct that there was, sometimes selective abortion towards baby girls. They would do gender-based abortion.
30 million a year.
Joe. But places, they ebb and flow. Luckily, India has gotten a lot better with regards to that, and that's really good to see. However, the child trafficking that Christian missionary institutions do has been a rampant thing in India. That's why they have these new recent laws to stop people like you going and your institutions going, conducting this type of child trafficking and swindling these people who are poor or destitute, who just recently they're receiving human dignity and stuff for the first time, and they're starting to economically go forward in life. So yeah, I think these are two big trend lines. One of the evils of India has luckily been going on the downflow, but this type of child trafficking, that happens in missionary institutions, activities, it's still something very rife in India.
After the Arabs, Christians are the next biggest human traffickers. After the Arabs,
I've been doing this for 10 years. I go there for a week. I come home. I don't bring anyone with me. I don't bring anyone back.
Okay,
That's okay, but you're still going to jail. You're still going to jail. It doesn't matter whether you bring anyone with you. You've broken the law and you're going to jail.
Oh, I'm so scared. I can't stand it.
Joe, are you doing conversions, yes or no?
No, absolutely not.
But earlier you said there's tons of conversions when I asked you.
No, I did not hear
I
that.
know
You did, it's on record. You understand it's on record now.
I do want to say that
It's on record.
I did.
I know what I'm doing.
You know what else is
I'm
going to
pretty
be on
sure.
record? Jail is
Let a white man speak. Let a white man speak. I'm pretty sure I heard Joe say that. Yeah,
Yes, she
that
said.
there were a lot of conversions.
I said going
When she found out about the new rules, she suddenly says she doesn't.
Yeah, now you're pissing your panties. Now you're pissing your panties.
I
I wish you wouldn't treat a woman this way, please.
And I
I
don't.
wish you wouldn't do this.
Joe,
I really wish you wouldn't do this. Don't treat a woman this way, please.
Look, she's pissing her panties. Nobody's mistreating her.
relax.
You're just letting her know that she's broken the law.
I agree with your political position 100%, but I don't think we should attack an individual woman.
No, this is apolitical. This is illegal. This is a moral position, right? You break the law of a
She said she's never done it.
This is a transnational criminal network operating within America to break Indian law.
This was very dynamic, very interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I love people.
Joel, you realize a report is going to be
That's
filed.
John.
This isn't
That's
rhetoric.
John.
Let's move forward. She said
Remove the guy. That's John.
Okay,
Shite.
John.
Yeah.
No, Shaik is not John, I don't think, is it?
No, he's a different troll. I think he's from Uzbekistan.
Hold on.
That's where I like
Shaik,
to
behave yourself.
in DC.
Yeah, we have a mutual confidant. He's a Jew hater and he speaks Russian.
You can kick him out if you want, Al Normal. You have full discount.
I'll fucking kick him out if you say that he's a problem. I'll do it normal.
Yeah, Joel's gone down. Hey, Joel, you're going to be removed from the room. You can't just move down to the audience to record.
Come on, man. Let's not.
No, she can't just go down there and record. This is not a free pass to record the room.
Record. No one hears in the room.
No, why did she move down then? She put herself up on the stage.
20 people in the audience.
Joel, you have about 20 seconds. Any last prayers? Don't piss your panties again, because
That's 500.
I have an
This
India
is
question.
disrespectful.
Can I ask an India question on this
Yeah,
subject?
let's go to Abby.
well, before we we'll give yeah, Joel's a known reporter. Okay. Hey, Joel, go fuck yourself. All right, fuck your people, fuck yourself, Joel. And you are being reported to the authorities.
So I have a question in terms of the proselytizing there. So how did people view Mother Teresa?
Next.
That was, I mean, in the
There's
world
a,
she
there's, a,
was,
there's a nasty legacy there
tell me.
of child trafficking, child neglect, putting on a show, taking the money, not using it for the kids. A lot of questions about Mother Teresa.
So she's worldwide treated like a saint, but in India not.
Well, in India too. So the mainstream view is she's a great saint.
You know who was really, really famous for attacking her very humorously? Christopher Hitchens. He really didn't like Mother Teresa, and it's like, it felt like he was attacking mom and apple pie before he really went after her. Christopher Hitchens.
But she was proselytizing, no?
I don't know, I assume,
Yes.
isn't that what they do?
Yes.
I mean, I don't really pay attention to this stuff. By the way, Abby, the Mormons also have a deal because they're obsessed with posthumous conversion. They've agreed with the Jews not to posthumously convert our Holocaust dead.
Oh, I
Just the
didn't know
Holocaust
that.
dead.
Yes.
Wow.
Posthumous
The
conversions.
distinction is bizarre.
You mean between the other dead and the Holocaust dead?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird move. I don't know if that's any better. You probably should just leave everyone alone, but
Well, they should.
I mean, because basically in their mind they're damning these people.
Who really cares if somebody else?
They knock on the doors here. You get these guys that are on bicycles with white button-down shirts and black ties, and they go around the neighborhoods, knock on the doors.
They're on mission.
Book of Mormon, yeah.
You know what you call them? You call them elders. That's when they sort of, that's like their bar mitzvah. That's when they become elders. You can address them as an elder.
The Hitchens book, it's the missionary position. This is
That's the one about Mother Teresa.
Yeah, that's what it's called. And he also had a documentary that came out like right before she died or something. Called Hell's. I forget. Oh man, I can't remember. But Princess Diana and Mother Teresa. But he really goes into her and her. I mean, it focuses on India, just like the deplorable conditions, and this is God's will kind of thing, and under the virtue of saving these people, they just let them rot in these awful
practicing. There's a judge, and his name is Myron Levitt. Okay, you can't have a more Jewish sounding name than Myron Levitt. I mean, both first name and last name, Mormon. And I'm like, I'm trying to figure it out. The Mormons have adopted a lot of old Jewish, like some biblical names, but also old Jewish lineage names. And it gets confusing because you know that first names are often interesting. They're like family names as first names, but the last names they use Jewish names.
And what do you think as a lawyer about how Harmeet is doing in executing in her role?
Who's doing?
Harmeet Dillon.
You have to love her. She's fierce, no?
It's very fierce.
Yeah. She's a warrior.
I mean, I like Pam Bondi. I'm sure I'm going to get flack for that from people.
Why?
I don't think so.
I have to say, I view Harmeet Dillon's Twitter from time to time. It's so sad. No husband, no children. It'll be her like with a smiley face, cooking pasta tonight, watering the garden tonight. Maybe she likes it like that.
Maybe she likes the ladies.
You know, her husband died recently, so the movie
Oh, I'm
was
sorry to hear that.
here. Yeah.
I think that it's interesting. I mean, a lot of these U.S. attorneys that got appointed around the country are under attack to try to get them removed with lawsuits and, you know, in states that are blue states where the senators have that, what they call is it the blue ticket? Where they basically give the okay for that appointment and they're all fighting it. And it's Bondi's really trying to save all these appointments. So as much as going after like the legal issues, she's also administratively trying to like save all these appointments. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's difficult times, strange political bedfellows these days.
Oh, I know that, Hava is the U.S. attorney in Jersey that they went after. The gal I know here, they're going after, trying to get her out. And these were all appointments, Trump appointments. But they can't get them through the Senate.
How do you get on?
I have a question.
They filed lawsuits. I mean, the girl here, the man, lawsuit filed because they're in that temporary period, then they're in the second temporary period. So.
I just want to we have a question. Hold up.
The people who sent in those organizations' information, thank you. Any follow-up would be appreciated. We will get the reports out. Breaking the law of the land is not cool. You know, the age of colonialism is over, and these people are going to jail.
I agree with you, but you did not say she converted anybody.
He did say.
He said it to begin with.
You said, oh, there's conversions going on.
She did. No. She converted many.
Also, El Normo,
I asked for the question about the rules.
It's always screwed.
El Normo, Joe was talking about what her organization does when she was asked that question.
Oh, I thought you went as an individual.
No, she's working.
You don't go as an individual.
She changed it to all that.
No, that makes sense.
Once
That
she
makes
learned
sense.
about the problems now. With the new.
Could you imagine just going as an individual and like taking people's kids and stuff and like it's insane.
Wait,
You go to like the bad neighborhood and say, look, I want any girls.
Yeah.
If we're being honest, it was more likely these children were orphans. They had severe medical conditions. Their parents gave up on them. And then these organizations came and adopted.
so it's interesting that remember, Norm and Jason, you might remember, there was this really bad dude that was on the app about, I'm going to say 2 years ago, and he said he was a rabbi, but it was like very bogus.
Alex from New York. Alex from
No, not
Oh,
Alex.
the mass converter guy.
The mass converter, yes.
Yeah.
So he said he was a rabbi, and then we checked out, like, the Hebrew word is smichut, where you get your certification, and it was like bogus where he got it.
He's bogus. And he mass
He was
converts
bogus.
people
And
in
he said he
India.
went to India,
Yeah.
and he did mass conversion in India. Do you remember that guy, Jason?
I do remember this guy, yes.
I mean, so now
Find this very distasteful. Not just hate this, hate this.
we hate that, so it's totally against Judaism to do it. So, but what's weird is, how did this guy get away with it if this law's in place?
It's a fraud, no?
It's gotta be a fraud, but there were articles, let me see if I can find a news article about him. I mean, how did he get away with it? Unless if the whole thing was bogus.
Or it's not a priority for him, for law enforcement rather.
The thing is, like, until somebody reports it to higher authorities,
Until a few years ago, first of all.
yeah, so until somebody actually files a report, people get away with it, they just fly under the radar. But Joe will not be getting away with this. I just want to make it official. Joe is not getting away with this, and anyone from her organization henceforth, we will find out who they are. They're not going to get away with this one. And she's on record. Whatever she said is on record.
He himself was a convert, by the way, this fake rabbi.
So yeah, I would just say, Abby, Norm, let your Abrahamic brothers know in Islamic Christianity that they can't do this.
He's probably lying about the whole story to begin with, which is a funny part of this whole problem.
We're going to get to the bottom of it. People will be getting punished. Her visa, whether her visa gets canceled or not, if she's
She said
canceled.
he worked for the three-letter agencies at a high level and also.
Yeah, the three-letter agencies are not going to be saving her. Nor is her church. Her church is not going to be bailing her out of this one.
It's funny, man. You're crazy. But yeah, this shows the problem with coercion. I think that this has been an amazing demonstration to open my eyes a little bit about the new laws that are taking place in India.
What tech does America bring to India? It brings Facebook, Google, Gmail,
A little bit of Instagram here.
Instagram, yeah.
iPhone.
And what does the Chinese tech bring to India? Cheap electric cars, incredible infrastructure, gigantic manufacturing plants, collaborations.
Well, the Japanese, to be fair, the Japanese have brought more of
Chinese and Japanese.
It's mainly, like, auto is mainly the Japanese, right? The Japanese help us.
That's because the Indians banned the Chinese.
Yeah, correct. India's done a lot of partnerships with Japan. Japan wants to bring industry to India.
You know, America has given a lot to India. It gave us Instagram.
Missionaries.
It gave us the Joby. But when you say China has given so much,
Not yet, but there's a potential for big things. There's a big potential brewing right now.
Do you think India would trust China? Because I don't think anybody trusts China.
It's not that black and white normal. It's not that black and white. I think there's a block developing. You have the new RIC, Russia, India, China. Nepal just met with, the leader of Nepal just met with Putin yesterday, right? And he said, look, we haven't had a Russian leader visit in ages. And Putin said, that might happen this December. Putin said he might visit Nepal this December.
isn't this setting up for like World War III?
It's not China.
The access of good China, Russia, India versus the access of evil America, the West.
Don't forget Israel. I'm sorry.
It's the old world. It's the old world versus the new world. Like gonna see a bifurcation. I think we're gonna see a bifurcation between the old world and the new world.
You might want to add Canada to that list because Trump's actions, I think, like the 50% tariffs on India, is driving India, places like India and Canada towards China because we've got to deal with someone. We got to make trades and deals with someone. And
And look,
it'll be China.
You have this major land block, all the way from India, Nepal, China, Russia. The Japanese said they're sick and tired. The Koreans like to wag their tail like a dog, right? The Koreans like to wag their tail. The Philippines, what can they do besides wag their tail? The Philippines is a colony, right? So these two countries, they're just going to be caught in the middle. But you have Russia, India, China, you have Nepal. Eventually, Pakistan wants to be part of the China-Russia bloc. That's what their dream, right?
You were trying to get
And right now, Pakistan is turning into America's bitch again. But let's see how this whole situation plays out. If the Gulf, if the Arab countries move towards Russia and China and India, okay, so you have the entire Asia. What is Thailand going to do? Thailand is going to continue to be a carnival land for white people to go fuck their little children and marry their women? What is Thailand going to do all isolated by itself? You're going to see the ASEAN move towards China. You're going to see the ASEAN.
What's Japan's relationship with India like right now?
Oh, excellent. Japan has historically always invested. Perhaps the largest foreign investor in India has always been Japan and Singapore. And Japan and India have decades and decades of good relations without any friction whatsoever. Japan is squarely in the India bloc. Historically, culturally, and in the modern day context, Japan is firmly in the India bloc. The Indian Prime Minister visited Japan last week, and Japan said, okay, we're not going to put our trade minister to the U.S. anymore. We're done negotiating with the U.S. That trade deal that Japan supposedly signed with the U.S. is in the garbage can. There's no trade deal between Japan and the U.S. anymore. Japan said they're going to invest in India, and that trade deal with Japan and the U.S. is in the garbage can. And it's just the Koreans will.
The U.S.
Koreans are not
into the fashion Japan after nuclear bombing it into the second biggest economy in the world. And today it remains the third biggest economy in the world. The idea that Japan is going to stop trading with the U.S. to me is...
No, you're missing the socio-cultural context, El Normo. What's going to happen, right? So I'm not going to get hung up on the Japan point. Japan is a smaller player in the larger scheme. But if you have an Asian bloc where the Arabs, okay, you already have Iran firmly in the Asian bloc, and you have the Arabs in the Gulf countries move into the Asian bloc, what is Europe going to do? Europe is also part of the old world. Is Europe going to, ditch the old world and play ball with the new world?
If they want to form BRICS, if they want to form another default world currency, if they want to try to defend the global commons, if they want to participate in the world financial system, which was created by England and then sustained by the United States and its allies, go right ahead. If they can come up with an alternative system, I think go for it. Let's see how you do. No problem with that. U.S. is an economic giant, the biggest in history.
Yeah, it's a fiat giant. America is a fiat giant of marketing.
What giant?
A fiat giant of marketing and branding. It's a fiat.
It's also a GDP giant.
Yeah, a GDP of fiat. Yes, it is. And a giant of servicing GDP debt. It's a giant of servicing GDP debt. More than 1/4 of
We
your
service debt, but we also produce more than anybody by a trillion.
30% of your taxpayer dollars go into servicing the debt every year.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And we're still the biggest economy in history by $2 trillion.
Yeah, but if you want to use that as a measure of economy, you're understanding that. So debt is sure, debt is a measure of economy, but
So not debt, GDP.
Okay, debt you spend it on federal stimulus, you spend it on infrastructure, you spend it on subsidizing industries, right? You're boosting your GDP through debt. But how long is it sustainable?
I would say that we boost our GDP through productivity.
Yeah, but you leverage debt to boost productivity.
We do leverage that. We do spend too much. There isn't any question about it.
Look, at the end of the day,
I think what you meant to say was revolutions in the mode of production create new relations that create more productivity.
Well, the two leaders in that are U.S. and China, and AI. Presumably India is right up there as a close third, or will be. And probably Japan.
You gotta get Israel to join China, Russia, and India.
Well, Israel has quietly always had decent relations with these countries, by the way. Although we're afraid of Russia because they're very anti-Semitic.
I mean, look, China had already gone in. They bought up big fashion houses in France. They have bought up more than a third of Italy's banking system. 1/3 of Italy's financial system is owned by China. China's already bought up major industries in Europe. Okay? So you're going to say that Europe is suddenly going to go against this new Asian bloc which is forming, right? 10 to 10.
They're not going to
They're
go
actually
against them. Europe is struggling right now. I mean, Europe's linked to the United... Look, Europe depends 100% for its defense on the United States. 100 is an exaggeration. 90%?
No, not even 90. I mean, look, you're grossly exaggerating your figures. You're grossly
Which
just...
figure? Which figure?
You're aggrandizing. You're saying that Europe is entirely dependent or 90% dependent on the U.S. for defense.
Yeah,
That's like...
who's defending it?
Okay, so is America building the Rafale? Is America building the Scorpio submarines? Is America building the German tanks? Is America building the Eurofighter jets? Is America building the Gripen? Like, you know, Europe
I'm
has...
asking what's being built, and I'm telling you what the defense system is in place now. Including, by the way, we have 100,000 troops in Europe, and we have a whole we have battalions of tanks in Europe. To defend against single nation. What's that?
Look, if you haven't noticed, okay, so there's changes happening. Europe is building a 600 billion fund for indigenizing their defense industries, right?
Do that. Not just their industry. To build an industry is one thing, but they're far from being able to defend themselves. They've been demilitarized.
These 100,000 troops you're talking about, there's not gonna be 100,000 troops in 2035. There's not going to be 100,000 American troops over there in 2035.
I mean, you're making a prediction now, which is different than stating
No,
that.
I'm talking about the trend. Like, this is the actual trend which is taking place right now. This is when things are already in motion.
Yeah.
Right?
How many troops have been withdrawn?
Why would you predict against the trend?
Explain to me what trend you're referring to when you're talking about a drawdown of troops in Europe.
So,
You think NATO defends Europe. You think that's not going to be true?
It's more complicated than that.
Okay. You agree that NATO defends Europe.
No, I don't agree that NATO defends Europe.
Well, what do you think?
At the end of the day. What NATO does is NATO instigates wars, okay, and they...
Against who?
Okay, so you've seen what happens in the Ukraine, right?
Wait a second. Who did NATO instigate a war against? Say again, Sonny?
Yugoslavia, right? You know, NATO instigated...
Yugoslavia?
Remember, NATO instigated conflict in the Yugoslavia. NATO instigated conflict in the Ukraine.
The Yugoslavia fell because of the Serbs. The Yugoslavia fell because of the Serbs.
Bombed Serbia for 92 days straight.
Was this under Clinton?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was after years and years of a war in Yugoslavia. That bombing stopped the war. That was the U.S. bombing, by the way, under Clinton, as I recall, and I give him credit for that. Because Bush was too afraid I think it might
I'm
be
not counting
Poland.
Russia's Europe, I'm counting Russia's.
I think it might be Poland. Is that Abby asking?
Yeah, I'm asking.
I think it might be Poland, but I'm not sure. Right now. They don't have big armies, by the way.
The most military, like,
It's probably France, because, you know, the French have built their own industrial complex, they don't rely on the EU, they don't collaborate, they build their own, French indigenous technologies, it's probably.
yeah, but they're not viewed as a strong army. They usually retreat. I mean, just historically. You don't think Germany?
Germany is now starting to build up, but we've held them back all this
Right,
time.
we've held them back, so we're there in Germany, but the German manufacturing now in weapons has increased substantially.
I just looked it up. Italy and France within the European Union, not counting Russia. Italy and France have the largest standing armies. Wow. Ukraine second largest, Poland third largest.
And the UK is not considered part of the EU anymore, right?
Right.
That don't have a large army anymore.
Who?
The UK. The UK doesn't have a large army anymore.
Really? No shit, Sherlock. Is that Ewan? It's gotta be Ewan. I knew it.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
It's going to take many decades. Europe has only recently made the decision that they're going to indigenize.
And so he, you know, he left my room, blocked me, and did what do you think of me and him? You guys started
Look at all the in-ons.
I know he comes into Scotty's room all the time, right? But it's just a matter of time before you guys are gonna start hating his guts. Because he doesn't freaking add value to the conversation. All he does, cursing, the guy just come in and curse, and that's it. But anyways, wow, we got a whole bunch of payments on here. What's up with the ocean? Anybody else want to come up? Come on up.
You know, you got hit. You know, before you entered your room, we had a whole bunch of bots. That was crazy. I was like, where are these people come from? That's crazy. Well, I'm gonna mute up for a bit. I gotta go cook.
Okay, give me a second.
Give me a second. All right, I'll entertain you. Should I sing for you people? No, I am horrible. Okay, what's the title? Is Israel destroying its own future in Gaza? Times to Israel. Let me read this.
Just 1 minute, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna read the link you gave us.
It's a hot day today, and I'm about to watch a walk while I talk to you guys. It's hot as fuck.
How is it a hot day for you guys? You guys don't have a change of season. Like what's considered a change of season?
91 degrees, man.
Oh goodness.
91, 95 degrees, 100 degrees. That's hot as fuck. And I don't know.
Oh, she said rain season. Rain season. Oh. Well, that's okay. Well, it's really nice weather. Oh my God, autumn weather here. I'm happy. It's actually been raining around all week, isn't it?
Apparently, what my neighbor did is that they rented one of those, you know, those things that the kids get on there and they slide on it, they fill up with water. those, we fill it up with air, with water. You know, you can rent those things, right, from a party store.
Yeah.
That's what they usually do. When it gets too hot, they'll have that in their front yard, and the kids are playing while they're partying, barbecue, whatever.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yep. Even at the park, people are hot. Sunday, And anyways, I put the article in the chat. Apparently, we don't get enough rain as much as before, Ocean. We used to get lots of rain before, and then it wouldn't rain as much. That's why we had droughts in California. And now, slowly we're getting back together with the rainy season, but it all has to do with the climate control, the global warming. Anyways, going back to the news, this article that I posted in the chat, Netanyahu says Israel paying the price on world stage for war in Gaza, which is true despite PM's comment. Cabinet today's discussion of plan to establish a new media office inside foreign ministry. Netanyahu disagree on the appointment mechanism. So there's a guy called Sar. His wife's name is Sarah. Please don't confuse the two. One is a wife, another one is speaking the work, We got Devin here as well. Devin, we seen your tweets. Those tweets are really bad, racist towards the American community. And I'm gonna combine it together and I'm gonna post it on YouTube. Devin, you're gonna be famous. I'm gonna post it and share it with everybody in this app. What's up with you, Grace? How you doing today?
Very good, Amir. How are you?
I'm doing alright. What you been up to?
No, just had a breakfast with my family. I'm currently in my mother's home and about to partake in more mimosas, get a haircut, and that's gonna be my Sunday today. Very relaxing.
She knows what you think about all of this shit. She knows that you don't really get too much about emotions.
She knows I'm America first. I don't know exactly.
You're not America first, bro. You're not America first. You're just your own money first.
I mean, that might help people feel better, but I'm definitely America.
Are you hiding behind the shield of America just so you can make extra dollars?
Either I got cut off or you got cut off. Something about hiding behind this shit.
No, I said, are you using America as a shield to sort of like say you're America first? You're all about the money.
Well, no, that would imply I have skin in the game. Israel and Palestine, but no, I'm definitely in my career. So it's definitely not just a money thing. Although it does help, I'm not gonna lie. But no, there's many. I might have got cut off.
Yeah, you gotta cut it off, man. You don't have proper 5G. Place where you stay, it's a lot of
That's 5G.
there's a lot of those things, those things flying in the air.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, sometimes, for security reasons, they'll even jam the fucking signal.
Talking about clubhouse in general.
I'm talking about where you live close to it, because you live right across the street from the place where they fly airplanes, correct?
Yeah, I'm maybe 5 minutes away from the LA Air Force Base.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it occasionally happens.
Because I've been to the airport, I don't know, probably more than 1,000 times because, you got a car rental business, right? So a lot of customers will fly in and they'll need a car.
Oh, I see. That's an interesting business here.
It is, and you know that a lot of car rental businesses, they actually make money off insurance claims. They don't make money on fucking rent. The rent is bullshit.
So, would you consider yourself part of that type of, structure?
Somewhat. Some yes, some no. I mean, but the residual income is good as well. You get monthly income, it depends on the car, type of car.
So wait, are you a private, or do you work for like the major ones?
Yeah, we're private, we rent it out to Uber and Lyft drivers. We used to do it to public.
Is it through Turo or something else entirely?
No, something else.
Is there a lot of competition?
To rent it out to Uber and Lyft drivers, they're always in need of a car because of the, they tend to keep the car longer. Competition, yes, there's competition. But, everybody makes a little bit of money. There's a lot of people in job right now.
Are you, whatever you're comfortable disclosing, you work for yourself, employees as well, helping you out with this endeavor?
Yeah. There's people up there that are helping. So myself, I'm in the process of moving out. You know what I'm saying? I might be moving to the East Coast.
Oh.
So
moving out entirely, not just starting another enterprise.
I'm not in California. Yeah, I'm not in California, so it's just I gotta go look after my parents and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's better. Well, I hope before you go, you'll take me out that offer and we'll get out for lunch.
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Thank you.
The offer's still there.
Yeah, you're dangerous, man. You're dangerous, Chris.
Believe me, I'm not. I'm a soft.
You're dangerous. This type of thing is very dangerous, man.
It's not that bad. It's not as intimidating as I make it sound.
I mean,
You're American, Amir. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking out for your interests too.
I know, but I just don't get it. When you believe and I believe, it's the same fucking color of blood, right? How could somebody think like the way you think and somebody like me? I don't know. One is pro-humanity, one is pro-humanity. One, money first, or America first, or America's interest first to kill whatever it needs to kill. Forget it, man.
Isn't that a little bit beautiful? It's the same. Amazing how our different life paths lead us in different directions, that our own belief and convictions point us and develop our personality so differently. I mean, I think it's a little bit beautiful, frankly. But I promise, Amir. Whatever my word means to you, there's probably nothing. I would enjoy taking you out for lunch.
No, I got it. Thank you. Thank you for the offer. Appreciate it. So tomorrow, America says you got to go to Palestine. We need to use your whatever weapon or whatever. We need to do what we need to do. Palestine or Iran, you'd be like, here, we can have it. The
yes.
So you'll be in the right, probably, right, Chris?
If I believed it was in the interest of the U.S., yes. But for the most part, I don't really have that much of a say as I make it.
Okay, during that interest, let's say it's in America's interest, but at the same time, America will be using your stuff to kill people.
If it's for the interest of the U.S., I'd be honored.
But what about innocent people that are gonna die?
Necessary evil. It's a horrible thing, but it's necessary.
But how could you say in the same breath it's evil and then you're still gonna be supplying the weapons? This is the
necessary evil. Sometimes we do things we don't want to do. I've done many things that aren't.
I know.
I'm assuming in business, Amir, you've had to do some things like you don't want to do either.
I did, but I didn't do this type of shit where you're at fault of killing. It's like you're responsible for it. Your ship is responsible for killing people. I sold cigarettes. Look, I sold cigarettes. I've sold cigarettes, but cigarettes is it's my choice, right? People come in and they want to smoke. Okay, it's up to you. But with the business you're involved in, right? America says to move right, and here use the weaponry and kill people in Israel, in Iran, or in Palestine, or
It's not as far as I know what they're planning to use it for, but I'm not telling them how to use it for that purpose. So it's a little different. Like you selling cigarettes, you're not telling them anything. How they use it, they can trash it the minute they buy it for all you care. And same thing for me.
see you.
No, it's just Sister Santos. Chris has no emotion, man. You know what I'm saying? So,
I have the capacity to love Amir. Believe me, I do.
so if he wants to, let's say if America tomorrow says we're going to war, we're gonna kill the innocent people, whatever, right? He knows there may be. He's gonna use his. America's gonna use his, stuff to kill people. He knows it, like the back of his head. But it'd be like, yeah, it's okay. I feel bad, but I'm still gonna give you the weapons.
Wait, so he created a technology?
Not quite, but his.
What did you create, Grace?
Like, I feel bad for the innocents that die as collateral or necessary.
Grace, just say you don't give a fuck. Cause I hear you read through bullshit real quick. You don't give a fuck.
Very good. Well, cheers. Alright, gotta go. Nice talking to both of y'all. Take care. I'll be back in maybe a few hours.
No problem. Yep. Anyways, Mr. Chico's here. Anybody, what's up, Omar? Over there, everybody's out making welcome us and Beatrix and whatnot.
I got a couple updates.
Sure, go.
So there's a statement from Hamas about the negotiations, and then there's the flotilla news. Which one do you guys want to hear about first?
Yeah, whatever. The ceasefire thing, sure, go on.
Okay, breaking. This is 30 minutes ago. Hamas in a press statement. Through intermediaries, we have received some proposals from the U.S. side aimed at reaching a ceasefire. On this occasion, Hamas welcomes any initiative. The movement confirms that it is ready to immediately sit down at the negotiating table to discuss the release of all captives in exchange for a clear declaration ending the war, full withdrawal from Gaza, and the formation of a committee to govern the Gaza Strip, with independent Palestinians assuming their duties immediately. They also mentioned that part of this deal is that Israel has to publicly act this agreement to, prevent any previous experiences of agreements being rejected or overturned. Most recently, the proposal presented by intermediaries to Hamas based on a U.S. suggestion.
Yeah, but hey, what's up, Shane? But in the times of Israel, I'll give you one example. Let's see. Trump issues last warning to Hamas to accept Gaza deal. Group says it's ready to talk. U.S. President asserts Israel has agreed to offer. What the fuck is the offer? Is Israel offering the shit? This is Hamas's offer, right?
Yeah.
Israel ain't offering shit.
No, I don't think Israel, because Israel's stated goals were to defeat Hamas. Hamas' stated goals are an end to the war and a full withdrawal for a permanent ceasefire. They never said anything about giving up weapons or Hamas leaving or giving up to being arrested or anything like that. But Hamas does, if you read between the lines, they are saying they agree to a formation of a committee to govern the Gaza Strip, meaning they don't care about governing it anymore. Or that's not a prerequisite for them. So, is this Israel losing in a way? It's not winning for them.
Yeah, but so Israel hasn't made any statement related to the deal, right? They didn't agree to it?
No. Not that I see.
Anyways, what's up with your shape?
What's going on? You good? The only way a deal is going to happen is that both sides can spend that they want. This sounds close.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Diego? Assalamualaikum. Welcome, Godluck. Is it Godluck? You guys wanna come up and Aiden? That's probably John Kitover. I think we're gonna have to have a break again just because of. Anyways, every time you have a break, runs away. What I was saying was, ceasefire and ask for the be accepted by Israel. Otherwise, this ain't gonna go anywhere. But the Israeli deal, the problem with Netanyahu is he needs to stay in power. He seems to be trying to wars, trying not to plan. That's what it's all about. He doesn't want peace because then they're gonna start fighting each other inside this place called Israel. So Trump coming out with this stupid statement, but then Netanyahu didn't agree to the deal. How the fuck is Trump making the stupid statement, man? Such a dumbass fuck.
Well, to be fair, Trump just says whatever. Like, he literally just says whatever. But, Josh, did you say something else? There was something else that you were going to say?
The flotilla has arrived in Tunis, my other hometown. Very proud of my people. I think they're picking up another like 20 boats. And yeah, so I think it's over 60 boats at this point that will be heading towards Gaza. And I don't see how they're going to stop that unless if they kill a bunch of innocent people.
Or they just arrest them again, like they did last time. But it looks really bad whenever they do that.
That was one boat though, with like 20 people on it. This is 40 to 50 boats. 60 maybe even. I'm not sure the exact count.
Yeah, but I think they still, even with that number, because I mean, like, let's say they let them land or something. Maybe, I don't know, try to distribute aid, but they're still gonna find them and try to, what is it called? I mean, arrest, but, you know what I'm saying? I feel like they could do it, but I don't know. You're wrong.
Really? Because they're outstretching themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, I was
They hardly have, yeah, no problem. They have to control the West Bank before those checkpoints. What is it, 900 and something? And then they got IDF soldiers in the Gaza Strip. They got IDF soldiers inside of Israel. They're not a huge society, you know? So they're outstretching themselves. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, but I
began to be worried about society's ability to function if you took the, not necessarily the faith out of it, but the rules that religion had imposed on people out of it. And I think that's kind of an interesting idea. As I was studying for this session a little bit, I've been reading kind of widely, a little too scattered, but it strikes me that as we have evolved, particularly in the last 20 years, 30 years, we do not have a common understanding of the world or a common understanding of what is real. And I think that's a real concern. And I think to get to the topic of the room, I think that the founders never imagined the internet. And if we do not get control somehow of how to utilize this technology for all of our benefits, I fear that the people who want to use it for evil will win. Any thoughts on any of that?
Wow, brain trust, the brain
So
trust.
Madison had this saying that he thought one of the strengths of America would be the speed at which information traveled, which in the 18th and 19th century was relatively slow until you got to the telegraph. And so in Madison's mind, it was a way for
people to sort through issues in a extended amount of time so that their first impression was not all that they gave. The internet, at least in my point of view, is prefaced on people's first impression of a subject, and that's what they're expected to go with, and that's what the internet motivates you to go with, I should say. And so messages go back and forth in a lightning speed in which we don't really seriously consider the ideas. We rank them up and put them in a list and then put them in a box to make sense of them, but we don't think about the concepts in the same way Madison anticipated. And his point was it allowed people to be more reasoned. So I think the internet, while very beneficial for humankind, it pushes this reflexive first idea, which is based on an impression and not based on what one knows. It's based on what they feel or what they see.
Yeah. I think that's right. This UI is just really something. So you have control of the chat, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Necro said something funny. I have to say, he said that it's fine as long as we don't have Trump's face on Mount Rushmore.
Oh God, that would be awful. Yeah. I really wonder if there is a chance that across the parties, across Democrat and Republican, conservative and liberal, we can come to some common ideas about how to update the Constitution and make it more relevant to today. And I think that would involve some thoughts on the Second Amendment and the First Amendment. And I think it would involve some thoughts on our political process. Any thoughts about that? Pretty clear that the Founding Fathers never imagined a machine gun. And Marshall, you know more
I
about
was
this
going to say,
than I do.
believe it or not, they actually did. There was a gun designed by a British naval gun maker named Knock, and it was a 6-barreled volley gun, which was one of the first machine guns of its time. They also anticipated being able to reach out and touch. The average gun was a musket smoothbore, probably a brown bess RC pattern, which just refers to the British model. And it could shoot roughly 50 yards with any kind of accuracy. A Kentucky long rifle, which was a flintlock just like the muskets, could touch 400, 500, 550 yards out. In fact, one of the key pieces of the Revolutionary War was how big a role the sharpshooters actually played. I think what they may not have envisioned is the split in the way people think of guns. And this is just a generalization. It's a generalization for the state of Texas, so I can't apply to the entire nation. But in Texas, there are two kinds of gun owners. There's the gun owner that's in the city and considers his gun an appendage, or as my grandmother would say, like a dinosaur cowboy. Like, hey, I need to walk around with it, and I need people to see that I have it, versus like, hey, I've got a gun, it's concealed, nobody needs to know that I have it. Nobody ever needs to know I'm carrying a gun, period. Versus a country model, which is guns can be fun, but they are primarily tools to accomplish a mission, which does not often involve killing other people. It's usually a hunting or a game management issue. But I do agree with you that the founders probably would have put in some safety course or something along those lines. Cities during the colonial period had gun regulations. Towns in the Old West, when cowboys came in, you had to, in a lot of places, check your gun with the sheriff. because alcohol and guns is a deadly combination. So there's as much room in the American tradition for regulation as there is for holding, any kind of firearm up to what the National Firearm Act prohibits. So they seem to work in tandem. One of the most interesting pieces, for example, about the Second Amendment was that it ended up getting ratified for two main purposes. One was because the cities in the northern part of the country had been occupied by British forces and they didn't have the ability to resist. In the South, at least 2/3 of the planters were impressed by a rebellion in Haiti, a slave rebellion in Haiti, in which they got guns and hung the masters by their toes. So some of the argument refers to this, hey, we need to be able to defend ourselves against our slaves. And then about 1/3 were like, no, you need guns for frontier reasons. Which, the 1/3 basically involved the people that lived on the edge of the colonies, essentially. That's all the way to say that it's not clean cut. So, for example, take a militia. A militia, if you're using it in the English context, not the German context, relies upon people bringing their own weaponry, unless the town itself actually has the money. It's derived from a British system known as a fjord from the 8th to the 10th centuries. A fjord was like the gathering of the town, like the folk, and they would bring their own weaponry. So it's not as clean cut in the regulation direction, and it's not as clean cut in the ownership direction. It's a complicated subject with a complicated history, and in many places throughout our growing as a country, there were regulations about not having guns, while in some places there were no regulations about guns. Up until the 20th century, seemed to be sort of a patchwork of ideas that were not necessarily regulated at the state level. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a Second Amendment case that doesn't involve either the National Firearms Act or the more recent discussions in, say, like Bruin or Heller, or New York Rifle and Pistol Association v. New York. The modern interpretation of gun rights, at least as I understand it, gets its roots from D.C. v. Heller, which D.C. v. Heller cites a bunch of other cases, which I can't recall at the moment, but that's essentially like where they sat. And I think the slave piece is important just so people know. We do a poor job in our country of telling the entire story.
We do a terrible job of telling the entire story, and I think, unfortunately, it's hard to interest people in learning the entire story. As I read about this in a modern context, it's scary to me. It's absolutely. I can only read about it for so long before I have to tune out, because so many of the things that I knew in my youth are no longer really true. Whether we're talking about guns, whether we're talking about vaccines, whether we're talking about trade, all of these ideas that were in the Constitution were based on a world where travel was not so simple, so fast, so incredibly easy. And I really think we need to, when we talk about originalist versus a living document, we need to come to an agreement among the consent of the governed about updating how we're going to deal with the fast-changing environment. And we had these sessions a couple of months ago about democracy versus republic, which were very stimulating to me, because I had always thought of it more in a national sense and hadn't really considered the local sense. But when you think about a lot of the problems we have right now, whether it's vaccine mandates or whether it's Trump bringing National Guard, it's conflating the boundaries between a local municipality and a national government. Any thoughts on that?
didn't, I actually learned about posse comitatus from a movie. And I never really understood it well, and still to this day, obviously don't, because I don't understand how so easily they're bringing military into our cities. And then I point out in another room, and they keep saying, the blue cities, and it is because like Orlando, Florida, somebody did some research for me and looked it up the other day while we were in a room. In Orlando's higher crime rate is higher than New York's, Chicago's, LA's, whatever, but it's in Florida. And they're not going anywhere near Orlando with National Guard. But the other thing I want to point out real quick while I'm thinking is, guns, for instance, and things like that. I take the train a lot, I take the bus a lot. And, plane regulation is so strict. But, right now, unless you are a driver or a engineer, you can get on a train or a bus pretty much with anything you want. They occasionally, when there's something happens for a little while, they have some inspection, but basically for the last 3 or 4 years, there's been times where I've been on trains and buses where I felt anxious because and they actually tout their advertisement, that you just walk on, that there's no one checks anything. So it's kind of interesting. Anyway.
That's really fascinating. I hadn't thought about that, but the difference between obviously the risk in a plane where we have all of these inspections and the risk of getting on a bus or a train. And I got in Portland about 4 months ago. I got on the subway system, and these two people almost got in a fight right in the car where I was. And they did have a security person on board, but that is such a fascinating point, and you hate to think that we're going to have to put that kind of security into all travel, but that is a really interesting point, Jim. Although go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting that you said Orlando. If anything, I would think that would actually be another opportunity because Orlando is like deep blue. It's where Ron DeSantis had his war with Disney. So, that's surprising that Trump would not take that opportunity to try and go and, try to have ICE go and do mass raids down in Orlando if he could. It's interesting.
What people don't realize, though, about Orlando and Disney, I worked for Disney for 4.5 years. Disney is kind of its own little world of 43,000 square acres. Now, Universal is in the middle of Scary Town. I'll just call it that. Even when I was a kid, International Drive, all that, you didn't go down there after dark. And I helped a friend transition into a nursing home and was there for 1.5 years, a couple of years ago. And you go into a convenience store, and there's actual tables and chairs out there with dealers and pimps and everything out there. Hey, I got what you want, or you want to make a deal? There's people with firearms, I'm told, because I'm blind, but, firearms, right there, and there's lots of gold, lots of cash around, and it's just all over that probably 3 or 4 mile square area, kind of around SeaWorld, Universal, that whole area outside those parks. But Disney is another 10, 15 miles away, kind of still in the middle of nowhere. It's developed a little bit around there toward Kissimmee, which is the next community south. But Orlando proper, you want to be careful traveling around much of Orlando proper. My partner and I went by my elementary school 10 years ago, and he said, "You went to school here?" He said, "Jim, this place is scary." And I said, "Well, it used to be the historic district." And I lived in Winter Park and was bussed in, which, doesn't make it, that's historic too. But it's Orlando, though, if any place is calling out for needing some help, if you follow, like I follow WESH, the Oakland Sea affiliate, and I hear about murders and shootings and robberies all the time. I have to turn off notifications because there's so many. I'll shut up now.
Christina, I invited you specifically because I'm a little concerned that we are getting a little too heavily mailed.
And one of the things that's clear is that when the original Constitution was written, it didn't include women. It sure does now. And I want to know what you think.
I mean, it's potentially controversial, but I think that it was a great system when it was originally designed for the purposes it was designed for, but 250 or however many years later it is, we have so much that's changed with the rapid advancement of science, of technology, including AI, all of these different things, how we've previously done things. We can't operate that way anymore, and I almost think that we need a more fluid, constantly evolving form of governing, but this is antithetical to the way that we've previously done things. Because if we continue to operate the way we've done things, it's easier and faster for those who want to upset the systems to find loopholes or find ways to, for example, you have a chessboard, there are certain rules of how each piece moves, and that's how government has been done. But you include technology, social media, AI, etc., rapid advancement of science. Now we can use the psychology, the biology of how humans operate individually and collectively. We can expand that chessboard to include the lay of the land that's so much broader. But if some people are still only operating within the framework of the board, then you can't necessarily address all of these other loopholes. But if you create systems that also incorporate our humanness and create systems that evolve and flow and are constantly evolving and counting for the tendencies of humans for good and bad, then we can't necessarily, like, quote unquote, plug the holes or create pathways. The imagery that comes to mind, water flows where it has space to flow, right? If you create pathways in the directions you want things to move and how humans do our tendencies, then we flow in that direction. And if we can build for and adapting for our humanness, because I'm already seeing it from scammers to how this election went to how government's being run, it's influencing emotions, perceptions, our thinking. It's really tapping into our humanness and weaponizing it against us, but we haven't built an infrastructure that leans into that in a positive way. And also not just positive, but like accounting for positives and negatives. And I think a lot of other cultures throughout time, let alone other cultures on the planet currently, have done things differently. And so we've got resources we can look at, just a matter of creating new ways of doing it. So, but like the point A to point B path, is potentially a massive undertaking, and also in a hyper individualistic environment means trying to do something that is more relational is counter to it, and there's a lot of resistance to the idea. So
we just say quickly, like Christine is saying about this system being outdated. The only thing that's fixed about the system, it's actually not even fixed because this can change. The only thing that's fixed about the system is is the fact that it takes broad consensus to change it, right? We could change the Constitution to say that no one can wear blue shirts anywhere in the country, right? I mean, we could change it, we could illegalize, we could make voting illegal, we could make, the system is pretty changeable, with the exception of, and this is changeable too, but it's funny, it takes broad consensus to change it, right? So, I mean, we could say that broad consensus is a bad idea. I'm amenable to that idea, right? And this is how Westminster parliamentary systems work, right? I mean, anything can basically be changed with 50.1%, right? But really, I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Ultimately, anything in the system, it can be changed. It just requires 2/3 majorities to make systemic change.
2/3 and 3/4.
2/3 and 3/4 to amend the Constitution, right? And other than that, I mean, so really we're saying, in a democratic system, do we want everything to be 50.1, 50 plus 1 kind of thing, or should some things require broad consensus?
So I have a quick question, Scott. I have just a quick question. Since we've been talking about the big ideas and the need to change systems, I was hoping we could then
do like a 10,000-foot view. Like, if you could change three things in the Constitution, whether it's part of the amendment process, whether it's a specific part of Article 2, Article 1, Article 3, or whether it's taking away some amendments or adding more amendments, what, when you say we should change, what are three of the changes that come most presently to your mind?
This is great. Actually, I think that's a great question. Christina, before it gets away, you raised something, and Scott added to it that I really think is worthy of discussion, which is pretexting. And I will respond to Marshall's thing as an example of how we can maybe talk about this. I have had twice in my life insurance licenses, and it's very clear in insurance that you are not allowed to pretext in any way. You're never allowed to pretend you're someone else. And I think the conflation of entertainment and politics is a dangerous place. And I'm not sure how to draw the line exactly, but I'm excited by the quality of this discussion versus what usually goes on Clubhouse, and I think it does show there is a hunger for some genuine discussion without it being all about entertainment. So I'm sorry, I'm rambling. To get to Marshall's question, I would, number one, make pretexting in any government sense illegal, and that would mean using bots on the internet. It would mean any kind of phone, where they have auto dialers and it pretends to be a human. It would be any time that a machine pretends to be a human being. I would love to see that be illegal. The other two I would get to immediately would be, I think FDR had a really good idea. It was called his court packing scheme, but I think we needed to talk about some kind of term limits on the Supreme Court or some way of controlling that. And then, of course, I think obviously we have to do something about the Second Amendment, or we're just going to all be in trouble.
Christina, what do you think? The question was directed at the stage, but I'm very curious of your particular view.
I'm still back a few comments, and so I wanted to perhaps clarify or elaborate.
Yes, please, before you get to mine, please clarify. I don't.
So I hear your point, Scott, about how we just need to have a certain percentage or fraction to make the change. But what I'm trying to highlight is that that's within the framework of the chessboard. But if we look at the legal ways that humans can be influenced outside of that, if you can, we know from the Social Dilemma documentary, we know from various books, from various former employees who work at Meta, for example, we know at different studies in Scotland and Australia looking at all social platforms and algorithms and how they've been pointed, they pay attention to how long we pause on things, what we click on, what we like, what we follow, what our city or location is, what our gender is. They pay attention to all of this and begin to use it against us. And we think, because they tell us, that we have choice. If you have a government system that is according to how it's been done in the past, but you are now influencing all of these other factors, and many more that I didn't mention, in human perception, you can stack the deck. So then you can get who you want into office, and you can stack each separate branch, and then it becomes a completely different game beyond the scope of, because we've got the additional science and the additional tech, and we've got different people with their own agendas, but they're temporarily aligned. And if we don't account for all of these complexities, and we continue to use the system that was complex and great for the past, but is not complex enough for the complexities of today, it's like setting up a mill in a village way back. There were only so many factors you had to consider: resources to build it, where it would go, accessibility for people to come and use the milk, who was going to work it, etc. Right? When you create something today, it is a far more complex world. So there's so many more things to consider. And so, like, if we use government the way it was, and we just need a certain percentage in order to make changes, it's not enough, because people will find other mechanisms to still, quote unquote, legally go about doing government while it's really stacked and it's not really about doing.
But then, Christine, you get to the point where there's a third option, right? We can either go to make systemic change, right? We either need a sort of a broad coalition, says Marshall said, 2/3 and 3/4 majorities. Or we say, no, we want just 50 point plus one. Or the third thing is that the deck is so stacked that violence and revolution is the only option, right? That we need a violent revolution. And the people that have the power to do that tech sort of stuff need to be disposed of. I mean, that's going to have to be done violently, right? I mean, if they have as much power as you say they do, there's no way that influence can be broken outside of revolutionary violence. I just don't see how it can be done.
I'll just say that there are non-violent, it depending on who is working together. I'll just say I don't want to.
Yeah, no. I was just hoping you'd refocus on the question I asked. When you're talking about change to the governing system, what are 3 things that appear in your mind? Like 3 examples that you have when you think of that.
I don't approach it that way. I approach it from the ground up, looking at human tendencies from our biology, our neurowiring, to the stories we tell ourselves, and also recognizing the difference of when we follow those stories and when we operate against them, and trying to create new systems that account for those. Once I come up with something like that, I'll dial it back and perhaps plug it in, but I don't approach it in the way they. Long story short, on the fly, I can't give you precise answers. I mean, we could say take money out, we could say term limits.
Well, let me
What do you think about it?
Let me give you some examples. Abolish the Second Amendment. Make nationalized health care a constitutional right, and make education a constitutional right. Are those things you might support?
I think it's too complex to just say yes or no to that.
I mean, here though is the issue. The 30,000 foot, 30 to 50,000 foot view is great. Changing systems is important. But if we don't really think about how we're going to change them, then we wind up with this idea of a needed change with no map to get there. And I'm not saying you're not providing a map. I'm saying oftentimes when the conversation stays at the 50,000 foot level, it stays on systems and we don't end up getting realistic ideas of what we might do to influence the government to get to that place. And I think Scott was right. You have 3 ways to change this: revolutionary violence, either 50 plus 1% if you would like a direct democracy like the Athenians had, for example, or direct democracy, or you do what we have now, which is 2/3 of the House and the Senate and 3/4 of the states. The benefit to the system, the way that it works, is the last constitutional amendment was done in my lifetime. I haven't seen, the ERA is the only thing I can think of that had a really robust movement behind it that didn't get made an amendment in my lifetime. And that's important because maybe the amendment process is a place to start. I work in campaign politics, so I love the 50,000 foot view because it's interesting, but my mind automatically programs down to the 10,000 foot view. Like, what does this look like for everyday people? That kind of thing. I'm not saying you have to have an answer to it, I'm just explaining my thought process.
Well, I've got them, but this wasn't the focus of the conversation, and I didn't want to monopolize it by giving you my well thought out TED talk of how I would do this, because that's not where we're talking.
No worries.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Christina, what do you think about addressing the issue of pretexting? Of really, I know it's a little abstract, but you make the same point that I was trying to make, that somehow we've lost control of information. legislation about it, except in insurance, that where I'm aware of it, or financial markets. What do you think about that?
I'm torn on it, frankly, because I think the idea of universal understanding was a myth we told ourselves, and now that myth has been busted. The more we have conversations with people with different perspectives, whether locally or globally, I can also understand the need for having some cohesion of language, idea, culture, etc. But at the same time, the idea of codifying it, or making it like legitimate in some way feels really dangerous. And so like I don't know what the answer is to that, but I think it would be an interesting thought.
Interesting. Anybody else want to respond to Marshall's question about 3 things that you would like to see addressed in the Constitution? Now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. In the Constitution, I think one of the things, like, it's interesting. This is voting rights has changed. Like, it's in the early days of the country, you had like where it's just the delegates who voted, and a lot of them, the voting was restricted in many states to only people who had property, and that expanded eventually to it's one of the reasons the Democratic Party became, in its early days, became very prominent, was because of expansion of voting rights for the white man, particularly. So it expanded, the voting rights. But I think it's interesting, though. You've had the recent thing with Trump, suing California for doing what Texas did with redrawing the district maps. Granted, people say, it's like California has their own laws. I don't know. To me, it's like, yeah, if you want to argue it's illegal. My thing is, I think Gavin Newsom at least gave people, the voice by putting it into a ballot measure, but that's aside from the point. I think that this issue right now, where it's essentially, to me, it seems like this, sort of gerrymandering is, clearly a power grab. Neither person likes it when their vote is being taken away because one party is redrawing maps to, cancel their vote for their favor. I think that everybody doesn't like that, and so, and they've done it in my state. Granted, my home state, and they've also done it in Illinois, and I think this is something that I think, needs to, be addressed as well. That's just what I have to, my 2 cents on that.
One thing that's interesting is if we were like Australia, where you have to vote, kind of like taxes and jury selection and stuff like that, I would think it would be a lot more interesting to see how elections would go if voting was mandatory, unless you could declare, some kind of reason, the same type of way you would be able to serve on a jury. We fought for the right to go to vote. Not even, what did they say last time? It was 40% of the electorate actually voted.
Something like that.
I just wonder what it would look like if everybody had.
Scott, what do you think about that? What about if we made voting a mandatory requirement of citizenship? What do you think about that?
Less people voting. That would be better. I think I'd like to have a basic citizenship test where you had to understand the system, akin to like the test you have to take to be a citizen. That would be a great idea. And if you could get
that is not a right. That is not a right, Scott.
Scott, you mean like the lady that signed your dogs up to vote? That just.
I mean, what I'm saying is everybody
Or
should
the
take.
people that register to vote at the DMV that aren't citizens?
No, what I'm saying is you should have, my argument is you should have to pass to vote. You should have to pass the same tests that immigrants have to pass. Like my friend took it a couple years ago. He was showing me the questions. Like the basic civics test you have to pass to become a naturalized citizen. You
try to get 50% of it, and I doubt you will. It's incredibly difficult, and it was the average test for like it's either a 5th grader or a 7th grader in the mid-20s. It's amazing what we used to know.
So Abby, you are in favor, if I hear you right, I'm putting words in your mouth intentionally, of some kind of testing for people to have the right to vote. Is that fair?
No, I'm in favor of people teaching civics again in school. I'm in favor, and this app, if it's taught me anything in the 4 years I've been on it, is how incredibly ignorant American citizens are of civics. And they used to teach it when I went to school in early grades, and it's incredible just the basis of how our government is established, our branches of government, who's responsible for what. I would make every American go to visit Independence Hall and see where it was born and why it was born. I mean, just in the chat now, people saying do not have equal representation from the smaller states. And people don't, I think, even understand how we formed as a union and why we had to give equal representation to all the original states. We would never have been a nation. Thank you, Marshall. But you would know that if you took freaking civics. But it's extraordinary to me.
It's specifically the Virginia and New Jersey plans, right? The Virginia plan was prefaced on popular vote and proportionality to population. The New Jersey plan was premised on a place where the small states were equal to the large states like Pennsylvania and New York.
And Georgia coming in. I mean,
yes, ma'am.
So there's so much to it. But Alan, to answer your original question, the first thing I put in the chat is I would get rid of the pardon, the presidential pardon. It makes no sense in today's environment. It didn't make sense once we formed branches of government and we created checks and balances. It made sense in feudal England, where there wasn't ability to have a check and balance, and the monarch or the fiefdom, the lord had to get involved and have that right to pardon. But it makes no sense to me, and I think it's divisive. So that
I'm thrilled. I am thrilled to hear that. You and I agree. Absolutely agree on that. I completely agree. I am so thrilled.
I say that, although I question how I would have felt as a citizen if we went through a trial for Nixon, like whether Ford did the right thing when he pardoned him. So maybe maybe there's some form, but not. I would amend the Constitution to get rid of it. That's the one time I understood it, but that's about it.
Well, that is such a great example because I actually lived through that, and I suspect you're younger than I am.
Oh, I lived through it too. We're the same age, I think.
The other thing is the president has the right to declassify anything, so if Donnie has a moment and I go up to him and ask him where the most dangerous things in the United States are, he can tell me, and it's legal for him to tell me.
Well, to get back to this with Abby, I think that at the time I thought Ford pardoning Nixon was brilliant. In retrospect, I think it was unfortunate because it's this incredible precedent that there is no punishment for bad behavior. And if there is one thing wrong with our culture right now, I think the idea that we can't agree on what is worthy of punishment, what is worthy of dealing with bad behavior is a real problem.
Alan, I'm on the
We're on the same page. We're on the same page with this, Alan, and I think we've seen abuses of the pardon. I mean, I'm not getting political, left or right, but all parties have abused it, and I think it doesn't make historical sense. It made sense in feudal England. It just does not make sense now.
I'm on the opposite side. In the Federalist Papers, they call it the benign prerogative. My theology is at the heart of it is a monergism of grace. I love public acts of extravagant mercy. And I think the more pardons, the better. I love pardoning. I love when people get pardoned.
You sound like you're so Christian, Scott. Quit being so Christian.
Exactly. Exactly. This is total. This is 16th century antinomian Lutheran Christianity, and I love pardoning.
Actually, I think I don't even know how to respond to that, Scott.
I would take those two Jewish rebukes seriously then.
Yeah.
No, we're an eye for an eye, Scott, sorry about that.
Exactly. And one of these is my rabbi down there.
Yeah. You mean literally, Abby, when you say eye for an eye?
I'm just quoting the Old Testament. We're playing with Scott. It's his
One of my two favorite testaments. One of my two favorite testaments, like Trump, of 50-50.
Oh, Jesus.
No, but seriously, the reason I said what I said about declassification is he had an operation going in Mar-a-Lago in his party room while we were having, a military act overseas. And anybody in the club that just happened to walk in the room while everything was going on and decisions were being made, the situation room was going on right there. And I just don't see how in any sense of anything, how that could or ever should be constitutional. And I'm
Jim, we agree with you. I think we agree with you. Denise, you've been very quiet. I would love to know what you think.
Yeah, I think that to make any changes, I think everything has to be on the table, and that's very uncomfortable for the average American because we tend to romanticize the origin story, ignoring the fact that so many of our laws, our policies, our structures were predicated and built upon slavery. They were built with immoral baseline intentions. And so I think that this idea of anything being a sacred cow would have to come off the table. And so for me, what the first thing I would do is we have to create a structural ability to revisit truth, right? We have to hold people accountable for rampant deception because it doesn't matter. You can't have a democracy if you have such complete misleading, especially in this technological environment. The ability to kind of manipulate a poorly educated populace has reached a level unlike anything. I don't think there's a relevant example in recent modern history. And so to me, like, the focus would be fairness doctrine, increasing libel laws. You can talk, but you better have some backup for what you're saying. I would get rid of partisan news. I know that sounds crazy. You can't use the word news if you're going to be partisan. I bring back the fairness doctrine of the 80s, that you got to have both sides on and you talk about the topic and you're not framing the discussion, you are presenting different opinions. I think until you figure out how to get some kind of common set of facts, your democracy is doomed.
Boy, I couldn't agree with you more.
Unfortunately, the news isn't reported. It's not viewed the same way it was viewed in the 80s. The ratings for people watching news the way we watched it in the 80s has changed. People, stations will get by with a 2.4 or a lucky 3 on an evening on news viewing when it used to be a 12 or a 15 share for each network. So in order to accomplish what you're saying, and I agree with you, I used to like to hear when they had the opinion piece at the end of the nightly news, and they said, this is our opinion, and they don't do that anymore. But you have such a change in how the media is generally and how people receive news that I don't know how you harness that. If you had 3 networks like we had originally, you could, or, even with the 2 big cables when they came in, but I don't see how you harness that now.
I mean, I think you do it the way they did it. Yeah, like, I think if you make, for example, take Candace Owens being sued by the Macrons for saying, that she's a trans, like, you cannot say things that are not true. I mean, and that sounds kind of crazy, but that's how we did it for a really long time. The chicken, which came first, first, the chicken or the egg, was relaxing these understandings of what your ability to say Sandy Hook was staged. Like these are recent phenomenon, and we're talking. If Marshall's question was pie in the sky. If you could wave a magic wand, if you could change things, what would you change? Would it happen overnight? No, but you cannot move any problem if you do not have the capacity to get to at least a basic shared understanding of the right information. Then you can disagree about, red, white, up, down, purple, orange, right? But we can't even get there because we are so mired in disinformation. And a good example of this that is not political is think about how large language models work, right? So you have you go to ChatGPT and you say, what fund should I invest my Fidelity account in? What's the best, most profitable, safest deal? Well, if I own a fund, I just have to use AI to write 10 million articles that say my fund is the best. And now you are given the information that this fund is the safest and the best, even though that's not true. That, to me, if we don't figure out a structural response to misinformation and disinformation, I don't know how we move forward.
So I can respond to the first part of what you said. The second part, I'm not technical, so someone else can. But with respect to libel and slander, our laws haven't changed. In fact, the leading cases are still the leading cases, whether it's New York Times, Sullivan, we can go through them. You still have the ability to sue under, for the disparagement. And if you're a public figure, it's still that higher standard. That hasn't changed. But what happens is that, first of all, the cost of litigation is so, overwhelming for people. And also, you often don't see the same amount of litigation because the person that's harmed puts their whole person on trial. So everything about you, every email you ever wrote, everything about your life as the victim of the statement is now on trial. And you often see people will shy away from that type of litigation, A, because it's so costly now, and B, because of just what you go through to litigate it. But I don't think unless I'm wrong, I don't think that any of those big landmark cases have been overturned. They're still our law. But to the second part of what you said, someone else could probably have more info on that.
This has been incredible. I think next week we should talk about remedies for mis and disinformation.
Can I just say one thing real quick? Because several people brought up the systemic issue. I mean, this went back to the 18th century. I mean, Jefferson's solution to this problem that everybody's been pointing out, that there's too much corruption, there's too much systemic, inertia, was to blow the thing up every 20 years, every generation. He thought no generation should govern the next. About every 21 years, he had a kind of odd view on what a generation was, and many of his founding father peers face lots. But for him, it was just reset the whole thing, hard reset every about 20-some years. Now, I mean, that's pretty disruptive, but it solves the problem, right? Of things just becoming so intractable, right? That basically, that even not laws and systems shouldn't be that binding because they're too short-sighted and exactly what some folks have said. That now, again, it's a pretty radical solution, but this is Jefferson. For the 18th century, could be radical.
Can I add what's
and theologically, Scott, you have the Jubilee, the 7-year and the Jubilee idea of resetting debt.
And this is from Adam's favorite testament.
Yeah, I mean, this has got some basis in theology. Not to say that should be the end all, be all, but it does. But how does anybody make a plan? If you think about Social Security, if you said every 20 years we're going to blow it up, well, that couldn't work, right?
This wasn't when people would, when Madison, Jefferson, it was, I mean, the 18th century founders thought this was radical. I mean, but Jefferson saw some of these problems, right, around systemic, kind of inertia. And so, I mean, this is the exact problem that why we didn't go this way. But Jefferson saw the problem.
Can I add one small one?
Go ahead. Yeah.
No more polls.
No more polls. So, tell me more about that.
I think it in many ways, especially in this day and age, it sways too many people from engaging or disengaging, right? So I think, I'm not gonna say it's gonna change the landscape completely, but I think it does kind of say, oh, that person's ahead by blah, blah, blah. So I'm not even gonna go there because.
But Arthur, I want to restate what I think you said, because I actually misunderstand you. You could mean no more public opinion polls.
Yes.
Or you could mean, that's what you're talking about specifically.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Yeah. So you're not opposed to democracy, you're not opposed to real voting, but public opinion polls being problematic. I think that's a good point.
Yeah. I didn't mean like polling, polling based, but polling public opinion.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's an interesting point. Other than Scott, is anyone?
How about this, Arthur? No polls can be released until 2 weeks after any school shooting.
That's an interesting idea.
You'll make the Republican vote great.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe they'll address the problem.
Wow. Marshall, I really am eager to I'm eager to make sure that we give you as much of an answer to your question as possible, because I love that you raised it. I think we have one that we agree on, except for Scott, which is that we do away with the pardon. Is there anyone other than Scott who disagrees with that? Great. There's one answer, Marshall.
Here's the very last part of that. You'll have to repeat.
There's one answer we have, which is only Scott, of all the people who are here, believes that it would be wrong to do away with the pardon power. All of us, I think, agree that doing away with the pardon power would be a good thing. And
I completely understand Scott's view.
Marshall's a Presbyterian. He believes in complete sovereign grace. He's going to be with me on it. He's a dour Calvinist.
I am a Calvinist, that is true. And I understand the extravagant displays of mercy. There's a show I like. It's called The Last Kingdom. It's written. It's a TV show based off 7 books by Junior.
Oh my god, I love that show.
So, Uhtred, when he is, the character's name is Uhtred, when he's about to be put to death, and, maybe put to death, whatchamacallit? Oh, shoot. Oh, there he is. No, it's not Uhtred. It's a character named Father Balka. And it's based on, English history of the West Saxons. Anyway, the King Alfred the Great had died. They were about to do away with this main character, and the bishop says, we need to move this inside, and Father Balka yells out, justice must be seen to be done. And I think there is a huge part of me that understands extravagant displays of mercy. I think where maybe Scott and I might depart is in the political use of that. The extreme displays of mercy to people who don't deserve mercy. But as a Calvinist, I'm not the person to decide who needs mercy.
Yeah, but I have a, well, yeah, exactly. That's my point too. I think we have a problem when we conflate religion and politics. Render unto Caesar.
You don't deserve any mercy. You don't deserve mercy. If you deserve justice, mercy is when you don't. it's something that's by nature gratuitous.
I wish we
But that's
did
not-
it that way. That's not what we do. We sell pardons. That's not how it's actually practiced.
Yeah,
And here in Texas, Denise, Marshall, maybe you guys can attest to this, but currently, our Governor Abbott is in the second special session and threatening a third because he wants to give extra protection to officers caught in the line of some kind of investigation to not have to release what happened. Public to the press.
Governmental move. Immunity you're talking about?
Extra immunity, further than already exists.
So further than already exists, but unfoilable, Abby. You want, like, that's information they won't give you in a FOIA.
Got it, I understand.
Okay, but what I'm concerned about is, like, what happened in the Capitol in 9/11, I mean, justice was served for those that were tried and all that. And so I just don't, I can't fathom any rationale, faith-based or otherwise, of why there would be any mercy there. I just can't.
Well, as somebody who, like, splits I don't know how you do, Scott, but I split it. I have a religious view and I have a secular view. And the secular view is that a bunch of those people did not deserve to get pardons. Maybe there were one or two who had charged and they were overcharged, per se. I don't really know. And maybe those people deserve some sort of mercy. But if we're talking about people like Enrique Fabio and Stuart Rhodes, they were charged the closest thing to sedition since the Civil War or the beginning of the 20th century. I can't remember which one. And Trump pardoned them. So I'm very much on the I am for extravagant displays of mercy, but I understand why the pardon power has to go. If you go back to the Grant administration, he sold pardons. I think Cleveland did too.
Only God can really give extravagance display of mercy. I don't think it's a human thing. I think it's a divine thing. I hope that doesn't offend you.
No, not at all.
Me? No, I believe in Hashem. That's the only place I'm going to get mercy. Sorry, son.
Well, I was gonna say, you don't think that it's possible in a human? Have you seen Les Miserables? It's not a sci-fi thing, right? I mean, Les Miserables begins with a human extravagant act of mercy.
But it's not a government display. It's okay.
It's not, and you know what happens at the end of that? The government figure who can't embrace mercy has to kill himself.
Chooses to kill himself.
He chooses. Thank you.
Well, right. It's the nature of it's the way that the law ultimately it's the end of the law. The law killeth, right? It's very good.
I mean, I love one of my all-time favorite movies. Yossi's gonna finally think there's something decent about me. Is Fiddler on the Roof. I think that is like the world's greatest movie because it does show that there is a limit to where, of course, in that case, it's a patriarchal country, but a patriarchal world. But it does show that there has to be a limit to what a man can forgive, and I believe that. Wow, this has been wild.
So I had one idea for fixing the system. I thought it would require, Marshall said, well, what is something that you would do? Now, this would require, of course, there's free speech issues here. But I think that you should only be able to contribute to candidates that you can vote for, and it can only be an individual. It can't be a PAC, no PACs. PACs should be outlawed.
How do you deal with the First Amendment outlawing a PAC and your right to
Well, we're
petition the government?
talking about an ideal here. We're not talking about reality.
Yeah, it was if you could wave a magic wand and you could.
If I could wave a magic wand, people would only be able to donate no more than $100 to any single candidate, and you could only donate to people that you vote for, and any political ad would have to be signed off on by that candidate. So I think that you would get much, much better quality candidates
shenanigans that go on now. So I think, you're not gonna get past the, Supreme Court on that.
So Rick,
It would take a constitutional amendment to do it.
in your idea, so let's say I live in New York and I really love, I want to weigh in on a case that's in Iowa. Could I physically go there and protest, walk? I could do all the things, but I couldn't give cash money. Is that?
Sure. So speech is allowed. You can go out, you can stand in the street, but you wouldn't be able to buy advertising.
Well, how do you get around the fact that, number one, have you been involved in a campaign? But are you connected? Okay, so you know the expense. So the last campaign I was involved with, my girlfriend was $21 million on her side alone on her congressional campaign. So your concept of $100 per person, I don't even know if she could buy an ad in the newspaper that people don't read anymore. How is she buying as a straight candidate and not PAC money, because that's like almost 8 times the price of what she pays? How is she buying any digital, any media buys? And how are the local TV stations going to stay in business if they don't have media buys from candidates? I mean, they live for the cycles. So, I mean, I'm just saying the effect that it would have. So how are we going to learn about the candidates?
It could be done like how they do it in England.
So before we go down the rabbit hole, I want to get everybody to answer the basic question. My attempt is to connect 50,000 feet to 10,000 feet. That's the idea. So, Arthur, it's you. If you could change 3 things in the Constitution, 1 to 3 things, you don't actually have to say 3 if you don't want to. But if you change 1 to 3 things in the Constitution and you weren't dealing with practicality, because we're going to connect practicality in just a minute in the discussion, but how would you change the Constitution? What would be an addition or a subtraction or a modification you might make?
The one I added was the more opinion public poll, and the second one I'm adding is that they should make it, I think like it's in the UK, candidates can only run for a certain time, and it's public funding for a certain amount. So you limit the amount of time that people can run, and then you just make it, I think that right there would eliminate so much.
Interesting. Alex, are you there? I don't think I've heard you yet. Alex. Bueller. Nobody there? Okay. Norma, wave a magic wand. You could change 1 to 3 things about the Constitution. What would you change?
I clean up the grammar. Like for example, how does the second go? An article.
Well-regulated militia being necessary and proper to the maintenance of a free state, I believe.
Yeah, I would clean that up so that people can't argue that the first part of the sentence isn't connected to the second part. That's, off the top of my head.
Sweet.
I wouldn't ban alcohol, and then we wouldn't have to repeal the ban on alcohol.
So now, let's try to take our adaptions and connect them to what we would need to do. We don't have to go too far down that hole, maybe like 1 step. So we want to do this, how would we get there? Because that's also an important piece in the thinking about the Constitution. And my idea in having this question in my own room about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago was to make people wrestle with bits and pieces of it. Think about it, consider what it could be used for, how you can improve it, that kind of thing. So we did the 50,000 foot thing. Let's connect it to 10,000 feet if we can. If it has to stay ethereal, great. But I get told all the time I'm too ethereal and I have to take it down to 10,000 feet. So anybody who wants to go, please. How would we accomplish your goals after you wave the magic wand?
I mean, how do you obtain an amendment to the Constitution? Are you asking that? I mean, there's
No, I'm asking,
lots
like,
of areas in the Constitution that could get cleaned up.
no, I'm saying people who want changes with how we have the system today, how do you then practically get to a solution? Is it a quick solution, or is it gonna take a long period of time to get to?
You probably have to do the things that are pissing off everyone in the room that we have. So in order to get what you want accomplished, you're gonna have to lobby, which that's a dirty word to a lot of people, but it's our right to petition. You're gonna probably have to contribute into campaigns that enough to make a difference to those candidates that they are going to champion the cause that you want. So all the things that you're fighting against, you're going to have to utilize in order to get in line those votes to make the change.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely that there should be, limits on how much you can donate to each candidate, because, I mean, essentially, I think that's antithetical to, I mean, when people say that, you vote with your dollar, that implies that if you have more money, that means you have more power, and so that's why I don't think the government should be based on how much money you can contribute to each politician.
So what did Harris get? $1 billion? How much did she finally raise?
I think about it.
She raised a lot,
Nothing, $1 billion.
and I think it's corrupt.
We haven't we're wandering down the rabbit hole without CM. CM, you haven't answered the question yet. If you could change one to three things, what would you change?
The Constitution?
Yeah, man. If you could wave a magic wand, I'm asking you to sit at the 50,000 foot level. If you could just wave a magic wand and fix one to three things about the Constitution that irritate you, what would you do?
I almost wouldn't change a thing. The problem is that, I mean, dude, our founding fathers wrote a nearly perfect, how they say, living, breathing document, amenable to be changed with the correct number of votes. They wrote a near perfect document. The problem is that, the best political document written in history. Period, full stop. The problem is that, obviously they lived in a time where things like the Second Amendment, they were talking about people had muskets, not automatic weapons, so they couldn't think that far ahead.
Just a history piece. It depends on how you define that. A lot of people had muskets, but a lot of people in the colonies had what were known as Kentucky long rifles. A musket was accurate out about
It's a minor detail, Russ. Who cares? Point is, they couldn't envision the type of weapons we have today. They couldn't, in terms of the Second Amendment, they couldn't envision things like social media and the internet that would affect our society and misinformation and all this. If it wasn't for these things like that, these modern problems, it's almost a miracle how well actually the Constitution worked. For 250 years, in the intervening 250 years since it was written, we became the wealthiest, freest, most prosperous, innovative nation on the face of the planet in all of human history in 250 years, based on that document. It worked miracles for a really long time. But yeah, the wheels are starting to come off because the world has just changed way too much that no matter how wise Jefferson and Madison and all these guys were, who are like my heroes, there's some not scientists. They're the other one, my other heroes that are not scientists. Except for they could only see so far into the future. Obviously they can never imagine anything like the internet or social media or anything. And so it worked. Like I said, it worked wonders forever. But for a really long time, made us the greatest nation on the planet. But it's
yeah. But I'm gonna direct you just.
It was gonna run over. Can I just want to say what the when we say this, when we say what they didn't see and saw, if it's outdated, which it very well may be. I mean, the whole thing could be outdated, every sentence, right? But it's interesting that really they thought the whole thing could be outdated. They didn't make anything sacred. Every single sentence in the Constitution, every single sentence could be good. The one thing that we're arguing about, I think, when it gets down to, is broad consensus to change it, right or not, right? Are these 2/3 and 3/4 requirements? I mean, we can make a change that no one can wear blue. We can make a change that says no one can make over $100,000 a year, and that anything over that should be redistributed to poor people. Any of that could be constitutional. Anything. The question is the broad consensus required to make these changes. That's really what we're arguing about. I mean, at the essence of that is did the idea in the 18th century that changes, the structural changes to the Constitution, not legislation, like we can make all sorts of laws, but structural changes to the actual founding document, right? Should that require broad consensus, right? We could pass a law that says no one is allowed to wear a blue shirt. The question is, people would probably say that that's the extension of free speech, right? Then we'd be a constitutional thing. Then to change that requires broad consensus. Now that's what really we're arguing. When we say are the founders right or not, were the founders right about requiring broad consensus to make systemic change or not? And if we can answer that one, we'd get at the root of the
answer is obviously yes. I don't even know what question you're asking.
Well, he's asking a question.
I mean, in the sense of it can't
Hey, CM, could you just hold on a second? We have our main mod, Alan, speaking. If you could just wait so he's done, I'd appreciate it. Alan, please go ahead.
Scott is asking a question about mechanics, and I think he's making a damn good point. If we look at when the Constitution was founded, the ruling class was the wealthy. It was white men. We now have blacks, we have women, and we have an effort to broaden the electorate. So I think that Scott raises the right question. How do we even measure and find a broad consensus? And I don't know the answer.
I think we're severely handicapped by gerrymandering and dark money. Right? Like, you should have to come to our district and make your case to be selected. I don't think that the elected officials should pick their voters. Make your case, present your ideas, and you cannot do that if, like we just had in Texas mid-census, you just kind of move the goalposts and make the wiggliest archipelago whenever you get ready. And I don't care which side does it. It contradicts the foundational belief that every person has a vote, right? Like that is literally what we are struggling with right now. We do not have a representative democracy right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, Denise, do we even all? Does everyone on the stage believe that everyone should have a vote? Do we all hold that in common?
I think everybody who's
we already covered it, that we don't have consistent.
Right, but then you're saying.
There should be a poll. People have already said a myriad of answers to that. What did you want? The answer was no. Should we?
Then you're taking away the elections clause and you're taking away from.
You're okay, Abby.
I think she was talking about the elections clause and the time, place, manner clause. Time, place, manner clause is a thing that rotted elections down in the state. There is a piece of the Constitution where it says Congress can step in and make a law. If anybody's interested, we have been using the pinned link of the National Constitution Center based in Philadelphia. The National Constitution Center is I think I'm going to repeat their credo just about correct. The only institution Constitution declared by Congress to disseminate information about the Constitution on a nonpartisan basis.
Marshall, the director will be coming on the Give and Take podcast in October. Jeffrey Rose,
Right.
be my guest.
It's
We
the
love
best
Brandeis.
place.
We're a huge Brandeis fan.
Shout out to Philadelphia for having it there, and it's absolutely a pilgrimage people should make. Go to the Constitution
I
Center.
think that the part of
This week, Abby, it's a spit out for Philadelphia, right?
Excuse me?
A spit out, not a shout out. Taylor Carter.
Oh, yeah, good. I got you. All right. Provoke.
So the point I was making was National Constitution Center's teaching resources are great because they give the median view, they give the left of center view, and they give the right of center view. They've had in 2 separate years, Neil Gorsuch first be their honorary chair, and then the next year it was Chris Coons of Connecticut. And for those who don't know Chris Coons, he's served in Congress, I think, for at least 3 terms, or in the Senate for at least 3 terms, and he is a lover of the U.S. Constitution and the need for updating. He is, from what I can tell, somebody who genuinely believes that the document we use to govern ourselves is important. Never met the dude, but that's just an assumption.
Okay, I am kind of obsessed with it finishing within an hour and a half just because I think it makes for a better discussion if people have a sense of an ending. I really think this was interesting. I'm so thrilled to find that Abby and I have an area we can agree on. There probably are many others. I also am delighted that there was no pretexting today. I think I was thinking about this when I was young. Somebody brought over to our house, and of course this was the old days of great records, you know, that you put a needle on. But a record that was kind of the political satire about Nixon. And my dad just went ape. And, you know, he was a fairly conservative person and so forth, and I didn't really understand it at the time. And I suspect that he couldn't have given me a logical answer to why it upset him so much at the time. But I think it gets to our notion of truth. I'm obsessed with the idea that Santa Claus is something that is very bad to teach our children, and particularly for those of us who have Christian faith, because of the same basic reason that we have a need to know what is true. I feel like I'm wondering, and I don't mean to. I think we should revisit this same topic next week. I think next week we should all come to the room with an answer to Marshall's question. If you could change 3 things about the Constitution, what would you change? I think that would be a very useful thing. And I'd like to start moving towards a close. If anybody has any closing comments, I'd welcome them.
I got
By the way,
one, and something I want to echo from Denise, somebody told me this previously. Don't put the founders on a pedestal. They had great ideas for the time. They wrote great things that are still applicable today. But putting them on a pedestal, I think, does not allow. Putting them on a pedestal represents an element of sacrosanctness that they may not necessarily always deserve. For their good decisions, sir, if, you know, we should think they're good, but for the wrong decisions they made, we should be able to criticize them as well as hold up their good decisions. I'm a big proponent of history being told the whole story. You tell the good, the bad, and the ugly, and you let the people who listen to it make up their view of it afterward. But you don't leave out anything. And so not having them on a pedestal brings them into the realm of being real people who you can criticize. And I think as somebody who too often myself sits the founders on a pedestal, that it's really helpful when people don't do that.
Marshall, I do have a question for you about the Founding Fathers.
Yes, sir.
Story. The amount of alcohol they drank the night before the Constitutional Convention, is that
true story?
Yes. They drank a prodigious amount of alcohol.
Nobody's saying the founding fathers are perfect. They were humans just like us. They were just amongst the wisest humans. Again, think about what they were doing. They were trying to escape every shitty type of government from the old world, so from Europe. All these monarchies and authoritarian, totalitarian countries, and they wanted to come to the United States. They came to the United States. They wanted to build a form of government that was completely antithetical to everything they left back in the old world. And they did their best. They did their.
Antithetical.
Nobody's putting them on pedestal as like they're perfect. They just did
Founders
amazing
in
jobs.
hold on a second.
The country
The founders,
today.
hold on a second. The founders, in their own right, before they got to we need a different governing document, applied for the rights of Englishmen along the basis of the English Constitution, which helped, which was written with the Magna Carta in 1215. So they were very, very wed to the Enlightenment ideas of Great Britain at the time. What they were fleeing pursuit from a lot of the time was an established church, and how a lot of the folks that were Quakers and more Puritany did not have the ability to freely worship because there was a state religion in England.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you
That's what I'm saying.
think we could have a constitutional, do you think we could have a constitutional convention today? Do you think they could put a group of people together and write a constitution?
We would go straight into some form of like hyper-authoritarian government. I think putting all of the sovereign power of America in a room, since what we did the first time was, hey, you're supposed to amend the Articles of Confederation, not come up with a totally new document. All of that sovereign power in a room, I don't trust.
Yeah, these politicians today, I don't think they're mature enough to go nowhere near that Constitution. And we already know the type of things that they would change. That First Amendment is going away. That Second Amendment is going away. The Fifth Amendment is going away. All the things that these politicians need to weaponize their power against people is going away. Oh yeah, this batch of politicians, they're just not mature enough to touch. Yeah, they're not mature enough to touch them. You know, the Constitution, like somebody said earlier, is a perfect document. The problem is, it's just like in law. How the law is written and how it's applied is two different things. And that's what's wrong with the Constitution. They don't actually do things in regards to the Constitution. It's like the Bible. You know how people pick and choose what parts of the Bible they want to believe in? The Constitution is the same way.
Abby, I'm curious to know what your answer to the question that you asked is.
I know from another country that has had a constitution committee now for many years, and very bright people on it, and they can't get a consensus. I'm not going to get into what country it is, but they've been debating, and they can't put together a constitution. I don't think we could, but I did want to say to DJ, if all of a sudden they abolished the first, second, fourth, let's get rid of search and seizure, let's get rid of the fifth, you still have the Ninth Amendment, which is curious, because if you look at the Ninth Amendment, and let's say they didn't get rid of that, that gives you fundamental rights that aren't enumerated, that aren't stated. So unless they said you don't have a right to free speech, they just got rid of the amendment, you still might have it implied in the Ninth Amendment. It's just food for thought. But
yeah, that makes sense.
I think you could not find if you took our best scholars, if you took every top constitutional scholar that publishes what we call the Horn books, the treaties of constitutional law, put them all in a room to try to write it, I just don't think it could happen today.
That's
Yeah, we're way too divided. It's different. We're way too divided. It's different. They were writing the Constitution right after, the Revolutionary War. So, they were united under, facing a common enemy of, King George and
The Constitution, though, they were not united. They split themselves into two-man camps, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. At the Constitutional Convention.
Well, I'm talking about compared to today. Like, they were a million times more united than we are today.
But they also had the advantage of a failed interim step, right? I mean, so the Articles of Confederation, which were much more minimalist, weren't working, right? And so they had that, and really the Constitution, and this is where people question the legality of the Constitution, rightly, right? There was no mandate to go write a new Constitution. There was a mandate to, what they were called to do was to get together and amend the Articles of Confederation. And they just said, all right, now we're going to start from scratch and write a new Constitution, which they really didn't have the authorization to do, but the states signed off on it. They wanted the states ratified it, but that was not their charge when they went in.
So let me ask y'all a question. If we were to release everybody from prison who shouldn't be per the Constitution, say they're there, if somebody was to look at their case and match it up with the Constitution, what percentage of prisoners you think will get released from prison?
Like, what part of the Constitution, though? Do you mean, like,
just
if the Amendment rights were violated? Do you mean, like, corpus? What are you talking
just anything,
or,
just
like,
any
the
part,
14th
just any
Amendment
part
to
of
due
it.
process?
Just any part of it, any part of the Constitution that we're going to weigh against his case, and we're going to decide if he should be released from prison or not because it was a constitutional violation.
It depends on, like, where the person committed said offense and what they did. For it to be a constitutional violation on the state level, it has to be both violation of state law or policy as well as violation of federal law or policy. So the question would be, these first, what are they charging this person for on a state level, and then what are they reaching to the federal level to charge if it's a violation of the Constitution, right? My point is like the 15th Amendment, where you don't get actual due process as prescribed by law in both the 15th and the 14th and the 5th Amendment, right? So you could file then if you didn't get the right to due process, but the question is like, are we talking about taking people for minor amounts of drugs? Are we talking about people who got caught up in federal sting operations that really didn't have anything to do with them in the first place, right? Like, it requires a specific part of the Constitution to look at. I understand what you mean, but we need some examples to hone in better on what you're trying to say.
So,
is it appeal a conviction or something like that?
Just like DJ Fridays.
Yeah, if you got the money to do that, I just was always under the impression that they wrote that in order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim. And the majority of people in prison aren't there for victimless crimes. And then just all the other due process violations that come from judges and the DA. And people go to prison on that shit because they don't have the money to fight. You gotta have money to do an appeal. That ain't nothing for people that are running into it.
We afford counsel to indigents in our country.
Even for appeals?
We afford counsel. I mean, people have PDs. That's
She's
why
saying they provide a free lawyer for people who are poor.
there's no.
Can't afford your lawyer, you're assigned a public defender.
But DJ, are you talking about situations if you're incarcerated, then it's probably going to be a Fourth Amendment violation or something regarding the evidence and whether something was tainted. I mean, I'm just trying to use an example that would come up with someone who got convicted of a crime, and they could argue, fruit of the poisonous tree arguments, something like that. I mean, that's going to get tested through our court system, which is constitutional, and you are going to have a jury of your peers, and you are going to go through that process, and you are going to be afforded counsel. So what part along the way are you contesting? That you didn't have a proper hearing, a proper trial, it didn't comply?
Yeah, I mean, all of those things. I just see it like, just all of those things, man. In this country, if you don't have the resources,
right, DJ. I have so many friends that would tell you to go take a hike that work their asses off as PDs. You do that to get your trial time in, but there are people that are career PDs. I mean,
I
that's,
believe that. No, I'm not saying that.
they work hard, those guys. Same with the young DAs and the prosecutors. I mean,
Not all states have the same kind of policies and PDs. In the South, you don't find nearly as many public defenders, and you don't always get access equally in all urban environments. So to say it's a common right for everybody is false belief.
And just growing up, I've never been in trouble with the law ever in my life, but just having friends, and I go to their court cases with them, and the public defender is like just rubber stamping everything. It's like he's just there to guide you, to prison. He wasn't really advocating for you, and I'm not saying this applies to everybody, because everybody has their own ambition level. Yeah, because if I was a public defender, I'm trying to win those cases to put the score on the board, so I can one day have my own practice. That's what I was. But it's so many times, man, where a lot of public defenders, especially in certain communities, man, they're just there to be a rubber stamp for the court system. There's lawyers that are private lawyers that are full of shit. That they just want to get paid. They don't really think for their clients.
Everything's perfect.
Okay, I was going to close this 10 minutes ago. This is very useful, but I don't want to moderate it beyond the time. I'm not sure what to do. I think what I'll do is close it, and we will open this up again next week. Marshall has left, it looks to me like, and this was his question. So I think he was expecting it to be done at 3:30, or my time. I'm in the Pacific Coast. So we will open this again next week, and I don't know, we'll try to pick it up where we left off, try to make it a little more organized. But I really appreciate everyone's participation, and I particularly appreciate that there was no pretexting today. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Come right over here to ask you a question, so I don't want to hear nothing.
That's what my mom be saying. Quesadilla.
You need somebody to translate? Oh, for homework? Yeah, for homework. Oh, okay.
I be like, where's the
She be like, oh, I love some tortillas.
I almost choked on that.
They're so good. Can I get some extra tortillas? And girl, you know what?
Not tortilla. Tarantulas.
They have the best tortilla chips, baby.
Did you guys see where they said for the media, do not cover any disturbances or anything about people having anything to say about Trump, any protesters at the U.S. Open, some broadcast that shit?
They literally snuck him in, and then they snuck him in before the crowd got there. And then when people were booing, they cut the audio so that we can't hear the boos.
They don't cover that at all.
They were like,
Well, they covered it because I saw quite a few videos with them booing the shit out of him.
Y'all gonna get in trouble for posting it. Yeah.
you know what? Y'all remember a few years ago, well, not a few years ago, when he it was before he became president, he got roasted for his birthday on Comedy Central.
He got mad.
Oh, he got so mad, and then was telling everybody was like, he was telling us not to post shit and to cut shit out or whatever. Like he was like this about everybody was like, I would never do this again. I would never want to roast him again. He has the worst sense. He was visibly uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting some of that.
The roast the way they tore Justin Bieber ass up.
You said by the big pot? I don't see nothing here. Did we redo it?
What you mean effed it up? How they F it up?
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't want to get sued.
Don't do it for the promo, bro. Why would you do it for promo?
No, I'm saying
Are you giving one?
Girl, no, I think she needs to go on mute. I think she needs to go on mute.
Wait, is he talking to me or?
No.
Oh, okay. That's why I wear toe separators because I wear boots all the time. So at night, after I take a shower, I put toe separators on my feet so I don't ever have to get that. That's what you need to do. Like, yeah, because rubbing, because my feet are like swollen, and I was like, okay, so it's rubbing, and then like when I went to her, it's not even a.
How far are you from your phone right now?
Me?
Have you just walked up and left your phone? Because you. No, I can hear her. Can you hear me? I can hear her very low. Yeah. That's loud.
Yeah, that's because I'm outside and I have the earphones in outside. I feel some kind of way giving her that money, because you know in New York you don't tip, they got a fucking attitude if you come back. Yeah, but you know how to sit this down. You better girl, you better go see her down. I'll pay you work for that. It's not petty, it's not that big. It's like, it's what's rubbing, it only rubs. But then get a pumice stone, I am, I'm going right now to go get one, because it's not even that big. It's from that night I worked 16 hours and it just kept rubbing. So I thought she's like, hey, you've been stoning it. What, you know what I'm saying?
No, get this thing, it's called a foot mask, and it like exfoliates your foot, baby, give you a whole new foot.
A foot mask? Big dead skin. Yeah, they got it outside.
It'll remove that. It like removes it over like a period of like a week. It peels off. But like everybody should try this.
I better go. It's gonna take a week. I better go get it now.
Yeah, it's like it uses, I think, like fruit acids or something, and it just exfoliates your foot. It's kind of disgusting, but the end of it. Yo, my friend said he wear a different shoe size now.
So his callus went down that big. He gave
No, but it not only removes that callus, but I'm gonna get a little scientific real quick. You know the skin on your feet is 20 times thicker than the skin everywhere else, right? So any of you get a lot of dead skin on you, even if you don't feel it, you do. So like even the top of your foot, it peels all of that off.
No, it's so cool the way it peels.
It's not cool, it's so gross.
It is so cool. My kids love it. Okay. They're like, Mom,
it's so gross. When you take your sock off, it looks like a shell. You be like,
Okay, stay focused. So what happened now? So what happened to your friend's foot?
oh, so he did
So
one.
he's a smaller size.
We all did. But I seen his feet before. He don't have bad feet or nothing. It was never like crusty or nothing. But he said that he did one. And we was talking about, because if you never did it before, the first time you do it, it peels for like longer than a week, like maybe like 10 days. It just keeps on peeling. And so
you gotta do it, guys.
Don't hurt it. Don't hurt it.
I don't like the sound of this. It sounds like some snake stuff going on.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that.
I'm about to put it so you guys could get it.
Okay, it's so good, y'all.
In the is a detox, so it removes
Oh, the
all the toxins
pads.
from
Oh,
your
yeah, I
body.
did those before.
I did that one too. I got these.
Once I was sick, it got me right together. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so Pat is Pat. Let me tell you right now, baby cakes. Pat and good. Pat, him and Lalinga Lunga. Don't even say Target in this room because you said I could get it from Target.
You can get it on Amazon. Just look up foot pads.
I need it now. I need it now, just because it's bothering me.
Well, go to Walmart. But you can get it from Walmart too, or I think you was at Target the other day going in there again.
Yeah, I was, girl. I gotta get busy.
She already said that's where she was on her way to.
Hello? Because I gotta go to work tomorrow and.
Yeah, you can get them there. You put some booty, you just put it on, and you keep it on your foot for like an hour and a half, an hour, depending, and then when you take it off, it's not gonna do nothing when you take it off, but like maybe 3 days in, because you're gonna forget about it. You're gonna be able to take that sock off, and it's gonna
That sounds scary.
I'm glad. And then when you feel your feet is gonna feel like baby's feet.
Yo, it feel like a new foot. It feel like my feet so soft.
So you got, so is it like on the outside or on the
What's the bottom? No,
she was saying
it was rubbing on my instep. You know, like right in my heart. That freaking.
But a particular, I don't know, mod that was praised at being a good mod decided to be, for me at that moment in time, a terrible fucking mod, right? And it kind of just sidetracked the whole conversation. But what I wanted to put into like the whole conversation was, which wasn't going to sidetrack the whole thing, was I wanted to point to design. Design is, how do I put this? It has intent behind it and it has purpose behind it. You won't know about the intent or purpose in its entirety if you don't creator itself, right? So also you have another element which will.
Oh, guys. Yeah, but she said a pumice. The pumice is the rock, right?
Just like.
Yeah. Not that she's pumice.
Yeah, it's not like she's cutting it away. It's just.
But if the callus looked like it was too much, she might not have wanted to go in and then cause it to open up. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably why she made the decision.
My damn foot is not that. And the reason I didn't do, I can't tell you why I didn't do it. I can't put my leg up anymore. So I was like, okay, let me just go get this done real quick. And I made it clear. But the funny thing about it, when I came in there, I said, oh, I got this thing right here. Oh, we do. Now when it's putting the lotion on, we don't do. And then I got to the thing, and he goes, you tip. It's like, I don't like that pressure. If I want to tip, I'm going to tip. If I don't want to tip, I don't want to tip. Don't ask me. You tip. And I'm taking the money to pay you for the service. Oh my God.
Yeah, sweetie was good. Like,
You should have told him that. You should have said no because she didn't do my callus. I don't know me black lady in it. No, I ain't doing it. She did my callus.
I just want to say something to my people.
I saw my first lady check your back channel. I mean, check your text message. And Womack, you too.
Fuck around, go check your phone, but see how you get next text. Yeah, for my people, please always tip on services. When I used to be a waiter, this is terrible, but I used to always just be like, oh, I don't want the black couple. Get them to somebody else. I don't want that Hispanic couple. Yeah, because especially if it's a nigga that going out with his girlfriend. No, you're not about to waste my time, bro. Let me get Molly and Shannon. Let me get them.
I literally had to stop my man from over tipping. I was like, that's just extreme. And they didn't do all that. And I was in the service industry for years. And I always
should hate on somebody's tips. Oh my God.
Over tipped. What is it? What is the normal tip that you guys? What is if we went out for lunch or something, say it was 15%, say it was like
So for my
say if it was like $40, he would give them like $40 more. I'm like, that's I love him.
Yeah, Lisa, like one haircut, I typically tip like $5 or $6. That's it.
How much is a haircut?
45.
I do my nails like that.
over there. Oh, I still do. Sometimes when I go home and somebody gave me $100 and all they got was like sushi, like 2 rolls. Nothing wrong with overtipping.
Oh, we like that.
He just did it all the time. I was like, I was just wondering if he could even count. And like, his ass is old, so he needs to start saving his money. Shit.
No, Michigan is good. When I used to bartend, I had this one dude that would come in all the time, and no matter what his bill, he'd only usually get 1 or 2 drinks. He would just leave $100 bill.
Yeah, I did that too when I was attending bar.
Do you leave his phone number?
No, it wasn't for me. He was just not lit. Right. But you know, I bartended with a woman.
Is your item ready here?
Alright, so who's on the mic? Who's on the mic at the store?
Scotty's still at the store. God damn.
I'm out at the store.
I say the Lord's name is man.
Oh, I didn't mean that part.
That's Patty.
Yeah, Patty was doing self-checkout.
Definitely am not. You want to talk to the lady? I told y'all that. Okay.
Man, just all this TV or something.
Patty, you're not.
Have y'all never put a TV on the bottom of y'all cart or some check out and just walked out with it?
No.
You said that so casually, I believe you.
We got 2 of them out night.
No,
No, but bro, I told you, you ever go to Lowe's?
What's the move, Jess?
no, he's not repeating that again.
Definitely left with some cases of water, but that's about it.
On that bottom rack, they don't be saying that.
Y'all talking over Haitian. Why y'all doing that? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Nah, I'm just saying, you ever seen motherfuckers at Home Depot or Lowe's stealing this shit, running out?
No.
I didn't have
They be selling it at Home Depot? Huh?
They be selling like toolboxes, whatever they can get, equipment.
Mm.
You run out with the store with
Yeah,
this
I've
big.
seen that. The Hispanic.
I'm saying, I've been in the store where it's not been, where I seen it, like, real time.
Mm.
Yeah, that's why now they be watching those cameras because they be stealing the drills and all that kind of stuff like that. Yeah, and they be running the fuck up right out there.
Well, you know, in Georgia, I don't know if it's a Georgia thing, but like they can't do or say nothing to you. Like they can't touch you. They can't even walk out to the car. They can't even follow you outside and get your license plate. Like they gotta leave it all the way along. My homeboy, he's like a head manager at Saks, and he said the only thing they can say, no loss prevention can, but that's if they come out. But like as like the associates or super managers, they can't do nothing. He said the only thing they can say. He said they only say if they see like them stolen merchandise. He said they can say something like, "Oh, can I help you find some pants with that shirt?" Like that's the only thing they can say.
Wow.
We'll definitely know that.
Well, in the supermarket, the lady took a pack of steak, potatoes, and a can of corn. And they try to tack her down to the floor. I'm like, let that woman go. What the fuck? She trying to feed her family.
Exactly.
Like, when it's food, I be like, yo, let them go, bro.
Yeah, like you was stealing
It's not that serious. It's not that serious.
So I paid $74 today, y'all. And the only thing I bought was yellow rice, creamer, Maria taco kit, because I'm lazy.
Patty trying to be Mexican.
And 2 cake. No. I bought a taco kit.
crazy.
She said no.
Oh, they have a burrito, taco cake, bonita, whatever. Girl. Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm gonna tell you that I seen it because I had bought roast so I can make Maria. I already got the other stuff. That's what I was gonna make for dinner tonight. I got it in the thing. And then I had
And First Lady, you didn't do me a shopping call. Can you send me that video? Thank you.
but yeah, it's by Old El Paso.
First Lady, you didn't hear me? Stop looking at me like that.
Man, it look like this real
He's gonna go get a ball player on his ass.
What that nigga say? What he said?
He bring everybody up with him.
We're gonna do one person at a time. Omar Bartal, focus on Omar Bartal. Go look into his credentials. He had wrote a whole bunch of articles and reports and whatever about the Holocaust, and he's a known genocide study scholar. You know what I'm saying? And he wrote an opinion piece in New York Times. He was given a chance because of his credentials to write an opinion piece. What is a genocide? What is not a genocide? Literally, the fucking title of that article, it says, it's a genocide when I see one. It says right here, I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it. And look into the facts. Look into the statements. Look into the intent. Look into all of that shit.
Also, fuck Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Fuck Netanyahu.
Dan, are you trying to unfuck Netanyahu, or are you gonna say fuck Netanyahu?
I don't really care about Netanyahu.
Can you say fuck Netanyahu?
Stay with us.
Give me a second, hold on.
He's not gonna say it, because it's gonna hurt his feelings. Oh my god, we got Reza Pahlavi coming up now.
Okay,
Iranians always fucking fuck up the room. Not you Americans, I'm talking about the Reza Pahlavi supporters.
No, sir. If you give me a chance,
Yes, sir, you fucking Reza Pahlavi supporter.
I don't care. If you give me
Reza Pahlavi! We need to coexist!
Yeah, just sorry. I didn't say nothing about it.
No, I said Reza Pahlavi is a bitch, he's a terrorist, okay? That's it, thank you.
Can we fundraise tonight?
That resistance is a brutal bastard.
Why? What happened?
He's just too brutal. That guy's doing too much.
Wait, hold on. I'm reading something. Can I send you something to check out as well? And then what?
Yeah, no, but I want you to read Omar Bartal. If it has to do with other, whatever, we're focusing on Omar Bartal right now. It is really Jew.
Yeah, no, it's just.
I want you to read this. Take your time. We're gonna sit here. I'm gonna wait for you. I have all day. Wait for you. I'm gonna wait for you. Right? I'm getting paid by the Iran. That's what all these fuckers say on this app. All the Zionists say that I get paid by RDC bullshit. I'm gonna sit on my fucking ass and wait for your stupid response. I'm gonna wait for 5 minutes. We have people like Caleb.
That's so kind of you, and you're such a good guy.
Thank you. So Jinder, tell us what happened when you started.
I was just in that room with Amos, and that resistance is brutalizing this Palestinian lady, Palestinian woman.
Add me to salad, but a lot
Christian,
of
this Christian, that is just too brutal, too much to deal with.
Oh, what's her name, probably? She don't like Muslims. Let me see.
Which Palestinian lady?
Galilean, probably.
No, her Princesa or something like that.
Did she change her name?
I don't know, but no, that's not the Korean girl now.
Okay, I read it.
Bro, you read within 1 minute you read it?
Well, I was
30
reading
minutes.
since like you said.
30 minutes is all.
It's only
That
been
was
2
a part of the
minutes.
book.
I'm fast reader, alhamdulillah.
At the age of 26, Wednesday, hang on, please. I just can't believe you. No. Anyways.
Okay, I'm here. So, from what I understood, is that he's arguing that there is high destruction in Gaza, which basically qualifies for the whole or in part destruction as part of the genocidal convention. He says that he doesn't explicitly say, but he basically goes over the fact that Palestinian people are people, therefore like it qualifies for the people part. And then he says that the statements made by the Israeli officials are like kind of enough to infer like something, but not exactly the high special genocidal intent to like do the thing. So,
and it goes into the intention as well. Did you read the intention part?
400 out of 600.
let me see, maybe
See, this is the problem when you're under the age of 26, 20 years old. It only took you 1 minute to read a fucking long ass article. This is the problem with these kids nowadays, man. These kids, I don't know. They want to come up here and freaking argue over genocide. On one side, this kid is going against the genocide. On the other side, the kids are getting genocided, but he doesn't want to stand up against the genocide. He's literally defending against what Israel's doing to them. It's okay. It's not a genocide. It's a part of the war. They're gonna justify it. It's disgusting.
But scientifically, he's not ready, right?
Yeah, he needs to be age of 26. We can talk to Pahlavi supporter. Hey, Pahlavi supporter, you want to speak? You support Israel?
You are not respect my king and you don't respect
King, fuck your king and fuck that terrorist king.
So fuck you,
Fucking
motherfucker.
fuck that Iranian king, that bitch, Pahlavi.
Then we don't have a king anymore.
Pahlavi bitch.
Okay, so basically,
This room is crazy. That's crazy. That's how I was waking up. I knew. I was like, get up, get up.
What king is this guy talking about?
I don't know.
Pahlavi.
Where's this king? I don't
So
see it.
this flag, that flag that they have it on their profile, you'll see them in some of the Iranian room. They're the big supporter of Reza Pahlavi. This is like the old flag. You see what I'm saying? Under the king. Or they call it
Is
king.
he still alive?
No, his son is Reza Pahlavi.
Is he king of nobody? Like just in his basement? Like sitting on his lonely king's chair?
He's going to be Dan's king. Dan, would you take him as a king, the guy that was just in here? Keep in mind,
hell no.
he'll do you dirty because he supports Reza Pahlavi.
Amir,
You didn't read it again. You didn't read it?
You're not reading it. You're just skimming through it. Why do you want to be a debate, bro? It's so obvious.
You're just a kid, man. You're just a child. We used to see it in the Dava room. You know, remember in the Islamic Dava room, some kids would come in. They used to come in.
It's just growing.
Did you just fart? Did you just fart?
He's getting frustrated now, hopping and hopping.
Please don't fart in this room. We're gonna need some air freshener.
Sunshine, engage with me. Okay, so for special intent, he basically cited a bunch of public statements made by Israeli officials, which said that they advocate for harsh measures and like dehumanization. And then he basically talked about systematic practices, killings, forced displacements, destruction of civil infrastructure, blah 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 blah, and said that that is unlikely without an intent to destroy a significant part of the group. But then the important thing for the Genocide Convention is that he said that the actual special intent is very hard to prove, which is one of the more critical points for the whole thing. You realize that?
It's easy to prove based on the statements, Dan. You didn't read that part. Okay.
I did. Can you read something for me? Amir, can you read something for me? I'll just send you a link quickly.
Hang on. Let me go over this article because we need to dive into this article. This is from New York Times. Alright, he goes, what I fear in the aftermath of Gaza genocide, it will no longer be possible to continue teaching and researching the Holocaust in the same manner as we did before. Because the Holocaust has been so relentlessly invoked by the State of Israel and the defenders as a cover-up for the crimes of the IDF, the study and remembrance of the Holocaust could lose its claim to be concerned with universal justice and retreat into same ethnic ghetto in which it began its life in the end of World War II. So, my friend, he's calling it genocide all over that fucking article. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, yeah, he's citing public statements made by officials, but that's not good enough for the high intent, like the special intent. Literally not.
Yeah, and he even says discrediting genocide. So scholars who call out Israel genocide in Gaza as anti-Semitic threatens to erode the foundation of genocide studies. They called him a self-hating Jew, by the way, even though he's an Israeli Jew, and he's a study scholar. He's a fucking, I don't know, over 10, 20 years of fucking, if you read up on his credentials, oh my god. He's got a whole bunch of awards, he wrote a whole bunch of books, he did a whole bunch of shit, man. This guy is famous. Just look him up on, you have ChatGPT then?
No.
Okay, do you have any AI? Do you have YouTube AI?
Don't think that exists.
Do you have Grok from Twitter?
No.
Anyone else looking?
Do you have a head on top of your head or on top of your body?
Don't have AI.
No, you don't have a head either. Okay. Anyways, alright, what do you want me to read, man? It literally fucking goes into the intention. It proves everything that it's a fucking genocide. I don't know what you want about, man.
No. I just said it again. You read the statements. I said, yeah, there's public statements made by officials.
That's the intention word. That's the intention word. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who told you that? Who told you it's not good enough? If a commander of IDF says to genocide them, kill them, take off the lights, these are genocidal statements coming from the head of the Yolan said this. I don't know if you know about the first fucking statement when he was a commander of IDF. Oh my god. People like you are Delulu. You just came to defend Israel. You're Delulu for real. I wish you weren't Delulu. I wish you weren't. You're a young kid, so I'm just giving you benefit of the doubt. I'm just giving you benefit. Did you serve in the IDF?
No, because I came later.
Okay, are you going to serve in the IDF?
Yeah, maybe probably later, yeah.
Okay, don't do it. Otherwise, I'm going to call you a baby killer. Okay? As soon as you serve in the IDF, the name goes out to everybody, it's a fucking baby killers. Alright, and you know what a baby killer is? That title is really, really bad and it's gonna trigger the fuck out of you. You become a baby killer. So when you go, instead of serving in the fucking IDF, go serve in time in the jail. Okay? Don't serve in the IDF. You agree? Capiche? You agree?
Hell no.
You're not gonna agree with your pro-patty brother? You're not gonna agree, you're gonna hurt my feelings.
Where are you from?
It doesn't matter. I'm in California right now. You're gonna hurt my feelings by not conceding that you're not gonna serve in the IDF. You have to make this promise. Can you go serve in the jail instead of fucking, don't go back to fucking Israel. Go to Russia or something.
Brother, Allah has assigned the Holy Land to me and my
No, Allah has not assigned you shit. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, you have spread corruption on the land, killed multiple prophets, broke the covenant. This is mentioned in my book. And even in your book, you killed multiple prophets and did a whole bunch of crazy shit on that land. This is not a holy land. This is a man-made land by who? By fucking atheist, agnostic motherfuckers like Theodore Herzl, Ben Gurion, Eliezer Ben Yehuda, Jabotinsky. All of these founding fathers were the one behind it, creating the state. They were motherfucking atheists and agnostic. This is not, God cannot give you this land.
Amen, I got. Read for me, Quran, Al-Isra, 17:104. Please.
He wants to read 17:104. What does it say?
I don't know, you read for me. Read it.
Oh, he's bringing up Quran. Okay, I hope he knows more about Quran than I do. Quran, chapter 17.
I know that the Quran is true for you. It's the word of Allah for you. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, what it says, and we conveyed to the children of Israel in scripture that you will surely cause corruption in the heart twice, and you will surely reach a great hideousness. So what does that tell you? Corruption on the land. Who did this? Who did this? Who's spreading corruption on the land?
Are you really going to be dishonest about that shit?
I just told you. Did you read the whole context of it? You can't just go based on one word. You know this, right, Dan? You have to read before and after.
So,
no, but you do realize that
clear,
there's about Allah 7 million
Jews in the
we're
U.S.
Corruption.
There's
Then we're going to go out to Lebanon.
over
We're going
10
to back
million
again.
evangelical.
Let's read the tafsir. Do you know how to read the tafsir?
In
You know what the tafsir is?
But it's gonna get their lick
Listen,
in. They got paid with.
and your parents
Okay?
came from Poland?
Because one thing we're gonna do is
You're gonna watch, you're gonna observe. The dark side motherfuckers, they don't mind getting packed up in a room, okay? They don't mind playing away games. They don't mind none of that shit. We don't give a fuck about winning a fucking crash out. It's about winning the narrative at the end of the day. It's about, you know, having a solid like you coming under motherfuckers that literally violated everybody. You were just literally caping for Larry. What, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks?
Financially, and I can get the numbers. You might just take that simple Google, which was invented by Israelis, and search the top lobbyists in Washington.
Google was invented by the Israelis? That's a new one.
Shocking. Sergey, he's really wealthy today from it. So let's take a look at the Association of Realtors and look at the Blue Cross, Blue Shield, the insurance companies, the pharmaceutical.
I was trying to play some music, but fuck. I want that good music time.
BB, you did a great job last night. I mean, you know, you forced the positive. Congratulations.
I tried, man. Thank you.
You know, I can prove to people that Israel loves peace. They just have to read the Tanya. And if you read the Tanya here on this app, you can prove to these deranged, psychotic, probably depressed people on this app. I just listened to Amir's room for an hour. He's a neurotic. He hate, you know, you can just observe these people. They don't change. And they're just doing, it's like a show for them, but it's not educational. So where does that take you? It takes you nowhere.
Yeah, it's that word, echo chamber. And then there's a new contestant every week for that. Amir will showcase for a week, and then that person will fuck up, and Amir will be like, get into a fight with him, and the guy moves on. Last week it was Ralph. This week it's this guy Josh or something. It's just somebody new every week. It's the funniest shit, and it's so predictable what they do. It's just so predictable.
It's a group thing. It's a complete group thing. And can I say a circle J also? As a lady.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, this book I have, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, the former Roman emperor, he says, throw your books away lest you die murmuring. And I'm thinking, like, you know what? Books are what can set us free. Clubhouse is what the murmuring is.
Yeah. So, Michelle, the guys circle J, and the women twiddle be twiddle bum.
It reminds me of this documentary I saw recently where they interviewed like different tribes in Africa, and most of them claim to be the forgotten Jews that didn't go to Moses with Moses out into the milk and honey, the promised land. They are those type of people. I'm convinced.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. I used to make a joke and say, I wish your parents loved me more and they didn't let you play fucking like street sports without wearing a helmet. And as a result, this is where you are now. But I'm starting to think my joke is reality. There's head trauma. There's some type of trauma that happened. And some people come to Clubhouse
remembers that guy on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, maybe TikTok? All you want is pain. You love the pain. Something like that he would say. I don't know if that word is pain was what he's saying. Anyways, all they want is stress. They don't know any difference. It's like they're caught in this hostile environment where all they know is stress and all they know is heartache and headache. And that's why I make a joke in my room. I'll make this show's brought to you by Tylenol. They gotta leave with a headache. But they love it. They love the drama.
Well, part of the problem is it's not just the speakers, it's the third party agents. It's us, it's you, it's me, it's we. It's engaging them, which even gives them any inflation or any gas to their motor. I mean, we're the oil to their inner workings because it takes, opposites. It takes the left hand, the right hand, black and white, upper teeth, lower teeth, eyelids. You see what I'm saying? That it's like quantum theory where they're able to how does that experiment work where they run the ions through this detector and I can't remember how or it's hindsight, like it's like hindsight bias effect or something, that by running the experiment, God, what, do you know what I'm talking about, baby? Where they run the experiment, but there's like a cognitive bias where by running the experiment itself, it creates the effect. So I can't explain the words. I don't have the words right now.
I found it, guys. I found it. Watch this. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? I know what you're talking about. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, my phone's not working. Hold on. Can anybody hear me now? Please.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so this I found it. Here it is. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. That guy. That's Clubhouse.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is you have to work to create peace. You can't just that's the thing. It's like people either come here to create peace or they do come here to relish in problems, create problems, stir the pot. But I know no better way to create peace than to read the word or books or Torah or wisdom. And people don't do that here. I think that, I went out into the real world to get petitions signed for upcoming March primary, and I encountered the same thing in the real world as I did here on Clown House. There are people who can't live in peace and want to create problems. But it's you, the communicator, who, if you're patient and you're kind and you're selfless, you can essentially, I don't know if you can transform them, but you can at least, protect your own garden in a way so you can remain in peace, because I'm not trying to be self-centered. I want to tikkun olam, but at the same time, I say peace now, and that's where I want to be.
No, I think you're very special, like human, because you constantly, selflessly speak like that. Every time you walk in the room, you're like, you need more Torah, you need more Talmud, you need more Tanya. Like, no, you say you need more Tanya and you need more Torah. And for those of you who are familiar, basically you need your book of faith. You need to shine, you need to be a little bit of light, spread out the darkness. And I think that's important, and not enough people are saying that. And I've picked up on what you were saying, and I try to do that now. I learned from that, and I thank you. So I try to do that in my rooms, and I try to spread a little bit of light, because it wards off so much darkness, and it's important. And that's why I'll do music rooms, or I'll talk, and I'll let people talk without interruption. And I know it may not solve anything, but I want people to actually listen instead of just talking.
Yeah, this is like, we are talking through a program. This conference call is a program, and if you bring in another program into the program, aka Wisdom or Torah, you can modify this program because it's all based on words. So
It becomes a feature. It becomes a feature.
yeah,
It's a featured
yeah,
program.
exactly. There's like, you can be strategic as well about how you deploy it because there's times where you can essentially stop the chaos instantaneously if you so choose, and you can force people to go into the feature.
Absolutely. And there's not enough of that going on, and that's where the problem lies. The problem is, that video I just put of that guy, I want problems, and I want peace. But it's amazing how popular that video became. When you look at it, how many views were on it, it's sickening.
Which one?
I don't want peace, I want problems.
Oh.
Sending it to people because that's the way the world is becoming. So it became very popular because that 5-second video called out the world.
um, I gotta say, like, so I went to this farmer's market, and there's all these people that work on farms. They got children that work on the farms. Some of them are Mennonites, or they're German, I guess Mennonites. They're basically they're like Mormons, or not Mormons, Amish. They're anti-technology, big into action, big into farming. They don't have a lot of these mental health problems that a lot of people do. In generalized society, because their education and their whole life has essentially been, in a way, digital. They're not reading; they're just looking at their cell phones.
So my brother's very religious. He raises his kids religious. They don't have a TV. They don't listen to news. The kids go to Hebrew school, so they don't get indoctrinated by propaganda. And he said, and it's funny the way he said, I'm brainwashing my children. I said, brainwashing them. He said, yeah, he goes, you look at brainwashing as different, but I'll explain to you what I mean by that. I'm cleaning their brains to seek to be pure.
It is all programming. Your life is one long condition. Trump. Look at my PTR. Trump has conditioned many people, but many people rejected his conditioning. I'm just saying you can condition yourself. It's a choice, but you have to do work. And the secrets to life are in the hardest places to find, or to seek out. And really, it's a program. It's a feature. It's the book. And I mean, I'm surrounded by books. I've got I don't know, a couple thousand books in my house, and I forced that situation. Yeah, I try to Clubhouse, because it is so dynamic and it's so much in the now, and there's such a milieu, or a cornucopia of speakers. It is such a highly addictive app because, from a filmmaker perspective and recording, it's I think it's really a great product that I'm creating.
You could look at it as an audiobook.
Exactly.
As a toxic audiobook.
Exactly. Because it's my choice to what I want to listen to, or what I want to ingest for my media diet, and I'm choosing Clownhouse. But in the morning now, just last week I started reading books again out loud for about 2 hours every morning, and that conditioning that you can do in the morning for yourself is invaluable for your overall daily mental health, because you're filling yourself up with positive programming. And people on this app start their day out talking about the dumbest shit in the world. It's terrible conditioning, it's terrible programming. And this is why people go to college, to get programmed, to get conditioned, to also work your way into a network. But it's really the
It's funny
conditioning.
you say that. So I have my Teflon on my kitchen table, and I put it on the chair, and I'm rushing around in the morning, and I glance at it,
Mhm.
and then I'm walking out of the house, and I turn right around, and I'll pick up the Teflon, I'll shut the world out, I'll put it on my phone, Teflon prayer, go to the page, boom, and I'll wrap. And then there'll be other days I'll walk right by it, and I'll be like, I have until 8:50.
See, you actually, if in my opinion, if you read out loud in the morning, you're killing two birds with one stone because, as we just said, that listening to Clubhouse is basically nothing more than an audiobook. Um, but you are not just what you know, think. You're also what you hear and what you say. And when you read out loud, you're also listening. So what I'm saying is that Clubhouse is like doing an upload into your brain. And if you, uh, you know, override that upload by reading out loud in the morning, it's just, it's everything is just for a day. So if you can just read out loud tomorrow for an hour in the morning, I'll be there in your room. I'll record it. I'll put it on YouTube. Read something special, some wisdom, and then let's do an experiment and see how that impacts your day. And then we'll record your observations at the end of
I
it.
love that. I love that. Social experiment.
Yeah.
In life, real life.
And we're killing three birds with one stone that way. Because A, we'll do it on Clown House and we'll help program other people.
Yeah, it's like the Rebbe giving tzedakah, right? The whole point of it was one Jew helps out another Jew, and then that Jew helps out too. Now all of a sudden, four Jews got helped, and it becomes a ripple effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very. You're a white guy, bro. Thank you. Royal, there was this guy, I forget his name. Last name was Rage. First name was Black Rage. Black Rage. And then there was Scotty as well. It's been going on the last week where, well, it's been on for a while, but it's more prevalent in the last week or two, where people are just saying fuck Nazis. I wish, but I've heard it for the past 5 years. But I guess it's always been, but it's becoming more and more and more where they're like, Hitler didn't kill enough. Nazis, didn't do enough jobs for. There should be Nazis. Like they're just so backwards, and they say they're sucking and blowing at the same time. But no, I agree with that experiment, and I would love to engage in that and read something short because I find these long-winded things are no good. Something short, something sweet.
Well, no, don't make it too short. You need at least a decent amount of programming. Try to read for 10 minutes. We'll do 10-minute rotations. When I first met you, I did not like you. I thought it was like very, in hindsight, I thought it was very difficult to communicate with you. But you know who changed my mind about you and reframed my way of thinking? El Normo. He said to me, he says, don't be so hard on BB. And I said, I don't know, I was, and this is what he said. He said, BB's trying to be aspirational. Let him be aspirational. I was like, oh my God. I was like, you're right. I was like, why? That to me was like a really good reframe. I was like, why do I have a negative opinion about you? I was like, that's a me problem. So after he told me, he's like, let BB be aspirational, and I was like, wow, okay, you're right.
Well, thank you. I owe Normal a huge help. Is it to be aspirational?
To be himself, to be free, to say what's on his mind, to not judge his aspiration. That's what it meant to me.
Oh, I see. So there you go. A prime example is an aspirational goal, to become renowned author, wanting to do something for right people and refine their craft. An example of it, and relating to characterizing by a strong desire and ambition to achieve something significant or ideal, often reflecting hopes, dreams, or goals that inspire personal growth or success. I see. Thank you. That's clear. Well, one thing, well, I got through, I don't know if it was really today, but I guess it fed into today. Okay, for one, I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm going to admit it. But at a certain point, I was missing my prayers, right? After I got scammed and the whole thing happened on Clubhouse, I was missing some of my prayers. Actually, not some, like a lot of my prayers. I would make it to the mat sometimes, but then there'd be sometimes I wouldn't make it, right? And up until that point, like from the time I did my job, I never missed a prayer, not once. That was like my bare minimum. It was like the bare minimum I could do. Like in addition to that, I was reading the Quran. I was, studying fiqh, right? But I never thought that I could ever miss my prayers, right? And then it was humbling to see that at the end of the day, I'm not this, or some God.
Somebody's taking away, so I'll go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm still fallible. It was humbling to see how fallible I am. And that's what I came to realization today. Even though now I'm back on my prayers, like I'm not missing any prayers. And I'm motivated to pray again. I have that joy of praying that I used to get with praying. Especially when I memorize new surahs. So.
What if you look at it differently, that prayer keeps you motivated or gets you motivated instead of looking at it like, I need to be motivated to pray? What if prayer jumpstart your motivation for you?
Yeah, that's what it's funny because that's what it's doing to me today, right? In this state of mind that I'm in, right? Like I have it's like peaks and valleys with my motivation, okay? And they're triggered by events, of
Yeah, I'm
course.
gonna end this live stream when we started.
But in that state that I was in, it was like the prayer wasn't motivating me, and it was a struggle to get to my mat. Like I'd be crawling to my mat, forcing myself, psyching myself up, talking myself into it, and sometimes I just couldn't do it. Yeah, but now I don't even need to talk myself into it. Like I want to pray, I enjoy it. So yeah, but at that point, I wasn't. So I'm just happy that the motivation is back to pray because I really want to be not just a Muslim, but a devout Muslim. And I was very discouraged by the way a lot of Muslims were treating me.
And so whatever works for you that you can contribute to the world in a positive manner.
Right, exactly.
If you're doing things and you're not contributing in a positive manner, don't do it.
Exactly.
Why just limit yourself to Islam, though? I mean, there's 5 major world religions and hundreds of others. I'm just saying that why dedicate yourself to one specific information source as opposed to studying Buddhism or Hinduism or Judaism or Christianity or anything else? I mean, what is this fascination of yours with Islam?
That's a great question. And as someone who reverted from Christianity to Islam, right? Even as a Christian, I read books on Taoism. I read Confucius, his book, Confucius, right? Because I wanted to understand how different people from different perspectives were seeing God. In my mind, I think we all serve the same God, right? Especially if you say you're serving the God of Abraham, okay? You may disagree on things, that's fine. Right? There may be cultural
Yeah, but if you that problem with that is that's an all or nothing statement. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, that is a cognitive distortion disorder. It's called all or nothing thinking, that we all serve the same God. I would just say, even if that's true, we're still talking about databases in a way, or different large language models. And so, yeah, it's like the Tower of Babel. The challenge becomes there can be no peace because we're all operating in silos.
Agreed, exactly. And so to that point, oh my God, you make an amazing point, Mojo, because when I converted to Islam, and I was getting a lot of heat from Muslims, and people even telling me that I'm So for someone to say that about the thing that is the most important thing to me in my life, I mean, there are a lot of things that don't trigger me on Clubhouse, but that one hit. That would hurt. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. And so I always tell Muslims whenever I meet them, I always ask them, why don't you read
He
the
asks them.
why don't you read the Torah and the Bible? Right? Because you know that those books have divine truths. At least from the perspective of Islam, you know that these two other books have divine truths. You don't have to say, you don't have to agree that there's divine truth in Buddhism or Taoism or Confucianism or any of these other religions, right? But you know at least the other two. So why aren't you even furthering your education by reading these other books, even if you believe they're corrupt, right? But you know there's also some truth with the corruption. Why aren't you reading it? You should read it too, you know. And I said that today, and someone, of course, got really upset, you know, and started calling me, berating me and calling me names and stuff, which is fine. But for me, myself, I'm glad that I reverted from Christianity to Islam, because now I have the foundation of Christianity, having read the Bible so many times inside out. And now I'm going into Islam, and I'm going to do the same thing with the Quran. And even as a Muslim, I will do the same thing with the Torah. After I'm reading the Quran, from cover to cover, I'm going to go to the Torah. I'm going to make sure I read all three books, and I understand them inside and out. But yeah, I think it's important to at least have the knowledge and the awareness. Even though Islam is what I practice, it is my lifestyle, it is I worship Allah, right?
Well, what do you think the word Allah means?
What do I think it means? I know it means God. That's what it means to me, is God.
I mean, sound it out. All all. So is that saying that everything is God?
Well, it's not an English word.
It may not be English, but my point is, it's still a sound, and so all words are sounds. Just like the word Yahweh or Hashem. I mean, these are sounds, and so you know they're used in incantations, in meditation, in chanting. Om, you know, things like that. So what I'm trying to say is these are ways to clear the mind by chanting them. People say Allah, 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 like that. You know, that is to essentially cleanse the mind of all the other words that your brain is constantly generating.
Yeah. Well, for me, the name, you know, a lot of the things we as human beings care so much about, I think in the grand scheme, a God that is omniscient and omnipowerful, omnipresent, that has just such a huge, vast, unimaginable, like just unimaginable amount of knowledge. He's probably laughing at the things that we care about. You know, it's almost like the kid, when you're a kid, and you get really upset because somebody won't let you play with a toy that you really want to play with. You know, as an adult today, you wouldn't like, you know, if a kid wanted to play with a toy that you had much of, you would just give it to the kid. You wouldn't care about, you know, making sure you play with it first, right? But for a child, that's a priority, and that means something to be able to play with his toy. You know, and so I think that's the way God kind of sees us as children with kind of a limited intelligence. I know me, even me, that maybe sometimes I worry about things that don't really matter. You know? And the only really important thing is, again, to love God with all your heart and soul and all your strength, every single, as best as you can, and let that be informed the way you treat other people that He's created. always have different impressions of what kindness and love really looks like, and everyone just do your best.
There's a thing about studying. It's raising your intelligence, and when you raise your intelligence, you also raise your emotional intelligence, and that's what a lot of people haven't yet discovered on this app. Is that the higher the level of intelligence, the more books and the larger their language model and comprehension of those words, the higher their emotional intelligence will also be, and they won't engage in petty discourse and heated, angered conversation. That's a waste of time. That's for unintelligent people.
Exactly. Exactly. I actually left aside of Clubhouse because I started to realize that I haven't outgrown it. I started coming to different spaces.
But if you come back to teach people, to show them the enlightenment, you're a Buddha or a Bodhi. You're the Bodhisattva who returns to help other people achieve enlightenment. But I think only through intelligence can you probably get to that blessed state of divine understanding, and it takes work. Some people say it can be instantaneous, but I think it's you. I think until you know that it's stupid to road rage, you're still stupid. You haven't increased your intelligence enough.
Exactly. Why are you yelling at another guy in a car that you've never met before? You don't know what he's going through, and you probably never see this human being again. Why is it so important that he knows that you are upset? Right? Especially if he's not going to do anything about it. He's not going to say, I apologize. He's not going to, he doesn't have any intention of doing that. And you will never see this human being, you probably never see this human being again.
Well, this goes back to, in my opinion, back to Israel Gaza. A well-trained soldier and an officer is a gentleman. They don't go out and commit murder, but they will pursue justice and fight enemies to the death. And a ninja, a samurai, doesn't get emotional when he goes out on an operation. That's a distraction to his outcome and his goals. So part of education and training and discipline is the control of your emotions. And so many people are figuring this out. I mean, a lot of people have been discussing this for thousands of years because an emotionally disequilibrated person who has no emotional, balance is going to lose the battle. It's like swordplay. So I mean, it's warfare.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was like, there's another group of people that will disagree with you and say that, you know, um, it's actually a show of strength to show that emotion and to be, rambunctious and ferocious and argumentative. But when I meet people like that, I try to show them the other side, right? That it's actually a lot more powerful to be strategic than to be physically tactful. Like, it's so much more powerful, right?
Well,
So much more power.
people say the pen is mightier than the sword, but they're not really understanding that it deals with their intelligence, not with their distribution of that information. I'm just saying that we could talk about this for 100 more hours, and it still wouldn't be worth one good book.
And that whole phrase, the pen being mightier than the sword, right? It's not just the pen, of course, the pen itself, but some people may take it to mean writing, right? But it's about, again, strategy. It's about being strategic, right? And how strategy will always supersede and exceed any tactical efforts. It's just more impactful. Yes, I'm with you, Mojo. Right? I'm with you on that. I agree with you on that. I think more people that disagree on the app can find more things that they agree on. It's just that the things that they disagree
Well, if I could give you any advice, I would encourage you to enjoy wisdom in the same way that you might enjoy Thanksgiving, because you put a lot of different foods in your mouth and you like the flavor combination. So if you just go down the route of Islam, you will get tunnel vision and you will forget that there's many paths on the mountain. And it's don't just go on one hike, hike them all.
I do have tunnel vision now, and I'm aware of my tunnel vision, and I embrace it. However, even though I have a favorite mountain, right, and a favorite approach to God, I am interested in other mountains. Even though I love, I'm in Atlanta, I don't know where you are, but over here we have a couple mountains. Even though I love Stone Mountain, that's my favorite mountain, and it's really scary actually. There are people that have fallen off to their death. So every time I go there, I'm terrified. Um, and I go alone, which is crazy. But I do like other mountains, like Kempstone Mountain, and some of the smaller mountains, like the one in Sandy Springs and stuff. So, but my approach, my devotion, yes, is in Islam, because I've found not just a lifestyle um, that drives, not just, sorry, the deity that drives me as a religion, but most importantly, the lifestyle that kind of reinforces this sense of commitment and discipline and devotion. It's an app, right? And I love Clubhouse because it's kind of reframing my thinking about that. I'm building an app that is, I don't want to say destined to fail, but I'm not necessarily building it to succeed from a business sense, right? If I was building a dating app to succeed from a business sense, obviously the idea would be to keep people on the app and keep them dating, keep them dating, make the app a vibe, make it attractive to, let's say, Gen Z, younger millennials, and just make it a vibe, make it fun, make dating fun. But this app that I'm building makes dating more devotional, you know. Um, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens with it. It's almost like building a playground, but without toys, you know, because everything it's you get exclusivity from the onset, so you don't have all these matches and all these flavors.
What do you think about lying in relationships, or projection, or people who essentially don't want to say what they're actually all about or what they're doing? I mean, it seems to me like the birds and the bees aren't having huge conversations, you know, when they're flying from here to there. So I'm just saying that I think a lot of people either just don't want to say what's going on in their lives, or they lie about what they're doing, or because many of these women are so ultra connected to their cell phone, because they literally, if you're on Hinge and Bumble and you've been talking to people for years, you're like a realtor harvesting clients. You see what I'm saying? You're not actually in it to be in a union with one person. So people really are, in a way, super polyamorous now, but no one will admit it because, I mean, a lot of women are looking for that boat daddy or that sugar daddy, or, they're looking for that for that windfall. They're gold diggers.
Exactly. And it's a cognitive dissonance to say I'm looking for the one, but I'm keeping my options open with 7 people around me. If any one of those 7 people are the one, how do you cultivate that relationship with them if you've got 600 distractions? Nobody can ever be the one. Like the one doesn't even have a shot.
because you only get one match. You get one match until like you guys unmatch. The matches, and you're encouraged to have a phone conversation versus texting on the app. So I don't know how people are gonna feel about that. But my thinking is that there'll be a lot of people that will that are longing for emotional connection in the polyamorous world. Sorry guys, I'm just doing some washing before prayer. Wudu in Islam.
Were you abused by a member of the Catholic Church in Illinois when you were young?
Scenes I saw in the scene, I can't remember who it was, just last week in some movie on Turner Classic Movies, and the guy with him, it was The Harder They Fall. And Rod Steiger was acting with him, they were nose to nose acting, and Steiger was acting up a storm, and Bogart wasn't doing anything, and it was just great. It was just, there was no acting at all. He was just coasting on his personality and talking, and it was just magnetic, just wonderful. The other guy's doing stuff that nobody in life ever does. Nobody talks like that, nobody carries on like that. But
So your advice to kids getting into the business is coast on your personality?
It's do less. If I've given one direction more than any other in my whole life to actors, it's do less.
So when you did decide to have a surrogate, shall we call that, play you, because there are parts you could have played.
Oh yeah, sure.
And you chose John Cusack, or you chose Kenneth Branagh, or you chose Mia. Why? Like, why did you some of the time say, I'm going to do it, and then some of the time say, I'm going to have a surrogate deliver this baby?
I don't think I ever had a surrogate when I could have done it. I mean, I don't think I could have played, these are great actors you're talking about. Cusack's wonderful, and Kenneth Branagh's wonderful. And they were much younger than me. I couldn't have, if I could have done it, I would have done it. I always would do the part that I could do. But I aged out of it. I just, when I started to realize that I was not going to be the love interest anymore, and I started to think,
you're the love interest in your life, with all the craziness and the Kafka-esque nonsense you went through. And I don't defend you because I'm a fan, although I plainly am, although you've also made some turkeys, that's true. But you could be the worst filmmaker. I defend you because I don't like witch hunts. They're bad for society, they're bad for people, they're wrong, they're immoral. That's why I do it. Not because I'm a fan.
I'm sure, your persona is much more socially engaged, much more politically engaged. So an issue, you would engage the issue on the merits of the issue.
Yes, and I see a connection between a lot of where the left went that I did not like in recent years and this kind of case, this kind of moralizing, this kind of bullshit, standing apart from the facts, just wanting to look like we're the good people and we shun this person and this person is canceled and that kind of stuff. I don't like it in any of its dimensions. Look, I always say about these cases, if you're not in the room, just don't say to me, I know. You don't know. I don't know about you. Nobody knows except you. I would just say that of all those kind of cases, the preponderance of evidence on the one side makes it just
Okay, I'm gonna read from the Zohar. Have you ever heard of this book, Seneca? Okay, this is called What is a Serpent? These riddles confuse not only Rabbi Yosef, the cryptic language is intended to mystify the reader as well. And on the serpent, all the animals go in pairs while the serpent goes on the road all alone. Most of the images in the first two riddles allude to various stages in the process of Gilgul, reincarnation, one of the most esoteric doctrines of the Zohar. The riddle of the beautiful maidens is expounded below. These are all the notes to the different pages. Okay, this is the glossary. Aleph, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, the beginning of divine and human speech. Aleph, Baal Shem Tov, master of the good name. Title of Israel, son of Eliezer, charismatic founder of Hasidism, 1700 to 1760. The Baal Shem Tov. Bahir, Sefer HaBahir, book of brightness. An early Kabbalistic work cited in southern France in the late 12th century, the Bahir. Bina, understanding the third Sephira, the Divine Mother who gives birth to the seven lower Sephira. Blessed Holy One, common rabbinic name for God. In the Zohar, it is often associated with Tiferet, Blessed Holy One. Din, judgment, the fifth Sephira, the left arm of the divine body, counterbalancing Chesed, the roots of evil lie here, also called Gevurah. Din, judgment. Ein Sof, there is no end, that which is boundless, the infinite, the ultimate, reality of God beyond all specific qualities of the Sephirot. Okay, I'm going to change the title to Jewish Glossary. Jewish Glossary of Hebrew words in Zohar. Let's see if anybody shows up for this impromptu Tanya Torah study. My man Rondell in the house. Hey, Rondell! Rabboino Shalom. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this impromptu Hebrew study. Here we go. Let me get water though, real quick. Okay, Moshe, I hope you enjoy this as well. The next word is Gedulah, greatness. The fourth Sephira, the outpouring of God's great goodness, also called Chesed, greatness, Gedulah. Gebura, power. The fifth Sephira, also called Din. Gematria, the numerical value of Hebrew letters, or Gematria, employed as a technique of interpretation. I thought it was interpenetration, interpretation. Chassid, devotee, pious one. Hasidism, popular religious movement that emerged in the second half of the 18th century in Eastern Europe. Hasidism. Chesed, love, the fourth Sephira, the right arm of the divine body counterbalancing Din, also called Gedulah. Gedulah, greatness, and Chesed, love. Hod, majesty. The eighth Sephirah, the left leg of the divine body, source of prophecy, along with Netzach. Hod, majesty. Hokmah, wisdom. Hokmah, wisdom. The second Sephirah, the primal point of emanation. Holy Ancient One, the most ancient manifestation of Ein Sof through Keter, its crown. Holy Ancient One, Idra, threshing floor assembly. Idra Rabbah, the great Idra, a description of the gathering of Rabbi Shimon and the comrades at the threshing house where secrets of God's inner being are expounded, threshing out the secrets of Zohar. Idrazuta, the small Idra, a description of the death of Rabbi Shimon and his final teachings in the Zohar, the wedding celebration. Kabbalah, receiving that which is handed down by tradition, the esoteric teachings of Judaism. Kabbalah. Keter, crown, the first Sephirah, co-eternal with Ein Sof, also called Ratzon, divine will, and Ayin, nothingness. Malkut, kingdom, the 10th Sephirah, administering divine justice to the lower worlds, also called Shekinah. Malkut, kingdom, Shekinah. Matnitin, our Mishnah, short pieces scattered through the Zohar. Most of them appear as utterances of a heavenly voice urging the comrades to open their hearts to the mysteries. Menorah, candelabrum of 7 branches, a prominent feature of the Mishkan. Mezuzah, parchment scroll affixed to the doorpost. Mezuzah. Midrash, plural midrashim, legal or homiletical interpretation of the Bible. Midrash. A collection of midrashim, the midrashic literature. Midrash ha-ne'alam, the concealed midrash, the esoteric midrash, the earliest stratum of the Zohar. Mishkan, God's dwelling in the desert, the tabernacle constructed by Moses and the children of Israel. Mishnah, collection of oral teachings redacted, arranged, and revised around the beginning of the 3rd century by Rabbi Judah Hanasi, the earliest codification of Jewish oral law. Mishnah. Mitzvah, plural is mitzvot, divine commandment, one of the 613 precepts of the Torah. By extension, good deeds. Netzach, endurance, 7th Sephirah, the right leg of the divine body, source of prophecy, along with Hod. Nishmato Eden, may his soul abide in the Garden of Eden. Oral Torah, the interpretation of the written Torah, in Kabbalah, a symbol of Shekinah. Oral Torah. Kav Hamidah, the standard of measure, a detailed explanation of the process of emanation, delivered by Rabbi Shimon. Kav Hamidah, the standard of measure. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm going to read. I hope you enjoyed it. That's the glossary of the Zohar. Okay, I'm going to create a new room. Seneca Rondell. See you soon. Bye.
Gaza. I didn't know. I didn't know anything about that.
And Lebron is telling me about South Africa. I went to University of Victoria.
Political posture.
And then a lot of South Africans feel some kind of way about Israel because of apartheid. Fair enough. It has nothing to do with Gaza. They feel some kind of way. So that's one country. Then East African Union, that's not the.
Okay, this is the return of Mojo. My man Ron there. Welcome back to the return of Mojo. We're alive and we're gonna keep studying. I'm not gonna listen to all these people practicing English on here. No, 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 no. We are gonna read a book. This is the return of Mojo. Look at all those bots that just come flying in. The return of Mojo. Rondell, you coming up? Rondell, have you contributed to the campaign yet? I think the link is in my profile. You know, I know you do a lot of day trading, but $100 will help us get, 50 signatures. So please consider contributing now. I have a lot of work to do on the campaign, but we're going to do a little Toiver study here. A little Toiver study. Okay, this is the rest of the glossary. Ra'aya Mahina, the faithful shepherd, an early imitation of the Zohar, so successful that it was printed as part of the work. It expounds the mystical significance of the mitzvot. The Ra'aya Mahina. Rahamim, compassion. 6, the Sephira, balancing Hesed, Din, also called Tiferet. Rashi, Rabbi Salman, son of Isaac, French commentator on the Bible and the Talmud. Rashi. Ratza de Ratzin, the mystery of mysteries, an anonymous piece of physiognomy and chiromancy. The Ratza de Ratzin, the mystery of mysteries. Ruth, the book of Ruth. Sava de Mishpatim, the old man of Mishpatim, Torah portion, an account of the comrade's encounter with the donkey driver who turns out to be a master of wisdom. The old man and the beautiful maiden. Sephirah, one of 10 aspects of God, 9 of which emanate from Ein Sof and Keter, Sephirah. Shalom, peace, well-being, completeness. Shalom, peace, well-being, and completeness. Shalom. Shalom, Shekhinah. Shekhinah, divine presence. 10, Sephirah, female partner of Tiferet, also called Malkut. Shir ha-shirim, Song of Songs. Sifra di Zeniuta, the Book of Concealment. Fragmented commentary on the beginning of the Torah in short, obscure sentences divided into 5 chapters. It deals with the secrets of divinity. Sifra di Zeniuta, the Book of Concealment. Sitrei Torah, Secrets of Torah. Pieces of verses from Genesis, printed in separate columns, parallel to the main text of the Zohar. They contain allegories of the soul and secrets of the divine and demonic. Sitrei Torah, Secrets of Torah. Sukkah, booth, Sukkot, booth, Sukkot, festival of booths, celebration of the harvest, and a commemoration of the children of Israel's dwelling in booths in the desert after the exodus from Egypt. Talmud, the body of teaching comprising commentary and discussion on the Mishnah from scholars of the 3rd to 6th centuries, Talmud. Targum, translation of the Bible into Aramaic. Targum, translation. Targum Onkelos, the Targum on the Torah, composed by a proselyte named Onkelos in the 2nd century. Targum Onkelos. Tav, the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Tav. Tiferet, beauty. The 6th Sephirah, male partner of Shekinah, trunk of the divine body, also called Rachamim, Tiferet, beauty. Tikkunei Zohar, embellishments on the Zohar. Oh, hey Dawn, I'm reading what's called a book. Embellishments of on the Zohar, an early imitation of the Zohar, a wide-ranging commentary on the first portion of the Torah, Tikkunei Zohar. Torah, teaching. The first 5 books of the Bible, by extension, all religious teaching. Torah. Tosafot, collections of comments on the Talmud and on Rashi's commentary on the Talmud, composed between the 12th and 14th centuries in France and Germany. Tosafot. Tosefta, addenda, short pieces scattered through the Zohar. Most of them appear as utterances of a heavenly voice urging the comrades to open their hearts to the mysteries. Tosefta. The world that is coming, see above, and notes to Korban and Olah. Written Torah. First 5 books of the Bible. In Kabbalah, symbol of Tiferet. Yanukah, the child. Story of a wonder child who teaches the comrades profound secrets. The rabbis encounter a child, Yanukah, the child. Yanukah. Yesod, foundation. The 9th Sephirah, who channels the flow of emanation to Shekhinah, also called Zadik. Yesod, foundation. Yah, short form of Yahweh that appears in poetry. Yah. Yahweh, the ineffable name of God. In the Zohar, it is often associated with Tiferet. Yahweh. Zadik, righteous one. The 9th Sephirah, Yesod, Zadik, righteous one. Zohar, splendor. Radiance. Splendor and radiance. Zohar. Zohar Hadash, new Zohar. A collection of Zoharic texts found in manuscripts of the Safed Kabbalists after the printing of the book of the Zohar. Title is misleading since the volume contains much of Midrash Ha-Ne'alam, the oldest stratum of the Zohar. Okay, that's the glossary of the Zohar. I hope you like that reading. What do you think, Rondell?
I liked it. The Zohar.
I'm gonna block this coach. It's fucking spammers.
That guy is a scammer, Coach David Lucas.
Yeah, pathetic. Okay, this is the return of Mojo. We're gonna listen to the rest of Woody Allen here on Club Random.
Very unlikely that you were guilty of this. It just, none of it makes sense.
You know, I want to make one other point what you were saying a moment ago. There's a difference between the Me Too movement and cancel culture. I mean, the Me Too movement, for whatever value it had in terms of advancing women's rights, is a valuable thing. Cancel culture is a totally different phenomenon. It may be related to, and it may have been utilized by it or by various, it's been utilized by various, but cancel culture is a pernicious thing, and you know, it's quite a bad thing. But in terms of, I always feel if you're going to be canceled by a culture, this is the culture to be canceled by.
Yes.
You know, I mean, this is not a culture that we have to be proud of.
Very low mental health.
But she came to she came to my room and I let her speak. I didn't kick her. I was respectful to her. I didn't want to get her upset or something.
Yeah, it's impossible, but that you have no clue who you're dealing with.
I even joked with her.
Yeah, the two of us found it actually. Me told and me found the same thing.
How
New
much?
York Times.
Sorry.
How much do you know her?
How much do I know what?
Her.
Not much. Only I saw the video and I was talking to her.
Give it a month.
What do you mean?
Give it a month and you'll figure things out. I've known her for years.
What do you mean give her a month?
Like,
I mean, I
hang out with her for a month, and then you'll figure.
no, I don't wanna hang out with her.
You're gonna block her. That's the thing.
No, I'm not blocking anyone.
Call me a prophet. You are gonna block her.
Okay. But I'm not going to sit down for her and talk to her for a month. I mean, if she comes to my room, whatever, she can do that. But because I was rude, not me. I was just a month. But
almost in the room.
yeah.
Und die Bastard.
Yeah. That's low-key French accent, but I'll give you like 7 for the effort.
Oh, that sounds the same to me.
Okay.
Can you say Idaat Ahronot?
Can I say what?
Idaat Ahronot.
I actually like that.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you. I like the challenges that you give me.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you guys speak the way it's meant to be spoken, those around you won't feel like you are foreigners as much as they do. Aside from the fact that you're all blonde and shit, but like, if you at least.
I'm not blonde as shit.
I'm telling you, man. Like if this is how. Like,
Are you telling me that I'm blonde?
I don't know what you are. I'm just saying. It'll help those around you feel like you're from here.
I'll tell you what. First of all, I think that Israeli, like Jewish people should learn Arabic, like more, because we study Arabic only as an optional subject between. We have to choose between French and Arabic in middle school, and that's a shame. I think that it has to be a mandatory subject.
I don't feel so. I don't think so. I mean, why would you learn that? It's only useful if you wanna do counterterrorism or if you wanna do like business.
No, listen. 20% of the people here are Arabs. I mean, 1 out of 5. Think about that. It's a very useful language.
We're Arabized.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter if you're Arabized or not. You still speak Arabic. 1
Matan,
out of 5.
if you were president of Israel, Matan, what would your other 3 major priorities be? Because I mean, we could debate whether or not people should speak Arabic till midnight, but
English, I think English is better. Like what I'm telling you is not to pronounce Hebrew like an Arab would, but like Hebrew.
In the month,
Hebrew sounds more like
2025.
than it does in German. But the way you guys speak it, you speak like a German. You can't even say a wash. You say a wash.
I told you back in like not too long ago, like 30-something years ago, people used to say Rosh, but it was a cultural shift.
Yeah, that's the rise of Ashkenazi.
Matan, taka Arabi, Matan?
No, actually the Ashkenazi, it's not the rise of Ashkenazi. Actually, there are much less Ashkenazis in Israel than Islam.
Matan,
It reduces with time, actually.
Matan,
It's the fall of Ashkenazis.
can I interrupt you real quick? I want to tell Evital something.
I'm just letting you know.
So, Evital, don't you find it amazing that El Normo is the least scientific person in the world? He just blindly accepts whatever big pharma and vaccines, and the industry tells him. Isn't that just the epitome of stupidity? What a schmuck. I had to
A lot
say.
of older guys feel like that. My dad was,
John, could it be because he's invested in these companies and you're the schmuck for not investing?
No, I think Evitol's right. My dad's actually the same way. My mom and everybody, they're all brainwashed.
Rabbi, now you're thinking like a Jew.
Motherfucker, I'm the Jews. What are you talking about? I'm telling you.
I love cheeseburger.
Hey, Rico!
Rabbi, I think you should teach a Jew how to be a Jew.
I've been teaching Torah for like 4 years now.
I know, that's it. I mean, it feels like you've been teaching that for 20 years.
Fucking teacher, he's sitting there talking about nothing for 4 years. This guy's never taught a thing. I heard him like create 3 rooms once where he read a book and then he plays some weird like New Zealand preacher or something. The guy's dumb as a bag of shit.
If you wanna sound like a real Ashkenazi, you have to say Toy Ray.
Toy Ray.
Yeah.
I want to talk about why. Like, I have mixed feelings about the Ashkenazis, but
Okay.
I like how they dress.
Are you talking about the Hasidic? Are you talking about Hasidim?
What do you mean? If I show you know it, I'll show you a picture of Ashkenazi and Mizrahi, and you're going to tell me.
Yeah, today they don't about the Mizrahis. They see Mizrahi.
Mizrahi, yeah.
Yeah, they get dressed in like stratification. I'd rather have the Ashkenazi, the black thing.
Okay.
John, what's the deal? Is Trump gonna deploy the guard into the south side or what?
That's what they're saying. Like they're preparing for it, and you know the whole Chicago apocalypse is now. It's happening. They're deploying.
That's fucking wild.
There's trains coming in with Humvees. Like they're gonna deploy, thousands of soldiers throughout Chicago. It's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be so much fun. Hello, soldier. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
John, you need to create like YouTube content for your campaign and like go just kind of troll like the National Guard and like the people on the south side.
No, I have to get on the road and get more signatures. I spent the whole weekend getting signatures in Bloomington, Illinois. And it was so much fun. Just so many hot college chicks just running all around doing karaoke. It was a lot of fun. And I'm on the radio, so tomorrow the NPR interview comes out. And I'm going to have a big press splash on NPR.
Tell us what I want to stream that at Clubhouse.
Yeah, we will.
So why do you sound like you're a radio broadcaster?
Because I've been, chit-chatting on Clown House for many
It
years.
is broadcasting you on YouTube right now, actually.
Oh. Is it?
Yeah, we're live on my YouTube. It's in my profile. You can click my profile if you want to view my YouTube.
Not his channel, but he has a channel that no one checks except for him.
Exactly. Exactly.
In the Muff World Premiere 2025.
It's not true though. My shorts are getting a lot of views. Look at the short section; those get a lot of views. But I still don't have many subscribers. What was that?
The Leprechaun one, do you still have it? The T-Rob?
Yeah, it's on there. Just type in T-Rob's Leprechaun song or T-Rob's potato song. You'll find it.
Potato snack.
I was claiming that.
Rob.
Oh, he's an anti-Semitic N-word Tourette sufferer. He's basically got autism or Down syndrome. Yeah, he's got a mental health disorder. He's one of the dumbest people you could ever meet. I mean, how many times can you say the N-word? Like, how stupid are you? Like, what's the point? It's just stupid.
Nagger. What's wrong with saying naggers?
It's just a waste of time. I mean, I'm just saying that.
John, why do you have like millions of videos of you taking video of
It's all club. I've been recording Clubhouse rooms. There's no reason to come here and listen.
Why are you wasting storage of
Google storage? Yeah.
Because he's been doing this for 5 years. He has 5 years worth of content.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know who is crazier, you, John, or Nora. Really, seriously.
It's a tough call.
You have to ask yourself. No, you don't understand.
I tend to lean towards John.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the fact that people have been coming on here
Did you
for
guys know that he was doing that?
Yeah, we've known for like 5 years, but
Wow.
honestly, nobody checks it.
Like,
And it's
why
just, there's
did
so
he?
much content that.
yeah.
Like the videos, the millions of videos that he uploads, and every one of them has like 2 views, 1 view. All
Yes,
views.
No, that's not me. I have Clubhouse fans.
So much storage for
I have Clubhouse fans. People follow my YouTubes just so they can see, what room to go to or what's happening or what's the new drama. Oh yeah, a lot of people.
But they can instead of going to YouTube, they can go to Clubhouse.
I know, but they use me as I'm a filter, or basically I help organize it for some people.
You know what, John? I'm going to make my own channel where I watch myself record myself watching your videos.
That's what I'm hoping for. That I create a movement of followers and friends that want to troll Clownhouse because it's pathetic.
People will see what's going on in Clubhouse only on the second hop or something, only through another recording. Oh my god! No, but I'll give you that, John. Man, you're very consistent.
I help people stir the pot in a way that they can't do on their own because they're too lazy to record all of this.
I'm just letting you know, man. He's a total waste of it. If I were you, I would kick him.
This is Rabbi projecting.
Should I?
Go ahead, kick me. I don't care. I'm already here anonymous. I'll just keep recording.
You're not a prophet, but I guess that this is what you're going to do, right?
Who told you I'm not a prophet? What? Not me. I didn't.
I did.
You just you did.
You mean when they went?
You kicked John?
Yeah.
I like John.
I think that's him on the anonymous.
No, but actually, he's going to think that I did that.
No, who cares? He doesn't care. If I kick him, like he's the most kicked person on this app.
No, but seriously, I'm asking really seriously, why
He's not.
for 5 years?
He's retarded. Retarded.
He's like a
I've never met somebody.
But he's funny though.
Who does that.
He's a veteran.
Maybe it's funny, but I tell you what, Nura, you can solve, you can hear the voice of something is off, right? But with this guy, it sounds like normal, and he does that.
There's nothing normal about him.
Maybe I'm innocent and I don't know anything about this world.
Yeah.
Actually, a little bit less innocent now.
If you talk to him, you'll figure it out. He's a smart guy, but he's retarded, and he can afford being retarded.
How can you be a smart guy and retarded?
Because he has all sorts of. He used to be. He's a veteran. He used to be in the military, and so he makes money from the government, and they can't take it. But he can't, nothing is gonna happen.
Gotcha.
Fine. He's fine, and he can afford not working and not doing anything, and I feel
Gotcha.
you just.
Okay, but why does he do that in his free time?
That's what I'm telling you. All he has is free time. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but okay, so.
Your brain will pop if you have a lot of free time to it.
True.
That's basically what it is. It is weird. I like him. I would definitely pick him up.
Basically, he's recording his phone, with a legit equipment.
Rabbi, would you buy John and Negroni? Yes, I would buy him a penis colada. A penis colada. Oh, God.
A penis colada.
I would buy him. If I go to Chicago, I would definitely.
We get you a Negroni or a penis colada?
I think, yeah, I would meet him. But I would meet him, yeah, I would meet him. This will be interesting.
So I was looking for this Naya Silver, you said?
Yeah, but she's been gone for years, if I'm not mistaken.
It says that she's a Utah-based writer covers food, drink, and the environment. She is written for NPR, FIN Journal, Food 50. Is that the one?
I doubt that she works. No. Her real name is Esther.
So should I write Maya?
Speeches like this, and I don't always want
wanna
She
throw my
is,
mask on.
no, I don't even know
But
if her mask is a
I'm
but
on
like
the
she is
spectrum, I'm not
literally
very
the
ill, but I
Jewish,
know for a fact, my dad had
she's literally the
Asperger's before he
so I really doubt,
correct, right? I know.
I doubt she works.
Oh, there you go. Maya Esther.
Don't say hello to Mojo. That is John.
That's right.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't you, Matan. I knew it was Yala who kicked me. No, I couldn't. I couldn't
No,
talk.
but okay, but John, can I ask you an honest question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why would you like record your phone and put it on
YouTube.
every day? Yeah.
Well, Rabbi was pretty accurate in describing what I'm doing, but I'm a filmmaker, and this just happens to be the medium that I'm filming as an artist.
That's not the film.
It is a film. It's on YouTube.
That's your.
It's a video. That's called a film.
Okay, but if I so
Yeah, Scam Movie Incorporated.
wait. So if I make a video of a black screen with white noise on YouTube, is that a film as well?
Do you have that? Do you have Down syndrome?
No.
Okay. Well, I come here to film a cast of characters who every day stir the pot and waste all their time, like Rabbi here, who projects on me everything he
But
says.
why? Okay, so the reason that
He wants to buy me a penis colada and a Negroni. The guy is a schmuck. He's lucky he's in Canada working in finance. He should be back in Jordan picking up fucking goat shit and squeezing goat milk out. That's where this fucking N-word belongs.
picking up others.
Picking olives. I've been to Jordan. They don't even have parking spots. They just park in the middle of the fucking street. They're a bunch of N-words that he... This is why this piece of shit loves to use the N-word all the time.
John. John, but the question is why did you do that?
Why am I recording everything on Clown House? Because there's no reason to come here and listen to it if I'm not recording it. Why would I waste my time here with a bunch of losers who waste all their time? Plus, I get the... Matan, it's how I play the game. It's how I play King of Clown House. It's called King of Clubhouse. You record everybody and you cause chaos for everybody by recording them. And there's nothing they can do about it.
That's not funny if only you're the player.
Well, see,
No, we're playing, we're just unwilling participants in the game.
listen, they created Anonymous just for me because I caused them such a problem because so many people kept reporting me saying this guy John Kitover is recording us and we don't consent. So Clubhouse said, you know what, fine, we'll create Anonymous for you. And that's what they did for me. That fucking ain't exact. They took the liability off of themselves. That's why they did Anonymous. They said it's a feature.
Is that a fun game for you?
I'm having fun. Life is good. Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay. As long as perfect. That's
helping your campaign.
Again, he is recording you and he uses it against you in the future.
It's called capital surveillance. It's the future economy. We're going into hyperinflation. This will be the only thing that'll be worth anything. That's right. I doxed him because he comes on here and he makes death threats. Because he comes on here and makes death threats, and he basically slandered me for 3 days straight. So you know what? I fought back, and I reported him to the authorities, to his employer.
Just because there's not a failure doesn't mean that you're going to dox people.
Habibi, let me tell you this. You should be back in Jordan making a shawarma for some fucking Palestinian, you piece of shit. You're lucky you're even here talking to me in English. You're lucky you even speak English.
John, are you recording right now? Of course, yes.
Link is in my profile, sir.
Are you recording right now? Of
course. If I'm on here listening to you, I'm recording you. There's be no reason for me to waste my time talking to people like you or Rabbi.
How many views do you expect this episode to be?
Well, let me check. Let me check real quick. How many people are watching? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What's 0 plus 10? 0, 0, right?
But John, I'm talking about this this episode when it's going to air, like in the future?
Yeah, well, everything that I stream live goes to private after you end it, and then after a couple weeks, I let it build up, and then I use my desktop to go through it and make everything public. I do like 1,000 videos at a time.
You're wasting the damn time.
I'm creating an archive of
But don't you
Clownhouse.
think that? But don't you? I mean, that's beautiful. Seriously.
Yeah, I've reported Amir to the. Yeah, you're all participants, even if you don't consent. That's the beautiful thing about capitalism.
Did you ever see the movie American Beauty where the guy, the boyfriend and the daughter is like reporting a trash bag? You know what I mean?
It's very easy.
Look at this video.
All you have to do is like say the N-word and shit, and then report them. Keep saying like racist shit, and then go to the
Rabbi, it won't work. And the fact of the matter is, who cares about what you had to say?
You see, Rabbi, you think like a Jew. That's what I like about you.
I'm a Talmudic scholar, dude. I've been so for 3 years.
Yeah.
The guy's on FetLife raping young women in Canada, doing all kinds of demonic sex acts to people. This piece of shit shawarma maker is a scumbag loser. Believe me, that's why I record all these losers, because I'm not a loser. The people on here are fucking losers. That's what people don't understand.
Well, here, he's in the audience.
How many?
He's the anonymous.
Wait, is he the anonymous with the Israeli flag?
Yeah, that's him.
That's right.
But he is right. I do have.
You kicked him again?
I don't play young women.
I did this time. Wait, so he's paying? Okay.
No, he's the one with the sunglasses.
Hey, John.
Hey, Tom. I wish you could meet you. This is crazy. Come on.
yourself.
I'm in shock. I'm speechless. I don't know. I mean, listen, I knew that like American people are crazy, but I didn't know like how much.
That's okay. All you have to do is just keep dropping N-bombs and say shit, and then you can go report his YouTube.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. And in the past. And then they shut down his everything, and he lost his Instagram like that.
Because somebody.
That's right.
Wait, what happened?
No, not because of that, but like you could do that. You can just keep saying nigger over and over again, and then you go.
So why don't you do that?
I always do it. No, I don't report it.
Well, you will not be able to identify which episode, like, and which season he published that in.
All you need is one.
Yeah, true, but let's say that you say the N whatever, you have to identify exactly in which episode he's going to upload it, right?
It will be in almost every single one of them. There's a lot of wild shit being said, so it's very easy to record to report like that. Also, if you really want to, you can set your VPN to California. If I'm not mistaken, in California, no one can. You're not allowed to record me unless I consent or some shit, or maybe it's that New York. I forgot which one.
Clubhouse.
Yeah, you can. It depends on which state you're in. You can claim that you've been recorded without your consent. That means that it's not okay.
In Florida, it's a two-party consent. But I believe California.
So if it is in Florida, that means you can set your VPN to Florida, and then you can report it. If that's, I don't like to report. I don't report shit, but you guys are Jews. You love to report, so you should start.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean.
But you're a Jew as well, Rabbi.
I'm not a Jew. Some people say.
No.
I mean, to me, you're a Jew.
You're taking the CFA.
Me and Nora have been on video call this entire time.
Yeah, they're both sharing dick pics probably to each other. That doesn't matter. But why do you say I'm a Jew? There's a recent trend of Jews in.
To me, you're a Jew.
You're not Torah.
Why? Because I keep telling them, no, I'm not. And they keep insisting, yes, you are. I'm telling them, dude, I'm not. And they say, yes, you are. So what is it?
You're no Torah, and how to discount the cash flow?
Because you're a Christian Palestinian, and
Because I know.
Wait, Rabbi, are you
Orthodox or Catholic?
Of course, Orthodox, the fuck.
Yeah. No, because you know that there are also Catholics in churches in Israel.
Yeah, but like, I'm Orthodox, man. If you're not Orthodox, you're something else, as far as I'm concerned. No.
That makes sense.
Yeah. No, I don't do that Catholic stuff. Regardless, I don't know why is it that you think I'm a Jew?
You act like a Jew, you talk like a Jew, you know.
You've got a Jewish
That don't make sense. Yeah, you have, yeah.
So just because
I call it Judar.
So just because
That's
I'm
Judar.
The Jewishness. I don't know. You can tell when somebody's Jewish.
Well, that's very interesting.
You know your people.
That's
And
very
you've got some of that in you.
I think that's the biggest compliment that you can get from a Jew, by the way.
That's super anti-Semitic.
Why? No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite of anti-Semitic.
You're saying this nigga knows the Torah, he likes finance, and he likes to make money.
But do you like to make money?
There's nothing wrong with that. Of course I like to make money.
Excellent. So welcome to the club.
Yeah, but that's not even a Jewish thing, that's a Middle Eastern thing. We all like gold, we all like money.
No, give it to the Jews. I mean,
That's like a human thing.
Yeah, it is a human thing. I don't know what's that.
The appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square is made by session of particular states and the acceptance of Congress become the seat of the government of the United States. To exercise like authority over all places.
Augustus and his beautiful Mrs. Malante helped spread.
Yeah, of course.
You don't know how many people.
Is a person who's English from England, ma'am? Is a person who's British from...
Stop it, but Jews don't like Bitcoin. At least initially, fuck no. Like,
That's very racist of you.
Well, that's what it is. Banks don't like Bitcoin.
Banks, right.
No, banks don't like Bitcoin.
Right.
Bitcoin changes the entire game.
And Jews are banks.
Jews own a lot of banks. Goldman,
They are the bank itself.
That's one thing. If you were forcing an opinion for quite a while, you know, the sound of my word is worth. My word is, and my word is worth more than gold itself.
like the feds said in chat, all the heads were Jews, except for, well, Jerome Paul is not a Jew, but everyone else
He's a Jesuit.
Yeah, but don't say that.
Like Ben Bernanke is a Jew, what's her name, Jenner is a Jew, etc., etc., so there's a million. So anyways, the connections are there, like, you can say it's anti-Semitic, no problem. I am an anti-Semite, but,
Are you?
yeah.
You're the first anti-Semite rabbi.
I'd say it's like the kind that fetishizes Jews, though, not the kind that, like,
But I don't.
disrespect.
Yeah, you say that this rabbi is an anti-Semite?
I am an anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I don't really have.
Probably a little bit healthy.
Other Jews in my life, like, not many, actually.
Like, Jews?
I don't take this.
No, she doesn't.
How bad America you're talking to. You do not know how bad American culture has fallen until you listen to Clubhouse rooms.
What do you like?
Wonder if perhaps, you know, Down syndrome
I'm not really a big fan of
is pervasive in society. More pervasive than we'll get into it.
What does the Torah say?
That has created.
I am objectively anti-Semitic, I think. What does the Torah say about that?
About hating people.
I don't care about the Torah, I care about the Talmud.
Oh.
Okay, but the Talmud is religious jurisprudence.
I am John. I am not a mutant in the traditional sense. I once stumbled upon the red gem of the god Sitarak while in the army. The moment I touched it, I gained the power of the avatar of Sitarak. That is how I became the Juggernaut. My main abilities are limitless strength and near invincible defense. Once I charge in a direction, even the whole would struggle to block me head on. But my defense against psychic attacks is weak. That is why I wear a massive helmet. This helmet can effectively block some psychic intrusions. Of course, I also have a fatal weakness. I may have immense power in my body. My intelligence does not match it. At first, mutants became
the most embarrassing thing in...
That is really good.
Okay, Rabbi, what's the most embarrassing thing in Islam? Like the hadith or whatever?
Found out, not early.
Yeah, because there are some creative hadiths out there, right?
Yeah, there are. I would say, like, adult breastfeeding,
Yeah.
licking each other's fingers after you finish eating,
Well, what the fuck, really?
yeah, instead of washing your hands.
That's new. I've never heard about that.
Yeah, that's a thing. There's also,
So instead of washing my hands after somebody would lick my hands.
yes.
Okay, perfect. What else?
Everyone would be like, yeah. There's things like fucking dead people to give them rest.
Oh my god, what the fuck? No, don't say that.
Yeah, necrophilia, yeah. Drinking piss. Drinking,
Okay.
piss with the camel and stuff. That is an interesting story.
Oh.
There's a lot of things there.
Yeah. What about Christianity?
None of that. We don't have things like that.
You're funny.
Find it. I would love to see it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
But just like we have Talmud and we have like Hadith and stuff, like we have the church fathers, but they don't say like there's nothing of these things.
Yeah, they do not write it down, but they say or do.
ChatGPT says that doesn't say anything about licking others' fingers.
Oops, Rabbi.
So are you talking about?
Do you have the paid version?
Well, I can find it if you really need me to. I can find it.
You have the paid version, Josh?
Sunnah ibn Majah, Hadith 2032. When one of you eats, he should not wipe his hand until he has licked it or had it licked. But there's always context, right? I guess. So scholars explain.
There's always context. It's funny.
Scholars explain that this refers to licking your own fingers, or sometimes allowing a servant or close family to do so in that era's cultural context.
Oh, that's even worse.
I don't think that's a thing.
That is a thing. That's right.
I've never seen Muslims licking each other's fingers, though.
That means they're not good Muslims.
But hadith it just means word of mouth, right? Like.
No, but that's Sahih. This is Bukhari. I'm Muslim.
Can you explain? Yes.
Sahih Bukhari is Sahih, which means correct. The narrations are ranked. There's Da'if, there's Sahih, there's other ranks also, but like Sahih is Sahih. That means it is true. And you have two Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari. These are two Sahihs and they're both saying the same story. Like, Sunnis cannot reject that. Shiites have a different narration. But Sunnis can't reject this.
Are there any... so Sahih Bukhari and the other Sahih, but are both Sunni.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything that's embarrassing belongs to this.
What up? Good evening, everybody. We got Megatron here. Megatron, you had to get a new account? What happened? Rob, what's good?
Are you running for mayor or something?
No, Congress. Federal Congress. Walaikum assalam.
Okay.
Habibti.
Muslim.
Catholic Muslim? That must be a new religion, Princessi, you created.
Both my parents are, like my mom, she's just a traditional
Muslim.
person that just does the rituals but doesn't really have
Ritualistic?
iman like my father. Although Adam, people know, never know what's in your heart. And my father was a very, very learned man.
Scholar.
Under different circumstances, he would have been a scholar.
Ooh. What circumstances didn't prescribe? What the fuck is that?
And in that same scenario, if you get more back in like in your tax return than married than you did single.
Yeah, but I do make, I
Here.
fucking deflecting. Smoke's not here. This has nothing to do with her. I can't fucking find out for the shots. Smoke's not here.
Are you done? Hold on, Penny. Hold on. Oh, hold on, Big Mama. Hold on. Hey, okay, you gotta chill.
Something happened there, Abby?
I mean, that's really a lot of fun.
Oh, it's fucking awesome. I love that kind of stuff.
You can buy unlimited for an hour there.
To be seen, it's not just about it's about being known. You know, being around people make you feel seen and make you feel known.
That's a very vain way of looking at things.
You don't even know what he's talking about. You just came in here to noise troll.
I didn't know he's troll. I'm giving my opinion about his opinion.
What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even know what he's talking about.
John, why are you giving recordings to fucking Nathan at this point? Who the fuck's out of you on?
Nathan looks at my YouTube.
Fucking platform.
I didn't send him anything. I don't talk to Nathan. I don't talk to him. No, yeah, from my YouTube. I've been on here for years. He subscribes to my YouTube. I can't help it if somebody looks at my YouTube channel. It's not my problem.
I'll bring your garbage up here so you can run your gay little campaign. And this is what you do? You go give it to fucking Nathan?
You didn't do some kind of fundraiser or platform me or do a Q&A interview. You didn't do shit with your vodka bottle and your stained wife beater. It's disgusting. You're disgusting, Toxic. Your name is Toxic.
This is what you fucking do? After all I did for you? Nobody else fucking
Oh,
did.
wow. Wow. All you did for me. Thank you very little, Dr. Toxic.
I'm one of your 5 fucking viewers on YouTube.
First of all, I moved that.
Yeah, you was busy.
I moved him. I moved him because, yo, he went and showed Nathan pictures of his room, recorded shit, after we trusted this nigga. A lot of niggas know this guy don't fuck with you, and we gave you a fucking chance.
I didn't send you anything.
You spit in our fucking face. And then you think you will walk up in here and talk to us like you cool with us? You a snake. You a snake under Nathan's ass.
You got every snake. Fucking snake.
Oh, you're talking about Zayd bin Haritha.
Yeah, that's the...
Oh, you're talking about... So Muhammad adopted him.
You the snake.
Well, that's Muhammad adopted him and he got him to marry a woman. And then one day Muhammad wanted to visit Zayd bin Haritha. And he went to his home, but instead of finding him, he found his wife and he found her naked. And then he liked her. And because
just like her.
Oh, have a good evening.
No, his think went up.
Yeah.
Don't forget the details, please.
Yeah. And then he put a curse on Zayd bin Haritha of a sort where his penis wasn't able to perform. Long story short, he stole his adopted adopted son's wife from him.
Wasn't Islam.
She became Muhammad's
And
wife,
he's
and
had
then the
this.
whole place in Medina, they went wild. How can this thing happen? And because of that, then he revoked adoption.
Not only this. After this happened, there's a Quran surah now in Quran where it said, okay, go on.
Are you talking? I think you're talking about Surah Nisa.
I don't say it, but you can go ahead. Where it says, so it will not be a shame on you from the other prophets. We did give you the wife of your adopted son Yazid, so you will not be.
The way they justify it. The way they justify it is that.
Oh, bro. We took the church now.
Oh, stupid shit. He came back and said, I forgot about that stupid
Yeah, he can't record with it. He can't, because he can't use the function of the mic or the chat room.
No, he could. What are you talking about? Of course he could record.
Yeah, he records sneakily, like not from the ad though, not from his account.
Well, Chris, just be aware of everything that you
I wouldn't even say nothing at all about it, to be honest.
Yeah. We'll just change the top.
Yeah, that's cool.
Fucking weirdo, what are you doing? What was you talking about? Oh, fuck you.
You should have paid attention. It was good shit, too. It was good.
I was like, how I go put the kid to sleep? I might as well finish my paperwork so I can leave on time. I never finish on time. I'm waiting for my shit real late.
Mommy don't know better. She don't care. She alright. They want you to live like that. You care enough for your own to be and let them know. Stop that bullshit. They like, oh shit. Now they like, oh man. Now they gonna blame it on me. What I mean by blame it on me? Oh, mommy, this is rich. Mommy doing this. How she wasn't doing it. If she wasn't messing with it.
I heard it. Like FBI.
Oh, yeah. So,
oh no, man. No. Fuck you mean?
I'm gonna get my other bed so fucking bad.
Good thing. Oh, that's the reason.
I'm telling y'all right now, if Concrete or Derek come in this space, they're getting removed from the room. Concrete or Derek?
Get out of these punched on niggas? Like,
Derek.
Like, I want to come at Eric in this fucking room.
why? What did they do?
They were modded.
Concrete was modded?
No. Eric was modded to me because of Concrete.
Oh, okay. So we're just mad at Eric then.
Well, Concrete is always gonna do what Concrete does. Like, that's just who Concrete is. But Eric was modded abusing me. And so, but be in my back channels. So it's like, make it make sense. But he came over here and saw I was modded. He immediately left because, I was gonna kick him.
I warned him about that. I warned him about his mod abusing. I did.
He's the worst. I forgot how terrible he is.
Him and Matt. Matt. I never been kicked out and blocked, so I couldn't come back into the rooms. Except Matt did, yeah.
Did you say something?
Yeah, and then I had told everybody, and then I was able to get back in the room. But yeah, he was just hating. But so I just saw this really cool. Oh my gosh, I saw this really cool TikTok, and this is what it says. It says this guy, he traveled to the healthiest communities in the world to find out what are things that they do
and to stay healthy. And he came up with like, I think it's 6 things, and this is what they are. He says in Hong Kong they practice broth culture, where soups made with organ meats are eaten almost daily. In Japan, they practice Shinrin Yoku, a special time set aside to be in the forest, to walk in the forest. In Italy, they practice the, I'm sad that I'm not even gonna passeggiata, Passeggiata, an evening walk through town after dinner for digestion. In Switzerland, they practice Alpwandern, the Sunday ritual of hiking mountain trails and spending the day outdoors, which is kind of like the other one. But in Spain, they practice the siesta, a midday rest after lunch that gives energy and reduces stress. And then the last is in Finland, they practice the sauna, heating the body for circulation and sweating toxins. So that's cool. We'll incorporate all those shits. Do, you know, all of them. We do a lot of bone broth. Do you guys do a lot of bone broth?
It's nasty.
You gotta doctor it up. You can't just eat it just plain. You gotta put some fresh garlic, like real garlic, like not like pre-chopped and squeezable garlic. I'm talking like the raw cloves. Chop them up. Get some turmeric. Get some curry. Get some.
I did all that and it still tastes nasty.
Really?
I'm running for Congress.
I do beef broth. Beef bone broth.
No time to curate the madness.
But it's good for you. It has a lot of electrolytes.
Running for Congress, no time to curate the madness.
Drink to break your fast. It's awesome. But it tastes absolutely fucking disgusting.
Not mine. Out of the box, yeah, nasty. But after I put the little special touches on it, ooh.
I love a good broth. I've been eating a lot of pho and Korean ramen lately, and it has been touching my soul.
Yeah, it's really good for the fall.
I'll never forget. So when I was living in Texas, we had my love and I, we like loved to go to this pho spot. It was like our very first date was a pho spot, right? We didn't know like what time they closed because they would always be like closed and open at random hours, and we kept thinking like, oh, maybe they're just supposed to be closed. And they were so like no marketing or anything. They were like one of those little holes in the wall where they just totally run off of community love for this.
End of the room. Look at pussies. Hey, Toxic, there he is. Fucking piece of shit. Hey, Be My Toxic, welcome to the new Chillism house. Congratulations, you made it. You're all here. Come on up, say hi. We just live streamed your pathetic conversation about nothing. What a waste of time. Hey, Beema, great TikTok story there, girl. Great job. Beautiful. I'm not trying to bully you, Beema. I'm just saying it's boring. Hey, Chris, there you are, Chris. That's not a me problem. That's a you problem. I'm anonymous here. I'm working. I'm making films. I'm a filmmaker, Beema.
The gems were made for years that were honorable enough to hear them. And yours were not one of them. I'm sorry.
Beema, I gotta get back to work. Is there something you need to say? Anything else?
Oh, no, nothing else.
Look at all these Chillism. Here you are, everybody here. Everybody's in the house. Welcome to Chillism Brain Rock Clowns. That's you I'm talking about. That's right. We're all gonna die. We only have so much time left. I'm trying to help you. Meanwhile, you're trying to punch me in the nose. I've been punched in the nose before, but on Clown House, you can't get my nostril. All you can do is talk your shit in the chat, unless you want to come up and be a man. You're so smart. You want to have a good time. I know you do.
I find it funny that they're so obsessed with my heritage and my background and all this other stuff. Brad's last name is as German as you're going to get. But for 5 years, he's telling people he's Irish. It's amazing to me.
Like, I'm not gonna dox him, tell him his last name. I'll let Edmund do that. John Kitover do that. But that dude is as Irish as I am. What's that, Akima?
Hey, Chris.
What up, King?
Hi, Monica.
Black King, the truth, the one, and truth is only and last Black
What
King.
up?
Listen, this is what I'm gonna do, Akima.
I'm listening to JB's room. It's called Come On In, Captain, Let's Debate.
I'm gonna sell some money to Nye so she can take you guys.
I think he's talking about Pepe.
Because you guys should have met her a long time ago.
First of all,
You don't have to do that. Whenever Nia's ready, we can go have, she can have coffee, I have tea, we can go out to lunch. Whenever Nia's ready, she can say the word, it's on me.
you hear that?
I heard
We're gonna
that.
make it happen.
She
We're
said,
gonna make it happen.
she said she's free Tuesday.
Shit went down.
I'm free every day.
Kitover's fall from grace.
Shit nobody care about. Word, see? We were on your team, John, and you fucked up with you giving that shit to Nathan.
You don't have any evidence. I never talked to Nathan. I don't spend any time thinking about him, talking to him, communicating with him.
How many times I brought you with John? How many times I brought you up in the group?
Well, you're making false accusations. I don't appreciate it.
I got the screenshot of you giving him the message, nigga. Fuck you mean?
No, you ain't got no screenshot posted, dog. You full of shit.
So if I posted in my PTR, you gonna suck my dick, faggot?
Why would I want to suck your tiny little micro dick, you fucking Schwartz piece of shit?
Cause you a lying ass.
No, you a lying ass N-word. You a snake. That's what you are. You accusing me of being a snake? That means you a snake. You a dirty dog. Oh, go ahead, promote me. I need clones to do my bidding, dummy. Get to work.
Can't believe it. Yeah, you think he's gonna make it good over there at that chillism?
We're going to Congress, stupid. We don't care about Chillism and Nathan and his brain rot and Tali and her brain rot. You think we give a fuck about their brain rot or your brain rot anymore? We use you for content. You're just a piece of the product. You're just a piece of the product. You are the product. I'm using you. I am a parasite. You're just a host. We're drinking your essence. You keep talking about essence. We are sucking it. We are sucking your essence into YouTube at this very moment. You're all being platformed. We're using you. You're meaningless. You're slaves. You're just drones. Worker bees. Get to work.
That. What I thought was clever, and I'll share it with you on Instagram. People are getting really clever with experience, if you will, and they are presenting evidence on the back screen. Like they will ask her, like they interrogated her with evidence, and then they presented her a second video to substantiate everything. And it was like, I know nothing about the law, but I wanted to follow it, and it was fascinating to me. So she really did catch herself. Really incredible. It's you know, ethics on people like this kid. What are you doing? Maricón puta! For Brad Keegan. And I got all kinds of rep and et cetera. Every single fucking thing. I'm still getting accused of for moderating the fight. Here comes John.
Yeah, you're right. I do have the receipts, but I'm not gonna go digging through the box to do your work for you. I hate to break the bad news to you, but I record Clown House. It's all the John Kitover Incorporated. I'm running for Congress. I'm a little too busy right now to worry about pot stirring and personal beefs. That might be a you problem, not a me problem. That's why I record everything. I let it go.
Contribution to your campaign, sir.
And I'm number two, David.
And as the biggest contributor to your campaign, sir, the least you can do is get me that one fucking clip, sir.
I just like the fact that he said he's not going to do my work. My work, you're the one with 100 phones recording all the rooms for the past 5 years.
Yeah, I do the heavy lifting. You haven't subscribed yet. You should be watching the YouTubes.
John, tell me where to look and I'll do it.
Why don't you guys figure out how to use the internet? Click my profile, go to YouTube, go back 3 to 4 weeks, and start sniffing around.
He's just asking you what I'll open a room for your campaign. How about that? Give a little, get a little.
Well, now we're talking business.
Hey, John, $20 an hour. They say it's like 12 hours of video. I pay $20 an hour to find that part.
Listen, Hakima, you may have committed election, you may have committed finance fraud when you contributed just to kick Monica to the goo. People are complaining to the Federal Election Commission about your donation.
The Federal Election Commission does not give a goddamn. So let's get the receipts so we can move on with our life.
Well, like I said, I'm running for Congress. If you want to raise a fundraiser campaign Q&A room while I search through my YouTube for you, I'll do that. That's business. Let's talk business.
No. Just tell Biggie where he could look. Or send him the clip and let him do it, because this dude will actually find it. And I promise.
Well, when was it?
Let me finish. I've always been a man of my word to you. You have my word, I will open up a campaign room for you.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you really want me to look, I'll start looking, but I have... there's so many videos. That's the problem. There's just too many videos to go through at this point. But it is 3 weeks ago, I believe. So the timestamp, it's I think 3 weeks at this point.
Didn't you send me something with 12 hours?
Yeah, there's a lot of videos like that where I just let the live stream go for the whole day. That's the hard part about finding this audio. The thing is, everybody who was in that room heard what Pepe did, including Roger. That's the moment it all ended. I cross-streamed Pepe into Roger's room. We all listened to it. So if that's the doxing audio you're looking for, which I'm sure that's what you're looking for, unless there was a side room, that's the only audio that I know of, and that was all live streamed on 10 different YouTubes, and on Clubhouse. But they clipped that Clubhouse account when they did the mass deletions of me, Roger, Pepe, and Matt Cool, and anybody else that they clipped, including, well, I don't think Slipper's got clipped because there's no party hat with a slipper, so that was the big boom room. That was what is manifested.
Let me ask you a question. So you heard him say Roger's work history?
No, that's what I'm saying. It was a side room, I think, because I've heard that there's that side room.
I heard him say it. 7, 8 days ago.
Well, then I don't have that. I've never heard Pop it.
He said there's a video of Roger on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really paying that much. He was talking all about it. He was talking about his job. He was talking about everything.
Well, I can't produce those receipts.
It's hard to believe that he said it 7, 8 days ago.
I don't have those
I
receipts.
heard Pepe saying it in the room 7, 8 days ago.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to believe that Pepe said it 7, 8 days ago.
Yeah, that could have been another one.
Mid-sentence in that room.
The point is, the joy is in seeing Pepe scream and squirm and get on the ground like a worm, because that's what he is.
Okay, John, I'm on your page. Where do I go? Videos?
Yeah, go to live stream and then go back like 3 weeks and, spend 4 hours looking for this, 3-minute audio clip.
It's going to be more than 4 hours, baby.
John, this is the hottest clip on Clubhouse, the most in-demand clip. Had you been thinking, sir, you could have made money selling this clip because people want it for replays.
Well, I did make money. We raised $600 out of that room, and I have already spent $400. We've just gathered 100 signatures in Bloomington. We had an incredible time, and our NPR interview comes out tomorrow.
I'm going to say this publicly. You get me that clip where he doxes Roger, I will match the 600 myself.
Well, I don't have a clip of him talking about his work employment history, his employer, other than the room that was live streamed that Roger himself heard. Because I asked Roger, I said, Roger, do you want me to? There's a room with Pepe. Do you want to hear it? He said, yeah, let's play it. So we put Pepe in the room. Live stream, cross stream the rooms, and so that's what I'm saying. That audio doesn't have the docs that you're looking for. It's a roast of Roger. Pepe insulted Roger for like 10 minutes. That's what the room was about. It was a roast room of Roger. That's what happened. Dr. Love here probably keeps up with my YouTube videos. See, I have people on here that use me as a way to, observe Clubhouse.
I don't watch not one of your videos.
You got pictures of me in my underpants in your cell phone. You're my #1 fan, Jazzy. Post my PTR, me in my underpants doing yoga.
I'm sorry that I broke down and that you and your 55 phones that you're constantly recording on, being recorded on right now, are in your house flailing, right? I don't care.
That's the question. Put your cameras on. Very sure. You don't have to phone or anything. I mean, how?
Okay. The weird part is he thinks he's doing something profound for society to let people listen to a bunch of people on Clubhouse just spew nonsense.
I just love how I'm the center of attention. Isn't that great being the center of attention? Isn't it great recording all these people talk about nothing, wasting all their time?
Get too much time on your hands. You need a job, and you need to do something productive for society as a man.
That's called projection.
Get a family, create some kids, do something.
Who are you, Tony? Are you Tony Montana? Who are you, Tony Montana, talking to your nurse or something? Go to the gym and read a book, you big complainer.
You're a bad case for a 40-something-year-old.
Go to the gym and read a book, you big complainer.
Well, John, I moved you down because I don't want you insulted, Jesse. That's not good. You want to come back up with respect. I understand you're a little batshit crazy, but we're not doing that with Jesse.
Yeah, and I just think this too, like, why even talk to me when I come in the room? Right? What the hell? Don't talk to me.
Alright, we got Elliot Max coming up. I don't even know who this person is. Let's see. Elliot, you have your hand raised. I tried to bring you up.
Your Slippers, you can do whatever you want, but if you're just gonna project on me like Jazzy, I mean, it's not a me problem. It's a you problem.
Elliot, what?
Oh, I'm from Germany. I'm in medical code.
You're from where?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, what brings you to the stage?
I'm from Germany, but I don't understand English or little.
Now, why come to the stage, you fucking idiots? These trolls, man. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 anonymouses. All right. The room is starting to pick up. The other day we had 11 anonymous. We had 32 people and 11 were anonymous.
You're generating more money for Clubhouse than any other host. They should be paying you weekly to do these rooms.
There's no last thought right there. That anonymous feature they use in the studio room is definitely generating money for Clubhouse. It ain't much, but it's definitely more than the other one.
Oh, hold on. We got Bima here. Bima, who is, in my opinion, one of the top 10 pieces of shit on this app. Right? Loves to complain about me. Bima, go to chillism. I don't want you in my spaces. I don't even know why you come in.
No!
Yeah, she came in the other day. Chillism is the greatest place on this app. Every other place is shit. Well, if that's the case, why are you here? Huh? So you can run back like the little snitch you are? Let me take the trash out.
No, well, I can't tell you how to run your room.
Fuck that bitch. She's a
She
two-faced
grows
thing.
tomatoes.
I grow tomatoes too.
Well, she accused me of recording their Chillism 4.0 and sending it to Nathan, and they called it a snake. And this is why I say a lot of people project on me. In the same way that unfortunately, people project on Donald Trump all day, every day on this app.
John, please do me a favor, John. Seriously, I'm asking you respectfully. Naya wants to bring you back up, that's up to her. But you playing the victim card will never fly in my space. Just my opinion. Now, if you want to bring him up, be my guest.
Well, he doesn't have his hand raised, and even though he said I look like Harry Carey with my glasses, he said I have Harry Carey glasses, which I think is actually quite funny. But it's all good. It's luckily I have a great sense of humor. John, if you want to come back up, you know, I don't mind you, John. I'm probably one of the few people on this app who does. So not too much on Nye going forward, okay? You want to come?
Yo, let me tell you something.
Bima, yo, he does not like you. Boy, does he hate you. Why does he call you a snake?
I mean, I don't think that it's funny. Like, I don't think that it's funny. I literally just sent a message for the governor's office of the state of Illinois. Like, this man is not sane. Not sane. And I'm also going to call the Illinois Department of Mental Health. Like, this man is not well.
Please, I love Adam. There's no such department, Adam. You will get it.
Okay, so PTR.
Oh, shit.
I literally called the governor's office of the state of Illinois. Like, this is crazy.
Well, they don't have mental institutions anymore. They just Baker Act people and put them back into society.
You hear this shit, Bima? They're trying to get it institutionalized. And Adams is a guy who needs to be institutionalized. This is how deep the fucking doxing goes here.
Like a jail, but there's no mental institutions in Florida.
All because I sit here and record them talking shit, wasting your time. Exactly. The funniest thing is I've got the receipts. I've got the recordings. Let the audience, let the public decide who's crazy, who's obnoxious, who's stupid. They're stupid. They know I'm recording them, but yet they keep putting on their show, projecting on me, casting all their dispersions. This is what gossip is, and slander, libel, defamation. This is what it is. This is how it works, people. I'm recording it live.
What's up, Cackles? What's up, George? What's up, Faith?
Of course, nobody watches it, though. That's the problem. Nobody cares. Because they know it's a waste of time.
Mahmoud. How you guys doing? If you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. We're really not talking about anything that you're going to retain later on, trust me. Marshall Rankin, how you doing?
Good. Washington Hawaii 5-0. What are you doing?
Hawaii
How much did he is?
So, JB, can you look at my PTR?
Yeah, he called some Chicago. He's been reporting me or something, or calling some like mental health.
Yes, this
hotline.
I'm failing to understand
They have been calling me. I had to block their number because they called me.
Like I said, I called the governor's office of Illinois, and I'm a concerned citizen of California that is very, very aggrieved in the behavior as far as this person
See,
in the state
fucking,
of Illinois.
he must be watching it because we roasted
Claiming
Slippers.
to
We
be running
roasted
for
him.
Congress. So, I mean, at the end of the people need to stop this shit. Fuck around and find out. Stop harassing me.
Stop harassing me! What the fuck?
Oh, I left a message.
I was gonna say the more applicable word for that is like the county he's in, or like what he's doing. If we can get him in trouble for like not doing the shit he's supposed to be doing, it can be run out of
Everybody's drunk in this room.
The problem is this person is going to continue to do what they want to do until they fail. That's the whole thing. They want to be somebody that's looked to that, hey, we're going to make some decisions, and that person wants to have a choice in those decisions, despite the fact that they're not very qualified for said choice.
Well, let me jump in for a
Again,
second.
more projection people. You see how projection works?
Do you realize that we have legitimately probably the two nicest people ever on this app on our stage right now? With Marshall Rankin and Holly Dolly. These are like the two nicest people you ever see on this app.
Shout out to
Marshall ain't very nice. You hear the shit he talks about me? He's a fucking piece of shit is what he is.
With him to know Marshall's got a very good soul. You know,
No, he doesn't have a good soul. He's an alcoholic meth head and a washout.
At least that's how he presents on the app.
Oh, he's even better in real life, Nike, because I had a family issue down in Texas, and I called Marshall, and Marshall got on that shit with the quickness, and he helped get somebody out of ice that shouldn't have been there.
What
so,
the fuck?
The person you hear on the app is 100% better off the app, I promise you.
Always glad I was able to help JB.
You can't make this shit up, Bevo. That's why I record it. Because it is so stupid. It's like people on a TV show who don't want to be on a TV show, but they act like they're on a TV show.
And still, we still can't get Pepe in the room. This is crazy.
He's not coming. But listen, let's see if we can break the record.
Okay, I'm going to restart some of these lives.
In our state.
Rejoin the live.
Let's stop at 11. Let's do a nice, even 12. A nice.
Hey, you know, the crazy part is, we know he's one of those anonymouses, yet he won't come in here not anonymous.
See, JB stirs the pot with this Roger Mayhem doxing video that he supposedly wants. Because he knows that in the video, Pepe doesn't do what he claims he says he does. So he just keeps stirring the pot with it, and it's basically a false accusation.
On that stage, and they start talking shit, you were like, and I heard you say, I'm not having any part of this.
But see, then Pepe will create a room defending himself, and then he'll dox JB, and the whole thing just starts over again. It's cyclical.
It's like, I mean, the topic looked interesting, and I wanted to talk about the topic.
You should help me with my campaign, because like we're actually moving forward and we're getting closer, and we've got like 45 more days to do. But you can help me fundraise. You can help me onboard people, because I have to onboard petition circulator signers.
Anybody in the gay community, I find that Pepe's probably like a 5'6", no taller than that, I promise you. Classic angry gay man that doesn't like heterosexual men that are strong and lead conversations the way they should be led. But that's just my opinion.
Upset slippers!
Hey, talking about homosexuals, here I am. Hi everyone, I'm just listening for now. I'm after drinking my tea, you know, I went to church today, I'm having a good
We love you, Nicholas! We love you! We love you, Nicholas!
I found this really good.
You hear that?
I found this really
He loves you. He loves you.
the service today, and I'm just in a good vibe.
Was it saying we have this?
No, it's just open. It's just a Christian church. They don't have a specific.
It's a non-denominational?
Yeah.
Wait, was there singing?
Yeah, there was some singing, but the message so it was a pastor's wife who was up there speaking today, and her message was just about like faith and, you know, putting your life in the hands of God, and just like not trying to control life and every aspect of life. And I just found it to be very impactful and powerful. But I know this is not a religious room.
I'm calling bullshit. Don't let your life go away. Don't put it in the hands of nobody. You grab it, take control of it.
But God has a plan for you, Akima. You just gotta trust.
No. I believe in God, but he don't have to win.
Hold on.
I said you was going to help launch his return party by making another Pepe movie, because I have hundreds of Pepe movies. The Pepe comedy show, I like to call it. It's pretty controversial, but it's somewhat entertaining and comical. See how
Pepe's God. This is hilarious.
I will try. I'm at the grocery store, but yeah, I'm here.
See how it goes.
Are you buying this?
No, I'm buying some Jameson and some fruit.
Sounds like a good Sunday night at your house.
Damn, I wish I had some Jameson right now. I have no booze. I'm like down to one last sip of some nasty drink I made that was the last of this. What do you make martinis out of?
Vodka or gin?
Yeah, but what do you mix with vodka?
Vermouth?
Yeah, I had a little. What? I like poured
Hey, Holly, I'm gonna go listen to. Have you tried Jameson Orange yet?
No.
Yeah, I think it just came out. Supposedly it's really good. I don't drink, but I heard it's pretty good.
Huh. I thought I'd like it.
No, I can't bring Kitover up. If you want to be my guest, I'm gonna go listen to this clip.
Let's have.
To be honest, it's weird to me. I'm a phone health. I'm always sipping on something when I'm here. Like to me, it's like it just goes well together. I don't drink heavily, but like I'm a sipper. You know, like I can sip on one drink for many hours. You know, but now that it's coming to the end of this drink, I'm kind of like.
Oh, I'm a drinker. You stick a drink in front of me, I can drink that thing in about 30 seconds, no matter what the drink is.
Are you an alcoholic, Marshall?
Am I an alcoholic? No. Can I drink that quickly? Yes.
I feel like guys,
Marshall,
most guys.
I don't know if that's healthy. Like, alcohol in itself is not healthy, but like, drinking that alcohol that fast, I don't think can be.
That's why I don't do it very much, Nick.
Oh, okay, that's good.
A lot of
Like, I have a driver's license with a black eye because I fucking, on a young Republican thing, fell off the scooter, got a black eye, lost my lungs, a whole bunch of shit. And so I decided I wasn't going to drink that much anymore. And so I haven't since. But
Yeah, Sarah told us all about that. How embarrassing. God, that must have been embarrassing. Isn't that embarrassing? A young Republican crashing, being intoxicated?
wait, you think it's embarrassing for young Republicans to drink? You have not been paying any attention to the young Republicans in your state.
Yeah, that's that was
I'm just gonna say,
like we know
young
how hard
Republicans in your state are a fucking drinking club. And they've been a drinking club for 50 years. They get people involved and that pass them off to campaigns, but like the whole thing is being in a fucking drinking club. That's what it is.
Hey, just look at Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz doesn't know.
we know how to party over here. But no, Marshall, I mean a lot of guys are drinkers. They drink so
Oh.
fast. I've noticed that.
Marshall left. I think he went to go grab a drink.
What the fuck?
I'm still speaking. Do not interrupt me.
Coke, like I can't hardly finish. I just drink so slow.
What's your favorite cocktail, Holly?
Hey, Holly, you just sounded like me when people talk over you. Say, what the fuck?
I actually appreciate it, Big Holly.
What's your favorite cocktail, Holly?
What I also was gonna say, real quick. Oh, go ahead, Holly, go ahead.
Oh no, my favorite cocktail. I do like a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives. I guess.
Ooh, that's the best choice, I think.
So there is science to validate what you're like eating slowly. So apparently it takes a little bit for your gut to tell your brain that it's full. So eating slower actually gives the body more time to process the food, and therefore you feel full with less food, and you don't overeat as much. So there is actually like eating and drinking a lot slower is actually good for you.
I'd like to talk about the title of the room.
John, let me ask you a question, John. You have a room going right now called In the Muff?
Yeah, I've got a room called Chillism Brain Rot Clowns, because I was making fun of the Chillism 4.0 people.
No, you have a room called In the Muff.
I have a house called In the Muff. I don't have a room called In the Muff.
You're running that room right now, I'm asking.
Yeah, the name of the room is Chillism Brain Rot Clowns. And Bima, oh, because Bima's in there. I see what you're saying. Okay.
I threw her out of here. She's not welcome in my space. She's a lunatic.
She's got to go to the subspecies space where I record, cretins on this app. But I want to talk about the room title, Your Ship is Sinking.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Well, it's like Jonas and the whale. The whole thing is go within. And that's the problem with a lot of people on Clown House. They're not doing any meditation or inner work. They're just stirring the pot, basically bringing problems instead of peace. But I would just ask the moderators for 60 seconds of your time to read a poem, and I can bring the peace. He kicked me, Bima. He kicked me.
Oh, okay.
They can't take somebody reading poetry. Meanwhile, they want to waste all their time.
Goodbye.
You know what happens with him? Sometimes I can tolerate his poems when they are actually 60 seconds, but then he'll go on one of these poem tirades that'll be like 6 minutes long. And yeah, I haven't eaten, I'm hangry, so John, respectfully, no poems tonight. Go to Pepe Show, he needs a poem, he needs some meditation.
Alright, well, let's see what Pepe's doing. Does Pepe have a room open?
Alright, I think this room has run its course.
It's over.
Open, I can mark Holly, Dawn, and you guys can have it to yourselves. Anybody?
See, JB doesn't get the satisfaction that he wants. He wants to. This is like King of the Castle, or King of the Clown House. It's like, if you can bring receipts, maybe you have something extra, but it's all just ephemeral and disappears room to room to room. It's pathetic.
I challenge Pepe to a debate. He wants to have rules like this is the Republican convention and the Democratic convention, and we need moderators. How about just you and me, Pepe? You fucking vagina. Bring it. Let's go.
JB can't get the satisfaction he's looking for. And Pepe is gone, like, in the white America house that he has.
Hi, guys. I just stumbled. I just logged on to Clubhouse, been watching the football game, and the title of the room got my attention. And
Jane wants to say something. Hello, Jane.
Headline article about
Are you enjoying the drama, Jane? Yeah. Oh, they boomed the room. JB, Jay Fresco boomed the room. Jay Fresco boomed the room. Holy shit. He didn't want to listen to fucking Hansen talk about the fucking North Korean Special Forces incursion.
He retired in the 80s.
Holy shit, that's hilarious.
He's going around saying how many people. I'm one of them. You owe me an apology. And I'm like, well, I do not, sir.
Wait, he said that to you?
He said it to many people.
Oh.
He goes around attempting to extract justice apologies, I guess.
That's funny. Bima, what's up? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. You know what's fascinating to me? So, the whole JB Bima situation just evolved out of that one day that we were on stage. El Normo comes into the room, says that there's sex trafficking conversations going on in Amir's room, and then JB came onto the stage and you had made the comment, you said, speaking of sex trafficking, and then I, after you say that, I'm just like, because JB started to like freak out, I hope you have this room recorded. And then I had said, because he was getting French, he was going after you, he was saying blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, hold on. Don't just go, don't think that it's only Kitover. This has been circulating for a while now. I got your article, like everybody, a lot of people got it. After that day, he has gone on just like this crazy, like, I don't know, he just, you hear him, I'm crazy, I'm a lunatic, I'm the top 10 pieces of shit, right? Mind you, I've never said anything insulting to him directly. I've never said anything bad about him to his face, ever. Everything that gets back to him is word of mouth, right? And now it gets even crazier. You know Rich?
Yeah.
So, him and Jacobus, there was this whole thing with Pepe, Roger, and JB. Rich was at the center of it, and he orchestrated the whole thing. And you had him on recording saying this.
I know, but that's just Rich in his little brain, unless he's telling you what he did. What did he do?
No, he did. He sent, he is the one who doxed JB.
that makes sense. Yeah, I believe that. But how did he do it? What did he say? What room was it? Like, was it with Pepe?
No, it was not with Pepe. What he did was he sends the information he DMs people, specific people that he knows are loudmouths, and he gives them the information and lets them do the chaos work. That's what he admitted. Like we have him like recorded saying this.
Yeah, I know.
And so
I heard him say that the other day.
he's taken multiple opportunities to take his crown to say I've orchestrated all of this. I'm so proud. I got Pepe. He gets kicked off. He keeps getting clipped 100 times. I got Roger kicked off the app. I got JP kicked, and he's again. This is what I do. I'm a chaos creator. And then how I got pulled into the center of it. I went to Chillism one day, and Jacobus and Rich are in there, and a couple other people, and they were like, "Oh, Beamer's gonna be mad at you, Jacobus," and I'm just like, "What did you do?" And he said that so he was in the room with JB and Adams, and apparently some screenshot of Adams, some secret thing got out, which Rich was the one who had it, and he's the one who sent it to Pepe, and Pepe's the one who sent it to Jacobus, and Jacobus put it as his PTR. But it got out that I did it because Jacobus blamed it on me, just randomly. And so then I said, just like completely, like just, I have nothing to do with it. I got blamed for it before I even knew what it was. And I asked him, I said, why did you do that? Like, why would you put it on me? And he's like, there had to be a sacrificial lamb to save Joseph, so why not you? He's like, you're forgiving, you'll get over it, no problem. He's like, you gotta be kidding me. So I got thrown into this, and I got accused of doing all of this. I mean, I've never doxed anybody. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And the way that, I mean, JB, I don't even know if he knows why he hates me so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, it is what it is. I don't think anybody's suffered any repercussions from any of this. It's all just pot stirring, and people are having fun creating the dopamine. I hope people think that this is a game and not literal, because this isn't the real world. You're not shaking palms and meeting people. Howard, welcome to Chillism Brain Rot Clowns. How are you, Howard?
Doing good, John.
I'm doing good. We just came back from a mission on the campaign where we generated a lot of signatures, and we were on NPR, and it comes out Monday.
Good job. And I heard you were down in Bloomington. Way to go.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to joke about that. I didn't hear the
No. So, John, Scott Jones called me a jerk about 4 weeks ago. Can you pull that on it, please?
You want to talk about a snake? He's a real snake. He's that slippery little, individual who loves to play both sides of the fences, but he's only on one side. That's the kind of guy he is. But I can't pull that for you, obviously. I mean, it would be impossible for me to find where that is exactly. That's the thing is, people want to use their memories on this app all the time and run their memory, as opposed to being in the now. The greatest thing about recording Clubhouse is you can just let it go. Just let it appear, drift away, and then the next day it appears again, it just drifts away. But, that's the thing is people call me crazy for recording all of this. It's like, why are people coming here and talking all the time but not creating a product? I went to a farmer's market and I see how hard people work to create all these products, they sell at the farmer's market. I'm creating product for the global digital community, of consumers. There's no inventory. It's just gigabyte transfer. So it's like, I think what I'm doing is pretty smart compared to a lot of people who come here and just get angry all the time, road rage, and project on me everything, that they wish they were doing with their life onto me.
It's a good point, John, and you very much, and not that I totally agree with everything you're doing, but you definitely have a mind of an entrepreneur. And a lot of times entrepreneurs are like the least popular, and everyone's around you telling you that there's no way you're going to succeed, but you've got to have the inner belief and that vision, and no one can take away your vision, that's for sure.
Well, see, it is a vision in a way, but at the same time, I mean, I'm just mirroring, what other people are doing. And I don't know, to me it's fun. I feel like this is the next level game theory in communication, relationships, maybe compression or consolidation. So, but see, I want to read all the time. That's what I would prefer we were all doing, that we were actually educating each other as opposed to screaming at each other. So that's, really my bait and switch for everybody is, hey, can I read a poem to you? Can I read a page from a book? Because I am trying to help people and help myself in the process. But, recording the drama is a little bit like television because, you spent a lot of time watching television and movies over the years. And I see that this experience, in a way, is kind of like the same thing because if you never met anybody from this app or had any interaction with them or any kind of process or business or anything, it's a little bit like just listening to an audiobook. And it's the dumbest audiobook you could have ever chosen in the audiobook store. So the joke's on you. But see, I'm recording it all, and in a way, I'm creating like a parallel society to the app itself on YouTube and creating a very lazy man's network of individuals that I'm connected to because they know that they're in my recordings. And if they come on this app, there's a very high probability that they're going to be on YouTube. And I think a lot of people like that. Some people hate it, but some people like the fact that I'm publishing their show. And Pepe is probably one of them because being a pathetic loser, and having somebody record everything you do and say is probably pretty entertaining to that individual. But I would just submit that he is a racist, bigoted, low IQ schmuck who loves to hear his own voice, and that's not projection. I think I'm accurately describing Pepe without projecting myself. Now that we've gotten through all of that, does anybody want to hear a 60-second poem?
Go for it.
Okay, this is called There's Nothing Ahead by Rumi. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search, wandering. This world is wandering that, both inside one transparent sky. In here there is no dogma and no heresy. The miracle of Jesus is himself, not what he said or did about the future. Forget the future. I'd worship someone who could do that. On the way you may want to look back, or not. But if you can say there's nothing ahead, there will be nothing there. Stretch your arms, take hold of the cloth of your clothes with both hands. The cure for pain is in the pain. Good and bad are mixed. If you don't have both, you don't belong with us. When one of us gets lost, is not here, he must be inside us. There's no place like that anywhere in the world. Okay, this one's called Walking Out of the Treasury Building. Lord, the air smells good today, straight from the mysteries within the inner courts of God. Grace like new clothes thrown across the garden. Free medicine for everybody. The trees in their prayer, the birds in praise, the first blue violets kneeling. Whatever came from being is caught up in being, drunkenly forgetting the way back. One man turns and sees his birth, pulling separate from the others. He fills with light, the colors change here. He drinks it in, and everyone is wonderfully drunk, shining with his beauty. Can't really say that I feel the pain of others, when the whole world seems so sweet. Face to face with a lion, I grow leonine. Walking out of the Treasury building, I feel generous. Anyone still sober in this weather must be afraid of people, afraid what they'll say. Enough talking! If we eat too much greenery, we're going to smell like vegetables. So what'd you think about those poems? Mysterious? Mystical? Illuminating?
What did you take from them? Either of them? Start with the first one.
Rumi mostly deals with the self, and they're fun. I mean, I can't really. I'd have to go through them again to like point out some, observations, but those are kind of just like fun little poems, I would say, in a way. They're mystical, and they're supposed to be illuminating. That's why I said that. But I could also read you some Bible flashcards. You get criticized on this app for everything you say, everything you do. And that's a Zen saying is, it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. That's life. You're damned if you're silent. You're damned if you speak. So that's the way things go. But the greatest thing about recording myself is any accusations that people make against me, even though they may make me angry at times, it's all on it's all on live stream, so it's like I don't have to worry about it because I'm so transparent that nothing sticks to me. Because all I have to do is say, hey, go to my YouTube. Everything I hear, everything I say on here, I live stream it face to face. So it clears up a lot of drama for me that essentially I can laugh at everybody because I don't have to worry about their accusations or their slanders, their libels, their defamations. It's a quick, easy way to use the app. And I'd say most people should do that in life. The thing about social media is most people are so concerned about their employer and having any personality on the internet and saying anything which is controversial, amateurish, or childish, that no one wants to risk their credibility or their professionalism by being a dissenter, a complainer, or a criticizer on the internet because it's too detrimental to one's standing. Because if you get Googled and somebody attaches you to your employer, you're fucked. So we have like a surveillance society embedded within the social media industrial complex, which really is probably preventing a lot of social change. And X is that good example where that's the only platform that has opened up where you can criticize the government, but also do it anonymously. So it's not just the government, it's everything. But anyways, Bima, any other questions, thoughts, ideas, or opinions in chillism, brain rot clowns?
No, I don't think so.
I think we ran the full circle here. We did it again, ladies and gentlemen. So what are you going to do the rest of the night, Bima?
Well, I have a bunch of begonias that I need to water, and I'm doing some organizing of a particular begonia branch where I'm from. So I'm working on that, trying to get the begonias out there, I want to make begonias like a household name. I want people to have, like begonia rexes and maculatas, and I want people to be able to know and identify these beautiful plants. They're so gorgeous, and they're so fun. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do a little bit of reading. I have a couple things that I'm reading. I created on ChatGPT, which is a wonderful tool, a 12-month reading schedule for myself, all focused on rationality and reason. And I gotta be honest, a lot of that is heavy reading, so sometimes I have to reread and then reread and then reread it. embroidery. I do like a slow stitch. So I take just a piece of fabric. It's got 4x4 inches, so it's like a square. And I decorate it. I'll just embroider it with a particular leaf or flowers or herb, something that I found today.
Yeah, there's.
Wait, hold on. Pepe's got a new room going, Pepe. Be mine.
The ass-kissing part doesn't make sense because Adams and I were never like enemies.
Damn, there are so many Anons in this room right now. It's hilarious.
We were all like friends with him, so.
Bima, go in there and tell them what you just told me. It'll help clear this up for them.
What's going on?
It's called, it's in White America, the house, and the name of the room is There Is No Clip.
I don't know. But it is silly. Very silly. But what's really funny is that.
What do you want, Jarl? I heard you say you're a communist socialist today. How pathetic. When did your dick shrivel up and fall off, and you grew a pussy, Jarl? When did your pussy grow in?
Once he ended up cutting that, whoever came into this room, it's kind of and then we're talking.
Oh, you got a brain. You
In the
think.
chat, I'm talking from on the stage, and then he goes on stage and we start talking, and then it's kind of like we.
Yeah.
All of this
And we're running for Congress, and we raised $600. What's up, Bima?
The drama between JB and myself and others started, so it actually goes into that.
Go ahead, Bima. We don't need Jarl's negativity here. Go ahead, Bima.
Where's the room?
It's in the house White America, unless you're blocked from it, or somebody's getting
What's
blocked.
your YouTube channel that you're reposting all this onto?
Just click my profile, Jarl. You know how the internet works? I don't have time to explain to you how to do things, dude.
So, I thought it was funny because, we were talking about, that girl that got stabbed in Charlotte, and then when he came in the room, like, naturally the conversation started between us.
You want to do a fundraiser for me, Jarl, or you just want to sit here and Q&A me and roast me?
That was nuts. When we opened up
I'm just trying to understand the weird, like,
I've thought this
recording
content
other
has
people's
been
rooms, like this.
weird. GB, however,
I'm just trying to understand.
Weird!
very stubborn.
I love it when people use the word weird. That's like the lowest form of evidence I've ever heard. Weird! You know what, Jarl? You might be weird, Jarl.
Yeah, I am weird. Everyone on this app is a little bit weird.
They will continue
Or
to
odd
do
or
this
strange. I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, I'm looking at your website. I don't see a link to your YouTube channel. Like,
But I also thought they said that they weren't going to
recording room?
talk about me.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with my life, Jarl. It wasn't exactly how I planned everything.
You think I'm insulting you? I'm just trying to understand. Like, what are you doing? What's the point of all this?
You just have to look at my YouTube to figure it out.
This from the get-go.
Okay.
And
I'm trying to find
I've said it in my rooms that I would make.
It's in my profile.
Show the fucking.
There's a link to my YouTube in my profile.
If I'm lying, you guys said you had the clips. Then sometimes, one of them, like, kind of say.
I don't know how it works, but I only see a link to your website.
And it's just, I thought you guys.
Oh, there's a second link. You gotta click
Now
again,
tonight,
maybe.
they admit that they do not have clips 9. She said, we just need to find the smoking gun, the clips. Yes, that's exactly what you need to
I
do.
can't get in the room. They got me blocked.
John Kitover,
Can you do us a favor and please share your YouTube channel?
hold on. Hey, Rich, don't interrupt me like that.
She's gonna do it.
It doesn't matter, just let me run the show.
Let me run the show. See?
Dude, stop. Now, when it comes to, because I lose my train of thought. That's why I get really pissed off when people do that.
It's so stupid.
God damn, what was I saying?
Doesn't get it and they say a fucking coherent thought.
No, I said find the smoking gun.
So Pumpkin is a new profile for Rich.
And so, I ended up, so basically, they said that, they either say they had them or, it was recorded, we just need to find it with John Kitover. John Kitover goes on stage, and he says, yeah, dude, it wasn't recorded, I don't have a clip of it. Why isn't it? So the clip doesn't exist. Now, mind you, I know the clip doesn't exist because I never said any of that shit. Never said it. So, if I know that I never said a name of an employer, never said a name of a family member, if I never said your address.
So Bima is about to drop the bomb that it was Rich, and Rich is gonna take for doxing all these people and giving their information to chaos agents here. Yeah.
Somebody off the app had,
So,
had access to
I got like,
their
like,
LinkedIn or
think I'm like
something
trying to make
like that.
fun of you or whatever. There's no one in the room, right? It's not like I'm like trying to like look cool or anything, but
No, there's people watching the YouTube live.
I said, he sounds
I
like he's
doubt
bullshit.
that. You have no views on any of your videos, dude. There's literally nobody watching anything you post ever. Actually, I can
Jarl,
see this
when did your penis fall off of your? When did your penis fall off, Jarl? When did your pussy grow in? I just want to know.
Like, if somebody was to say,
so I can hear you on your
if I
YouTube
was to say,
channel. I
let's
can
just say
only
somebody
hear
had
Okay, then it's you, Jarl.
about somebody.
That's okay. I'm just here to record the drama.
This happened to me on
I got
X,
2 people
where
watching me
people
on
let
YouTube
me
right
know
now.
back and like, oh, dude, I know that person's family. Like, this person has a lot of mental issues. Yada yada yada. That's not doxing. No, you could say that's revealing information that people don't, she wouldn't want to hear.
Jarl, is there anything else you want to know about how I'm using my cell phones? Anything else I can help clear up for you on how to use the internet, Jarl?
Of course, I never did anything like that. But we
You
find
good,
out
Jarl?
the
You
clips
good?
never
There's
existed.
nothing else? You
These
good?
never existed.
Yeah, I'm just so interested.
I'll play some of the clips for you. I thought it was funny.
Well, I'm running for Congress. You would hope your local congressman is an interesting person coming up with innovative solutions.
Weeks of accusing me of being a doxer when I did not dox. And then today, you reveal you have no receipts. How does it feel? There's no clips. Okay.
So, Bima and Pumpkin are about to drop the truth. See, Dr. Adams? Dr. Adams is in the chat. This is awesome. Look at this. This was so. Why are you so depressed? Because again, you know that you got caught. You did dox. Alan, I'm literally dating a celebrity. Slippers is dating a celebrity? None of anyone's business, but I definitely got invited to the Emmys this year. You're still complaining about this shit?
Especially when it first came in.
For 1 hour and 40 minutes, and you got 2
let's
views.
Isn't that interesting, Jarl?
I don't know. It is.
Why would I do all of it for no views?
I feel like you're genuine. I don't know.
Maybe I'm an artist, Jarl. Maybe I'm a great artist who's been yet to be discovered by big critics, so I can get paid for doing what I'm doing and have a huge catalog with 25,000 videos on YouTube, 25,000 videos on Instagram, all over X, all over Clownhouse, Jarl. We're everywhere.
Alright. Good luck with your...
Thanks, Jarl. Take care and have a good life. Bye, Jarl.
Never have their receipts. That's the entire modus operandi of the left. They accuse, and then when they're actually pinned down to it, they can't produce anything. And when you produce the receipts, they outright lie.
This is very funny. Alright, I hope you enjoyed Chills and Brain Rot. I'm going to start a new room then. I'm going to try to go this one back.
Similar thing where we call out bullshit when we see it, and we both have gotten heat, okay, for what we've said about certain statements, whatever, and today was another day like that with me, but that's besides the point. The point is, it can be upsetting, but the fact is, that's the way it usually works. And no one is surprised that they don't have their receipts, because that's how they operate.
Yeah, I thought it was bullshit. I'm trying to sync my fucking iCloud bullshit. So I can play it on my computer in a minute. But yeah, I got somebody trying to talk to me all week, and so yeah. You're a fucking vagina. I know you're like 5'5", 5'6", motherfucker. I'm 5'11". Okay, like an average height person. I'd be a little short than average, a little shorter than average, maybe in Holland, but slightly taller than average in some other countries, like the country you claim to have.
Adams is so funny.
But I do believe that from looking at your photos, something tells me I'm a few inches taller than you. However, I don't think you really want
want to talk about sexual, devious sexual activity, given, the charges you've discussed before in the past. I don't have the same problems as you, bro. Yeah, he said, oh, be a man, come watch Stand on the Square, come debate me. Just man on man. I'm pretty sure you would be the one holding the mod badge the whole time, so let me one up you, pussy. Come on my stage, and I'll give you a mod badge while clearing my stage. Okay, literally. Okay, mano y mano. And I'm guessing, because I'm a vagina, because I wasn't going to fall for your stupid shit. I'm a pussy. Or actually, you're a big vagina. If you're going to accuse me of being a vagina for not going into your room, we'd be the two of us and only you had a mod badge, but I'm offering you a mod badge. I'm guessing that makes you a even bigger vagina. And also, why you know that KP and SIG wanted us to squash all of the fighting that we were having. They wanted to intervene. They weren't taking sides. And they publicly told you this and myself this. SIG said he would debate, or not debate. He would moderate the two of it, a sit down between the two of us. He said you flaked out. You bitched out basically. Now, why would you want a moderator? Well, that way you can't bully behind a mod badge. Hello? Going up on your stage where you're the only moderator? Is that smart? No, of course not. You are, we all know that and let me just say this. Say that you'll go, or say that you'll let SIG mod a room where it's just the three of us on stage. You won't do it. The reason why is you're going to go with narratives. He's fucking with family here. He's fucking with my kids. Okay, I'm going to ask the same question. Just like how you admitted tonight. There's no clip. You don't have the receipts. I'm going to say, show me the receipts. Show me where I mentioned a family member's name. Tell me one family member that I named. What did I say about your family?
You never did.
Yes, and so he's going to have to answer those questions. Because when he does his response rooms, he never addresses those questions.
Yeah,
That's because they don't exist. It's never happened.
JB's just trying to stay relevant, dude. That's all he's doing.
Well, I know. He lost the keys to healthy debates, and now he's fuming mad. And he was grifting off of the Jews on this app, and the Jews kind of realized, just like Million Man Marathon, just like all of the other ones, you're just kind of not, And you know why you lost your admin privileges from healthy debates? It had a lot more to do with, but you ended up saying you were going to open a room about the quote-unquote Jewish mafia on Clubhouse, but then you bitched out and made a room about a different topic because you got scared. You didn't want that smoke now, did you? Because you knew, and I knew this because I caught wind of it, because I overheard people talking. And I believe that individual showed up in one of your spaces, and you know who I'm talking about, and you know he'll get you clipped faster than a motherfucker. You kind of realize you don't want that smoke. Why didn't you stand on the square? Why didn't you call out the Jewish mafia? The Jewish mafia on the air that got your account clipped. Why didn't you talk about him, Jay? Why didn't you talk about the Jewish mafia?
Because he's a coward.
Yeah, he's a fucking bitch. Yeah, did you, I guess, with healthy debates, I'm not going to repeat what was told to me. But, I mean, yeah, you were grifting awfully hard after October 7th, weren't you? You finally found a fucking audience that would listen to you. Then, a couple of them disagree with you, and you want to start running your fucking mouth about Jews. Oh, gee, why did they turn in on me? I don't know, was there a fucking weasel? Why else?
Because he crashed out and said you can shove the fucking Jews up your ass.
I mean, apparently he's a Jew. Right. Nobody buys that.
He's German.
Nobody buys that he's a Jew. I guess you can identify as one, just like you identified as Italian. You You know what's really funny? Is that despite me completely tearing down, he's like, you guys want to look at my ancestry and stuff? Then he deflects to Brad. He says, he has like the most German last name. He's not Irish. Hey, asshole. You have to deflect because you know, and I know, you are not Italian. You're a faker. You're not some fucking suave, swarthy Guinea, okay? That was, one of the cool kids in the You're just not. You were one of the cool thugs. You were one that had to resort to, finding really, shitty and just horrible ways to make fucking money. You're not even against, just like Ori, the guy that was locked up that was, I guess connected with the mafia. I should play that clip. JB, he wasn't a gangster. He tried coming to my places. I told him he's not a gangster. He couldn't catch shit. Been standing 5 feet in front of him. And this is like, he's making a play on your name, Ketchikon. He's basically like letting everybody know you're not a gangster, because you're not. You're a fucking bitch. Punk.
Do you think it's sad that he was molested by
I do, don't go, no, stop. Okay, you're going to the audience. Jesus Christ. First of all, you're autistic spurging. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. But then, you have to take it there. Like, seriously?
Pepe, I was just wondering, did Rich, are you aware, because I'm just trying to process this, he said that he let everybody know, but are you aware that he admits to orchestrating everything that happened between JB?
He's trolling.
No. He's done it, because he's done it in Chillism, he's done it in multiple rooms, this is what he does. And he admits to, he's admitting to it right now. He's the one who sends the articles around. He's admitted to it very seriously.
Yeah, that happened. So I can tell you. So I heard him take claim for that, like in rooms I wasn't in. Now he was actually DMing me, saying like, "Dude, have you seen this article about JB?" I said, "Dude, I knew about that years ago." And this was after this last bout between JB and I. No, he did not start it. We know how it started. And it was...
How did it start?
Basically, so Roger, right?
Right.
So, a couple of years ago, somebody had, I was hearing people kind of, talk about Roger, and, it references to him being fat, and I was like, how do you guys know this? And he's like, oh, he used to come by here, his real name and photo. And he's like, yeah, dude, remember that podcast he did with so-and-so? He did a podcast with somebody else on the app. But he did the podcast using his real name, just like how he used to use his real name on the app. And I was like, oh, dude. So there was, a room where he was doing, a fat tax. He's like, a poll, should we tax fat people? And I've always thought he was an asshole and a bully, but I ended up basically thinking to myself, oh, dude, I've seen a picture of that motherfucker. And so I went onto YouTube. I took a screenshot of the video of his face, and then I went into his room, and then I changed it to my PTR while I was on stage. And he ended up kicking me out of the room a minute later. And then he eventually left the app that day. And then I was basically, so fast forward the next day.
Didn't get that YouTube link from Rich?
No, I had this YouTube link from years ago.
Okay.
Rich had nothing to do with this. So this, I can tell you who gave it to me, but I'm not going to, because this person's not involved right now.
That's okay, yeah, don't do that.
And so, no, I just had to go back in my history, and then I see the video. And so, this was a couple years ago. The video is about 3 or 4 years old. And so, I ended up taking a screenshot from that.
Pepe, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, let me finish real quick.
Got it.
I'll let you go afterwards. And then I ended up taking a screenshot of it. Now, the next day, I wake up, and JB has a room about me. and he's saying that, oh, he called. Now this is where I ended up kind of going sideways with him. So I'm listening on anonymous mode, and I hear him like, "This piece of shit, you gotta watch out for him." Now he said that I had doxed. I had given away families' names, social security numbers, where he worked, and I was saying interesting. I literally said none of those things. And so I ended up going
Roger about JB.
Roger.
Okay.
So he was trying to say like, oh, I'm protecting my friend type of thing, because he's a doxer, and he's saying like, and you gotta be careful. You might think it's funny to be around somebody like Pepe, but you just remember he can always turn on you. And he's saying this stuff. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? I go off of anonymous and onto a stage, answer a few questions. Him and I were asking me questions. I said, nope, I didn't do it. In fact, I'm pretty sure. I think what's his face was in there recording. Maybe get a recording of it. I don't know. And then I open a response room, and because he's calling me names and accusing me of things I did not do. So I start going off on him because look, you can say what you want about me. I'm somebody who would make, I would say offensive things. I would have, opinions people didn't like. I would talk about very controversial topics. That was my MO. My MO is not making people content, like a lot of the rooms do on this app. But like with him, and it was a back and forth because I ended up kind of like, he fired some shots. I started dropping like heavy artillery and going over like really his behavior and his history, and it's been back and forth ever since. But go ahead, Adams.
Hi, Pepe. Are you home?
Oh yeah, I'm cool, dude.
Got it. So what is your issue with me?
I don't have an issue with you. I don't know why you think I have an issue with you.
Got it. So what's your issue with Jay?
JB? Oh, because like I said, it was he called me a piece of shit and said I doxed social security numbers, names, where he worked, and that kind of stuff. I believe addresses he named on that too. And he said that I've done it before in that room. And so my problem with JB is that number one, he told lies about me because I've never done any of those things, and he was also name calling. But obviously the part that pissed me off the most was him saying like I do that to people, and he was telling people to stay clear of me. I definitely had an issue with that.
So, I mean, looking at your history with Jay, I mean, haven't you done the things that he said that you have done?
No.
Got it. So you didn't read his criminal record and cast aspersions on his character in misrepresenting his criminal record?
I did not. I read a newspaper article, I did say that there's what he was charged with, there's what he was convicted of. His conviction had something to do with prostitution, promoting prostitution.
Pimping grown women.
Amazing. Nobody said they were underage.
Right. So can we? Okay. So we can agree that none of those said victims were underage. We can agree on that, correct?
Yeah. Nobody said that. Yeah.
Okay. So when you have the likes of the rooftop Korean that comes up in here, KK, okay, and flapping her gums and doing the shit that she does, you don't think that actually gives some sort of esteem into Jay's claim as far as you guys harassing this man and creating aspersions on his character that are mechanically irresponsible and defamatory? You don't feel like you guys have done that?
To answer the question question, especially regarding the quote-unquote rooftop Korean. She did not say his name, but she read a document regarding an actual conviction, not a charge, but a conviction.
Got it. And you understand that she violated California state law when she did that from standing in California soil. You understand that, right?
I am not sure why.
Right. You're not sure. And that's why I took the position that I did, right? Because again, people want to run their mouth and do the things that they do. When it comes to a standpoint of criminality, this is where I stand, where I do.
But I'm confused because Ketchikon, which that account is still up, Ketchikon, if I recall correctly, that's how we made an
You're talking in circles around a bunch of shit that doesn't matter.
Yes, no, you're not letting me finish. Adams, you're not letting me finish. I was quiet while you went. He went by Ketchikon. When I first met him, he was Ketchikon. He was very upfront about how he used to be a quote-unquote con man. He referred to himself as a former con man. He would say, like, yes, you're going to hear some stuff on this app, yada, yada. He admits it. Now, quite frankly, I don't see how even that would be defaming his character because he admits he was a former con man. This would happen even before the 2008 or 9 or whatever incident. This kind of still falls in line with him being a former con man. How is that defaming him? He admits he was a former con man. Wouldn't you say something that happened almost 10 years prior to the one that we all know about? It falls in line with him being a former con man?
Hey, Cleto, Matt, Mon, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, I think that you definitely said enough. So can you look at California Penal Code 653.2?
653.2?
Yeah. Can you actually look that up?
Yeah,
Wait, were you talking to me, Slippers, or were you projecting?
No, I wasn't talking to you. I actually called the governor's office of the state of Illinois and I requested a mental hygiene warrant for you. Because again, you're mentally fucking ill, you're a psychopath, and you're a predator. You need to be off the fucking internet.
Well, I can tell you this, Adams, as somebody who worked with the seriously ill, in this case.
Unlicensed, correct?
Unlicensed.
Correct.
Guess what?
Right.
Hold on.
There you go.
Hold on. I was a person who would have to write the petition order, and it'd have to be approved by a psychiatrist and a judge. And that was basically me giving witness testimony. Now, you have severely, It's GD, gravely disabled, God damn it, I forget all of the acronyms now because it's like almost 20 years ago. Of course, harm to self, harm to others, persistently acutely disabled, or
What exactly is your job title?
Sure. Hold on a second. Now, I can tell you the bar for being Let me put it like this. No, I can tell you this. This is a mathematical thing. You have a county.
You're still not licensed.
Amazing. 4 million people in Maricopa County, 4 million plus. There's only 90 beds. 90 beds in Ash, the Arizona State Hospital. Now you need to do the math. Which people get in there? It's the people that end up are like, it's not the bums talking to themselves who piss in public, who just, it's not those people. It's generally people who end up getting incompetent to stand trial, and then they're then civilly committed to the Arizona State Hospital afterwards. It's near impossible. You can't institutionalize somebody like him. It's not even a remote possibility.
And neither can you because you're not a licensed state professional.
He's not threatening to harm anybody or himself.
No, he's actually giving marginal medical advice on the fucking internet without licensing.
It is John.
Okay,
You don't need to be a license. You don't need to have a license.
Shut up.
Hold on, Rich, don't interrupt. You don't have to be licensed to know that there's 90 beds allocated for 4 million people in the valley.
Pepe, I have a question. Do you think recording clubhouse rooms would get you institutionalized or bankrupt?
No, you can talk to yourself and have an imaginary wife, an imaginary army, an imaginary... Dude, the bar is so high. Now, even when it comes to being... So, when it comes... There's a threat to self or threat to others. Those are very clear, in which you can get involuntarily committed. And generally, you're going to go to... If it's your first time, you go to a county psychiatric hospital. If you are persistently, acutely disabled, you're somebody who, for example, I'm so limited on what I'm allowed to say, but let's just say that, like, you're a grown adult, and it's in the middle of the summer, your AC is off, you have shit. Let's just say you're covered in shit, you've lost a lot of weight, you're basically pooping on yourself, not eating, you're gonna succumb to the elements. Like, there's things like that where you get involuntarily committed. But you talking to yourself, you being completely detached from reality, having a full psychotic break, you can't be institutionalized for that. Okay, so hold on. I want to go back to California Penal Code. 653.2 prohibits cyber harassment or quote-unquote doxing, which involves using electronic communication to distribute or post harmful information about another person with the intent to harass them. To be convicted, the prosecutor must prove you knowingly and willfully engage in a course... Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Willfully engage in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that serves no legitimate purpose and would be considered seriously alarming, annoying, tormenting, or terrorizing. Amazing. So,
Yeah, calling somebody homosexual in clubhouse isn't gonna fit that criteria. Right?
Seriously alarming, seriously annoying, or tormenting. I don't see how this would even come close.
I'd like to be put in the queue, moderator.
Shut the fuck up, John. Like, this is an app where you voluntarily go on, okay? And people disagree with each other. They call each other names. People even gossip and tell lies about each other, kind of like what JB's done to me. Amazing. He literally lied about me, but that's not a crime. I can't have a defamation suit against him because he hasn't cost me any money. I didn't stop eating and lose a bunch of weight and have to go to the hospital because his words hurt me so much, so I need damages.
So Pepe, what you just read in terms of the legal doctrine that you read, I mean, that has nothing to do with civil implications. That's criminal. So if you actually look at the penalties, behind the actions under that penal code, it actually can result in a year in confinement in jail.
Like all misdemeanors, like up to a year, amazing.
Right. So again, and Rich, I suggest that you be very quiet.
Yeah, okay. Rich, don't defend your ankle biting. Stop. It's just to us two right now.
Oh, this is all directed at me.
Well, no,
it's not directed at you.
He's talking about
It's not directed at you.
So
it's talking about the reason why I did not file the complaint that I did today, okay, to the Office of Judicial Affairs. Given the fact that your father is a federal judge and you continue to release people's information on this fucking app, I suggest that you be fucking quiet.
Okay, hold on, stop. Guys, no more ankle bop. I'm just gonna start kicking people to the group. This is Adams and I right now.
Wait, who was that? Alex, who was he just speaking?
He was speaking, I think, to Rich, but he was about Rich, but Rich keeps on inserting himself, so but we're talking about, we're talking about KK and what she did, and I would have to say, okay, when it comes to quote-unquote doxing, That's not doxing. This individual gives his real name on this app. He tells people he was a former con man. He's been clear that he's been in trouble with the law before. And she brings up, as this former con man likes to say, he used to be a con man. She pulled up one of his records of his cons. I guess I don't quite get how that is. Who would find that even reasonable? If I said I'm a con man and you pull up one of my convictions of conning somebody, after I gave my real name, like I can't say like, oh, you doxed me. You see, you're calling me a con man. Back when I said I was a con man. Like, how does that work? I mean, you have to understand, he had a name, Ketchicon. And his thing, and his whole persona was, I used to be a con man. Now I catch cons. Well, she went to his history, which he clearly has been open about. He clearly would give his name. And, she found that he conned.
Pimping grown women, correct?
Well, no, he said he was a con man. Like,
Pimping
more than
grown
one.
women. Those were the charges, correct?
No, he said, he claims he's
Pimping grown
Adams. Stop, Othello. He said he was a con man in the past. Did he not? That's what he's always fucking said. He was a con man. Yep. That's why he said he's a con, because he used to be a con. Okay, he has a conviction for pimping. But that does not negate the fact that he said he was a fucking con in the past. How can you defame somebody's character when your character is, I used to be a goddamn con man? And then she finds it, she reads out a court case where, yeah, he was fucking conning somebody. Back in the past, when he said he was a fucking con man, you can't defame somebody like that. Like, that's not defamation. That's, if anything, that's basically, building on what the fuck he was saying.
It's the equivalent of saying that President Trump has federal felony convictions.
It's like me saying, I used to be a rapist. I was caught. God damn it, you pulled up my fucking record. God damn it, what does it say? It says rape. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, if I said I did that kind of behavior in the past, I'm not saying he's ever said any such thing, but giving it an example. If I said I used to be such a character, and you pull up a record of me doing what I said I used to do, I mean, geez, how is that defamation? His claim is that he's no longer a con and he catches cons now. She didn't say, what she read did not refute what he said by saying that he's a con man now. It basically just reaffirms that, yeah, he used to be a con man. I don't know how the fuck that would ever be a fucking crime, especially when you volunteer that information on this app. Like your name and the fact that you used to be a fucking con man and you already have a criminal record.
Sex trafficking industry is the number 2 illegal industry in America.
I'm just going to say one simple thing. I don't think said person should be opening the business that they used to do the same thing. It's kind of scary.
Hey, I enjoy this drama, but what I enjoy more is education and reading books as opposed to just relentlessly stirring the
Okay,
pot.
you're gonna shut your goddamn mouth or you're gonna go to the goo. Now, you're not doing one of your normal touch spiels. And I heard you say, like, I heard you say some nasty things about me in that room. I can hear it. But I don't take you seriously.
Well, I'm consistent, at least when I ridicule you for being a
I know,
worm.
that's why I never take you seriously, but I just don't want to hear your annoying spiel.
Oh, like you're projecting. You just did a huge annoying spiel.
And go up. To be fair, I watch his streams. I don't think he reads books, but he listens to audio. He'll have his streams. He'll have like a 12-hour stream, and it'll consist of like 3 hours of Clubhouse, and then it's just like the rest of the 9 hours are an audiobook.
Because he's not very interesting. Nobody wants to hear him talk. Remember when he used to make his rooms and everybody would come in and be like, oh, it's you, and leave the room immediately, and then it would just be him. You could see him in the hallway. It was just him in his room. Like, nobody gives a fuck about that motherfucker.
I moved him to the audience.
Welcome back to the Pepper Show.
In here, he hates us. He hates your rooms, but yet he comes.
He does what he does. He's just always, it's just him. I don't really care. No, I would say Adams. Holy shit. I don't know what to say. This whole thing about crimes, I have. First of all, I've been in so many.
Hold on. I just want you to stop what you're doing.
What am I doing?
You're being malicious. Like you're
How?
intentional.
Shut up, Rich.
Can you move her, Jim, please?
Honestly,
I don't want Rich to create any more damage to his father's career. Okay?
No, guys, stop
him down.
Stop talking about each other. I'm moving down if he comes off this mic again, but no more addressing each other. Now, Rich, I swear to God, actually, if you address him, Rich, you get kicked from the fucking room, okay? And Adams, do not fucking address him, alright? But if you interrupt, you're definitely gonna stay in the fucking audience, Rich. And if you say anything in the chat, you get kicked out of the fucking room. So, now that those guidelines are clear, go ahead. What were you gonna say, Adams? Don't talk about Rich.
Pepe, I feel like you handled the situation in a way that was morally repugnant. Like, it was morally repugnant. Like, you literally talked about Roger and, taking time off from his professional career to raise his kids. How many of these people sitting here and listening to the scuttlebutt is actually talking to their fucking kids? So at the end of the day, this shit is completely out of any sense that's reasonable, okay? The way that you've handled this shit has been absolutely... I'm disappointed, Pepe. I really am. I'm very disappointed. Very, very, very disappointed. And even through all of this, I mentioned the fact that, your number came up on Telegram. I didn't give that to anybody. I didn't offer that up as scuttlebutt or any of those other things when people were asking me, begging me, and offering me money to do it. Stop it, Pepe.
Well, I appreciate that, Adams. And I can say this, I can promise you I never said anything about, at least I really do not recall. I'm going to say at least 95% sure I never said anything about him taking time off here to raise kids. I did hear it, but I do not ever remember hearing that. I remember my commentary was strictly pointing out that...
Pepe,
hold on, let me finish my point.
Pepe,
Adams,
let him
finish, please.
Come on, stay out of it.
No, you stay.
But I'm just trying to finish my point. I think you don't understand my goal with Roger. My goal was Roger is a bully. He liked to bully fat people and try to act like, I can, just be a dick. I can, and I make a lot of money. I'm good. Okay. My goal was to basically show that no, you don't. And quite frankly, this guy can't bully you because he's none of those things that he says he is, and he likes to bully people over. That was my goal. I had zero interest in pointing out what his, whether or not he took time off to raise kids. And quite frankly, I wouldn't care if he did that. I don't even look at that as necessary, like a lot of men might, but I personally don't even look at that as necessarily a bad thing. I do have friends who their fathers were in that situation. I don't think that makes them bad.
will say something about Roger. When he was first on the app, he ran very even keel rooms. They were balanced.
Alan, he's still on the app. So again, I would be very.
I don't care.
Yeah, he's still on the app.
Let him.
I don't care.
All right, just let Alan finish.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll say it again, I don't care, because there are a lot of people on this app, including Roger, who think they're morally superior to me or somehow smarter than me. They are not. And they hold that moral superiority over my head because they happen to be mods. I don't care. They're full of shit, and I will say it to their face. And I've said this to Roger's face in rooms and in private chat. So I'm not saying anything now that I haven't said before. Anyways, to continue, he ran good rooms when the app first started. He never insulted anyone, and he was aligning himself with the right more than the left, I think because he felt that politically, as a libertarian, that was more beneficial to him and his political beliefs. At a certain point, why, I don't know, he lost it, and it seemed like he was attacking conservatives. Now that makes sense, as initially conservatives were not in power, so he was aligning with the underdog, and one could excuse it by saying, well, now that conservatives have power, then we're going to hold them accountable. But that is also when his trolling and his bullying behavior started. And as I view him, it really depended on which Roger you got. Sometimes I could go into his rooms and he would be fair, he would listen, etc. Other times you could tell he was in a mood and 100%. And he would be looking to criticize people. The thing that really did it for me is he told me early on in the app, remember Alex New York? He would conspire with Alex, so he would say, hey, things are getting kind of dull in my room. You send some of your people into my room, I'll send some of my people into your room, and let's agitate everybody. So he was purposely using that as a way to create content and to annoy people.
So I want to bring up this. So we talked about some of the things that which I am almost certain that I never said anything about him taking time off to raise kids. I actually don't look at that as a bad thing. Personally, you guys can clip that. But what I am curious about is that why do you stand by JB? Like you were actual friends offline with KK, and she was disparaging her and her dead husband. Now here's the woman, and he likes to say, oh, no one will say you care, her husband is black. I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, here she is raising her kids, and I guess she packed her, whatever she has with her husband and the family, like she's not remarried while she's raising the kids. Come on, bro. Like, that was the most fucked up thing. I actually was surprised. I have a low opinion of JB, admittedly, but even I thought that was not low of him to necessarily go there, but I would have thought he would at least be smart enough to think, like, yeah, you just don't, dude, there's some things that are just too sensitive, you just don't go there. Her reading out, a official court document, and then him saying what she said, or him saying what he said about her and her husband, like, that was fucking gross, bro. And I don't see, like, the same level of outrage. She's somebody you were friends with in real life.
So no, that's not somebody that I'm friends with in real life. So at the end of the day, listen, that is an issue between JB and KK. What I have a problem with is the fact that behind that issue, you, personally am listening to that specific circumstance, and I've shared this on this app. I was a sequestered witness, when I was in high school, from a man that did something that was very terrible to me. And he went on, when I was in college, raped and kidnapped a 12-year-old boy. So listening to you making light of that situation, I don't give a fuck as far as the issue between you and between KK and JB. What I do listen to is you making light of somebody's trauma that, quite frankly, is very close to me as a person. You cross a line that, in my opinion, was morally repugnant.
Well, my apologies. You can say that, he gave his name and, he encouraged people to look up his fucking background. Because basically he wanted you to see before other people gave you the narrative on his background. That was my encounter with him when I first met him.
Pepe, do you know how many judges were at my mother's funeral? You don't think that I did my due diligence in understanding exactly who that person is? You don't think that I read the case? You don't think that I had access to documents different from what you guys are reading on Google? Stop it.
Amazing.
The man was pimping grown women.
Okay. But once again, okay, like I don't think it's funny when children get molested or touched or victimized.
Well, why did you laugh about that? Why did you laugh about that in the context of
did I laugh about it, or did I make a
Pepe,
remark about it?
Pepe, it was disturbing. It was very disturbing, and I'm not trying to use this as a gotcha moment. I'm being real and honest with you, okay? It was very disturbing, okay? The fact that you would make light at the fact that that man was a victim as a child of abuse.
Sure, but I would say he kind of like went on as an adult to complete it. I mean, you've heard about the circle of abuse.
Pimping grown women.
Pimping grown women.
Right. Pimping grown women. Pimping grown women. Othello, shut the fuck up. Othello, shut the fuck up because you end up on the other side of a fucking litigation. Be quiet.
Okay, hold on a second. All right, hold on a second. So I know his original now. I've only had hearsay. Now, I'm not going to go off hearsay because I don't have documentation. Of course, JB has been doing hearsay for almost a month based on clips that don't exist, which he's admitted. And they've all admitted they don't have the clips. Now, with that being said, holy shit, I lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ, where was the path I was going down? God damn it, I had a total brain fart. So fucking annoying. What was I talking about? It was the...
Oh, how he's been doing hearsay, there's the clips.
Oh, yeah. So, like, okay, so I've heard hearsay where there is, okay, so the original charges versus the conviction, the sex trafficking was a charge, not a conviction. Now, this is hearsay that I've heard on this app that, like, he, basically had victims from out of state. They were, not going back to New York. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I mean, somebody can, obviously get the actual court records. And anybody can do that in New York. I don't really care to do it. I don't know how much of that is true, but I mean, just because of your conviction, I mean, I did see, he would tell us to look up his name. He did give a review for a lawyer, where he's like, I was facing 25 years in prison, but I only got like 5 years.
Pepe, let me just tell you this. I wish that you would have done as much due diligence when you had Europa modded up with you and Mon and Tally up on the stage in White America, right? So let's not pretend, okay? Let's not pretend like you don't know what due diligence looks like, right? I wish that you would have exercised the same fucking due diligence in the way that you're going after JB, in the same way that you went after Europa for digitally, anally penetrating his fucking
Not
granddaughter.
anally, digitally. But once again, this is where your argument falls apart. So KK.
No, that was a mod on your stage. That's not an argument falling apart. That was a mod on your stage.
Yes.
A convicted child molester.
Yes, hold on. I get it. This is your way of trying to defame me. I get it.
Ain't nobody trying to defame you. That shit is.
I know, but let me finish.
You wanted a stage.
Yes, we know. No. And you were modded with them, and you were TPing with them in chats. Yes, you were.
No.
You were modded at the exact same time.
I was not.
Matt,
again.
Hold on. Matt, was he not a mod during the same time as fucking Europa? Yes, you were.
I mean,
yes, you were.
Off and on, but I can't say it at that specific moment that issue. But yeah.
Okay, here's what you have to understand is that, you know, when it comes to Elijah, when it comes to Rydell, when it comes to Sig, when it comes to Brad, when it comes to a whole bunch of fucking people, you would have to implicate everybody in that. No, we did not know he was a fucking child molester. We didn't know his real name. In fact, the reason why we ended up parting ways is because he was modded up in a room where somebody had my name and Mon's name in the room in the title, and he was modded up in there, and they were trying to like talk to. It was Samia, who's still on this app, and we're like, dude, why are you like modded up in here? And he's like, you're the boss of me, and he starts talking shit to Mon. He's like, I'll cut off your fucking head and I'll piss down your throat. You know, I have cartel connections and but yada yada yada. So like we basically cut off contact with him. Now, like a month or two later, there's this guy, black guy with a big white beard who goes by Yams. He was fighting with them one night. And Europa was like being brazen, and he said, I'm in Houston, Texas, come kick my ass, come, we'll see about it. Now, and then he gave his real name. So then Yams looks him up and sees he's this fucking sex offender. And then it breaks then. And to be fair, like, there were comments that people thought he might be a creep. One of my friends from Discord, he only stayed on for a few weeks because he thought this app was toxic. He said, like, this guy gives me creepy vibes. Mon would say he gave creepy vibes. I just thought he was a little weird. But, I mean, it's just like, did I put two and two together and think he was a kitty toucher? Like, no, I don't know. I've never been around a self-professed kitty toucher. I don't know what how do they act?
Do you have Jazzy blocked?
No. This is a new account, bro.
Let's go ahead and ping her into the room.
You can go ahead. I'm not friends with her. I can't ping her in. But when it comes to so I love how you're trying to talk about. This is the funny part. Now let's just make this clear. So we were talking about everything that transpired over the last few weeks where I was accused of doxing, which there's zero proof, zero clips have come out. And now you want to refocus and center on something that happened years ago where there's a guy that we discovered to be a fucking choma.
Pepe,
But hold on a second.
There's not zero proof. You doxed that man.
I didn't dox him. Yams doxed him. I didn't know his name.
It was, yeah, in fairness. Yeah.
Like, I woke up one day, and then I had a bunch of...
I'm talking about Roger. You literally doxed Roger.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
How?
Would you want to refer back to the same penal code that I just shared with you? So what does it say? Right. Work history.
Okay.
Right. You doxed that man. Stop your bullshit.
That's not doxing. First of all, you can't dox
fines. What you did is doxing.
No, not whatsoever.
Okay.
So I didn't dox.
So you didn't read out his employment history?
No, I never read it out.
Got it. You're a liar.
I only made the comment.
You're a liar.
Okay, show the clip.
You are a fucking liar.
Show the clip. Where's the clip? You guys keep on making these claims, but you never produce the clips. Where are the clips?
This is crazy.
It's crazy, but show the clip.
Pepe, you're a liar. All right?
Okay, show the
So
clip.
I'm gonna leave because I'm not gonna create any more damage to Roger's case against you. And you are gonna get sued. You are gonna get sued.
Okay, amazing. I'm so
Yeah,
scared.
no, you definitely are gonna get sued.
Oh, wow.
So again, at the end of the day, you're a fucking liar.
Amazing. Show the clip. You guys already admitted you don't have clips. You guys don't have clips.
My thing is, why does Adams have some moral high ground when he has sexual harassment?
Because it's the Adams Show, duh!
I don't know. The only thing I find funny is that this all started. JB has been the man that has been demonized more than 99% of the app, and I've been demonized quite a bit, but for very different reasons. See, I don't come on to women on this app. I don't send dick pics. I don't give out my personal information. I don't make content out of heavy drama generally. This is the last month or so, and of course this is a small app, so I guess it's kind of why it's more inevitable. I personally, I was super excited to make rooms and talk about controversial shit. Elon takes over X. Now it's a fucking cesspool of people that are far more extreme than myself, and it's just wow. I mean, I'm not that controversial, and quite frankly, I don't really like talking to those retards, and I don't really like talking to, just fuck it, just fuck all of these. I basically just kind of said fuck you to people on every side, the far right, the far left, a lot of the centrists. I just don't like these people now, and to me, it's just I was somebody who was against the grain, who was outspoken when it was before you had this full swing like you saw the last couple of years. And now I see all of these people none of us have ever heard of before. They're making content saying shit I would say years ago. And it's just okay, I don't want to talk to these assholes. It's fucking boring now. I guess you could say part of me is there's a punk rock element where I do kind of go against the grain, and it's just I'm not going to accept everything that is said by authority, and I have to listen. The left-wing capture of institutions, and whether it's academia, the media, whatever. It was largely bullshit, and I definitely went against the grain when it comes to a lot of the faggots on the right. These so-called Christian MAGA-loving Americans they'll send their daughter to get an abortion in the next state in a fucking heartbeat. These pieces of shit, there's barely anything lovable or Christian about them. A lot of them are absolute fucking selfish pieces of shit. And, I don't really care for these people either. I'm just being honest. And, and with the lefties, let's care about minorities. The same, white, worthless pieces of shit that were marching for George Floyd, making sure to take lots of selfies while they're doing it. These fucking narcissistic cunts that live in their safe little white bubbles while pretending they care so much about black people, they can all suck a fucking dick. Which one's worse? I mean, really, which one's worse? I don't know. I mean, these people are all pieces of fucking shit. And you see all of these goddamn grifters. Have you guys been on X? I can't. X is a fucking shithole now. After Elon Musk took it over. Now, I do think that the censorship was because it was captured mainly by the left. Before they would censor right wing. right wingers far more so than now when you go in there, it's just like, well, why does even somebody like myself have a blue check mark? That is fucking retarded. I'm a nobody. Absolute fucking nobody. I don't even go by my real name. Why should I have a blue check mark? Give somebody from the New York Post, the Washington Post, the LA Times. Give these people fucking blue check marks. I want to see like somewhat genuine information. Now, the legacy media was definitely, they were serving as gatekeepers, but it was coming from like a left wing. That filter was on the left, and so there's a lot of distrust of the media, and that's fine. But now it's just kind of like a fucking shit show. So what do you have now? You have a bunch of grifters and like holy shit, the Illuminati, the Jews, the whatever, like the figured out. Brains think. It sucks now.
Pepe, I got a question for you.
What?
Why does Slippers keep accusing you of being a liar?
I don't know, because I've never said in this shit that he's accusing me of fucking saying. Like, he wants to admit it. Nye was saying, the Holy Grail, it's a clip. Yeah, it's a fucking clip. Show me the goddamn clips where I'm fucking doxing people.
They don't have shit.
But you
Of course they don't.
You just said that he
I know I didn't.
random jobs for a short period of time. That's it.
Which is not doxing. Doxing is me saying, hey, guys, look at this fat bitch that so-and-so is married to. Oh, look at that fucking children. This little motherfucker has cancer. Oh, guess what? You want to see where this bitch works? Here's the goddamn address. Oh, you want to see where this motherfucker works? Yeah, get him fired too. Fuck these people. I'm gonna send angry letters to their, emails and whatever to their fucking jobs. I'm gonna do all that. That's doxing.
Slippers.
Explain that, telling a bunch of people that somebody's father is a federal judge, that would be doxing.
For sure.
Pumpkin, did you dox Roger or JB? Why was Bima saying you were distributing information to Chaos Agents, Pumpkin?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, aren't you claiming that you're the mastermind of all this drama?
I heard the clip. He did that. Yes, he did. You can't deny that. He did
I mean,
that.
I record everything. And
I would just like to ask who is actually Pumpkin.
It doesn't matter.
Adams, what about what you've been doing to Sarah, man? She has some allegations on you too, and you got this moral high ground.
And me, what he put in the chat, jeez.
And me, don't forget me. Slippers is causing me all kinds of problems.
So let me ask you a question. You guys all think that I'm gay. So listening to the accusations that Sarah has to put out, I mean, how is that going to really resonate with a reasonable person?
Wait, mother and...
There you go. So at the end of the day...
Oh, you're bisexual?
At the end of the day, this is a slippery slope that I really don't think that you people want to go down.
Well, okay, Adams, I will just say this is...
So again, Rich, yes, I did report you, right? Because again, the shit that you're saying, reading court documents, and the fact that you have a parent that's a federal judge, which you have actually discussed on this app, you actually outed yourself, right? So again, there's a federal fucking agency to report it.
Well, Adams, I would say this about you being gay. I don't mean this in a mean way. It might be because somebody told me.
Pepe, I don't care. Pepe.
Okay.
Pepe, I don't care. Think that I'm gay, straight, I fuck midgets. I don't care.
Okay, but let me put it like this. My personal intuition was that you were gay, and I still thought you were like cool, and you were always welcome in my spaces.
Yeah, we didn't not like him for being gay.
Cray, welcome to the room. Cray, I'm hoping maybe I can do a Q&A with you because I need to do a fundraiser Monday, Tuesday to get back on the road to get more signatures on our petitions. I'm wondering if you'd be interested in endorsing candidate Kitover and helping
What's
me
up,
do a
Craig? How you
fundraiser.
doing? Craig, do you recall me being
You will get paid. I'll split all revenue with you 50-50. You'll get paid as a fundraiser. Don't listen to Slippers. No, you're not donating, you're fundraising.
This man is a scam artist. John, shut the fuck up. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't call me a scam artist, Slippers.
Okay, you're gonna go to a scam artist.
Adams, we have a problem. We did have a problem with Mojo running that scam on his stage, though, right? Like, he knew that it was pretty much a fake hoax, you know.
I'm on NPR, Matt. I'm on NPR.
We already know the kind of conversation that was had. This is not funny at all, dude. So that was my only problem that happens with Mojo and the end there, really.
Right. So instead of doxing him, what you guys should have done is do what I did. Hold on.
Just for clarity, I didn't dox him, though.
No, you didn't, Matt. Matt had nothing to do with this. Instead of outing Roger, what y'all should have done is called the Illinois Department of Mental Health, right? Which is what I did. So again, I called the Illinois Department of Mental Health. When you decided that you wanted to run this fake narrative as far as being a congressman, you gave up your fucking address, you dumbass. So again, at the end of the fucking day, I have a right as a concerned citizen from the state of California to have them enact a mental hygiene warrant.
Hey, Crazy, excuse me, Craig, Craig, I'm reading your name, sorry. How do you think about this mostly white on white violence, I guess you can say, that you've been hearing for the last few weeks?
No viewers at all.
I've been here for it. Normally it's black on black violence, as the Democrats have put it. Normally it's black on black violence, but it's not. So I'm just here for the violence. Because I guess at the end of the day, right, violence is technically violence, right? Whether it's black on black, white on white, white on black, black on white, it doesn't matter. It's all technically violence, right? But due to the way how the Democrats have tried to indoctrinate people, that's when they try to push. Oh, it's white on white, black on black, this on that. I'm just here for the violence, no matter who inflicts it. To be real, so yeah.
All right. But Adams, I would say, with you personally though, like none of us went after you. Like you have to understand, like we all thought you were like, we were cool, like we were at least not friends. Some of them friends in real life, but at least friends on here, and we did not. We were not like trying to fuck with you. I don't.
Yeah, we don't
know why you feel that.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other people. Like we are not like out here, and we don't have like a vendetta against Adams.
Yeah, you're just a bitch. Yeah, just your friends. We don't care that you're gay, you're just a bitch.
But I do think it was comical that JB said, "You're not a man if you don't come on my stage." Okay, come on my stage then. Prove that you're the man, that I'm not, and you're coming on my fucking stage. And I told you I'll clear the fucking stage and give you a mod badge. And it was the neutral party who kept on bitching at both of us, saying, stop the fighting, which is KP and Sig. Sig and KP were like, dude, I'll fucking have a sit down with you guys, I'll mod it, like, you guys need to settle this, and you were like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't know, dude, but then all of a sudden, when you have a stage and you're the only moderator, I mean, okay, yeah, that's being quote-unquote a man, that's being a dummy.
How do we do it so that everybody can get in that he's blocked?
I mean, I can lose the space.
Okay. And then and we Sig the mod?
No.
I think it should just be quiet.
I would be the only mod, and I would do it in my room the way how I always run it. I'm the only mod. Nobody gets a mod. That's the only I'm not biased with nobody. So yeah, you're not gonna come in and try and say, oh hey, like I'm a Republican, let me get a green bean. That's not gonna work. Hey, I voted for Donald Trump. Let me get a green. No, I don't give a fuck. I voted for Kamala Harris. I don't give a fuck. Like none of that shit's gonna work with me. Like all that political shit, that don't work with me. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I can care less. And that's no diss of shit, or that's no diss of Sig. I fuck with Sig, but like I'm gonna be real. A lot of the way how the situation even was handled, like like niggas didn't want to say business for real, and they just kind of pushed a one-way narrative. I don't like shit like that. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? So if we gonna clear the business, we're gonna do it with one pod, nobody else, and that's how we really get the business clear. And we're gonna be unbiased. We're gonna ask questions all across the board. It's not just gonna be a one way to kind of lead a direction into a narrative. I don't do that.
Well, Adams, go talk to your people. Go tell them it's going down. Set it up. Craig Sean, you're gonna be the admin. I don't know what house you're gonna do it in. You have your own house?
First of all, I'm not gonna listen to some monkey with your namesake as a fucking the Shakespearean tragedy. Okay, you are a tragedy. You are a dumpster fire. You're a fake intellectual, and you're a dumb ass fucking monkey. So again, I'm not taking answers or any advice from you. Okay, I'm gonna talk to Cray. Okay, as far as Cray opening up a space to have this conversation. Shut up, monkey. Shut up, monkey. Shut up, monkey. Don't try to get that fake ass, fraud ass, fucking dirty foreigner. Don't try to get that dirty foreigner to back you up, right? You Shakespearean fucking tragedy. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you tragedy. Shut up. So again, at the end of the fucking day, Craig, do what you gotta do, and I'm definitely here to support you, Craig.
Yeah, I'll open it up tomorrow because it is a little late, but I'll contact my friends involved. You know what I'm saying? I'll try my best to get JB in the room, and we could just all just have this conversation and just clear it all up.
Wait. Let's clear this shit up with Sarah and Adams right now.
No, hold on, guys, let's not. No, hold on. Guys. Stop. Okay, stop. I don't want to fire. You're gonna get fired. Okay, guys. I do not want to turn this into a Sarah. Obviously, if I want to target Adams, I can side with Sarah. I can do this and that. I'm not gonna do this on my fucking stage. Okay.
I want to say or tell us something.
Okay, but not if it has to do with guys. If it has to do with Adams.
Sarah, I suggest you shut the fuck up because again, you're
Hold on, Adams.
You're already writing your own resume.
Adams. She can't address you. You can't address her. Okay. If she says I'm gonna kick her if she says anything about you. Okay. So just do not address each other.
I'm not here to play into Attila's game. I'm here on the stage to tell Attila he's one of the trashiest people on this fucking app. Not for 1 second, Attila. I've been able to respect you. A few nights ago, you were mocking me for being whooped in Iran. Okay? Now, only because Adam and I had an issue, it doesn't mean I'm gonna side with you. You're a trash.
I've never sexually harassed you like he did. I've never sexually harassed you like he did.
Okay, guys. I don't want to. Okay, look, we're not having a space. God damn it, look this.
I'm sorry.
We are not having a space on the Middle East drama. We're not. Quite frankly, there are rooms that are like literally every hour that I've been on this app. You're gonna have Muslims, you're gonna have Jews, you're gonna Zionists, and so they're all gonna have their rooms, and you guys get to discuss this shit. And all of you pro-monarchist from Iran and whatever the fuck from Iran, you guys can all do your thing on here. This is not a room. None of us, or at least me and Matt and myself, we are not Jews, Muslims, or
I'm not here for any of that. But I'm not
any of
a
that.
monarchist anyway.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hold on, Pepe.
Don't address that point.
I'm not. This is my last word on it. Roger, JB, and Adams have all sexually harassed Sarah, and I was the only one that stood up for her. That's the truth.
Well, Bella, you don't even stand up for your fucking mother. Okay? You're the trash.
That's the truth.
You do not stand up for anyone. The first time I met you on this app, you threatened my life.
Let them do what they do. I guess
You
you're going to be
threatened my
Zionists at the end of the day.
You threatened my life for being pro-Israel on this fucking app. You're a piece of shit.
The Zionists going to leak up at the end of the day. She's going to side with the Zionists, even though they
If you don't want to be protected, why do you want to? Guys, hold on. Okay, the Zionists and the pro-Palestine people, you guys don't bring this drama on my stage. You guys just say what you're gonna say. What you're gonna say. I just really, I don't want to talk about it.
Can I ask them a question, Pepe?
No. Hold on.
You want to reset that thing?
So, I'll do a reset.
Can I get like 20 seconds? That's a lot.
Okay, 20 seconds, then I'm gonna do a reset. Go ahead.
The question is, Adams, are you a part-time faggot?
Changing your dad's bedpan? Are you changing your dad's bedpan? Are you changing your dad's bedpan?
All right, stop.
Yeah, imagine missing out on life because they're
Jesus Christ. I'm going to have
you could afford.
Oh my God! I'm saying the Lord
Changing your dad's
Jesus Christ! You're gonna send me to hell, okay?
like a dumb, bald-headed fucking pimp.
Okay. Wow. Can I do a reset, guys? Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, reset. So, there was a room that GB made earlier. Now, I had a room that was about the beautiful Ukrainian refugee who came to the United States, and she was living in Charlotte, North Carolina. She got stabbed by this black man.
That was so sad.
And
Epstein was
that
instead
what
housed.
It was not about JB. It was not about any of this stuff. Adams comes in, and it's like, oh, we haven't talked to Adams in a while. And so we're talking. I'm on stage. He's in the chat. We're addressing each other back and forth. Adams comes on stage. And naturally, they kind of, a lot of the drama, I guess you can say, was stemming from the whole JB stuff. And then JB opens up a room. And then I came
hydrogen. You topping off you morons with the tank. Stop pissing them off and see everyone's we know Akimov will couldn't react to this. Sitting down with the control rating still they're all the way in. I just want to try to get the surveys from the satellite console. You two get a backup on the side of the water moving through the core. That is all that matters. There is no core. It exploded. The core exploded. Get him out of here. The stack is burning. I saw it. You're confused. Are we on JB?
I doxed Roger's family. I doxed where he worked. I gave out my social security numbers and addresses or some stupid shit. And then he was telling people, like, you may like to go into his rooms, but just remember, this can turn on to you. And I say, like, whoa, this is bullshit. Like, no, I've never done that. Like, and so I end up going off anonymous, go into his room, answer a few questions, and said, yeah, no, I didn't do any of that. In fact, I gave you $1,000 if you find the clip where it is, where I'm saying a relative's name, where you worked, like the name of your employer, an address, a social security number, any of that stuff. And then he's like, I'm about to make $1,000, and he's going to go in John Kitover's, I guess, replays. And long story short, in this replay, and by the way, I've looked for those clips. I could not find even the room that they say that they were alluding to. Well, hold on, shut up, Rich. Let's just not some new bridge. No, hold on. And so I'm trying to find like where in this so-called room I was saying any of this stuff. I couldn't find it. But I know I didn't say any of this stuff. But then it comes out today that not only did they not have the clips like they said they did, but John, basically JB's trying to tell John that, hey, look, $600, I'll match that if you show me, if you find the clip. And he's like, yeah, dude, I don't have that clip. Like, there's no clip. And it's just like amazing. Now, you spent weeks making an argument that I said something that I did not say. And I'll say this again, and this is what I was saying weeks ago. The minute, okay, I stay anonymous on this app. So in other words, I don't hit on women and try to meet them in real life, like ever. They would try to do this shit in my back channel. It could be that some of them are just trying to get me to release my identity. I don't know. But there are other avenues for, if I want to meet a woman, it's not going to be on here. Stage that you're the man that I'm not. But with that being said, if I ever sent out a dick pic, if I ever sent anything gross to any woman, I was in made contact like, a couple of years ago. It never happened. Like, where's the recording? I've been not, none of this shit exists. And, JB even took it a step further. He went and said that this is serious, man. He's fucking with my family. He's threatening my kids. Dude, where's the clip? Your kids? What kids? I didn't know you had kids. Well, I think I've heard that you have a son, but then other people talk to you more and said that you have kids, plural. Because I do remember talking to you once and saying you had to go to an event with your son. So that kind of stuck with me where, okay, I think you have a son, or okay, amazing. You have a daughter or something. I think somebody's alluding. People have been saying something about you going to Texas to live with the daughter. This is all I've heard. I don't know anything about your kids. And quite frankly, your kids are not of importance. Why do I care about your kids? What does that get? What content do I get out of saying like you have a daughter that like lives in Texas or some shit like that? Where I've heard people said you're moving there because of that. Does anybody care? What does that even have to do with you? It's just stupid. But he admitted, they admitted basically they have no clips. And the last few weeks it's all been hearsay. When it comes to, what else? Oh, he did challenge me. He said, be a man, just come up here on my stage, yada, yada. Bro, why would John and their sick were trying to say, get both sides to quash this, and they don't like that we're fighting. They had offered to basically have a space where the two of us could talk it out. You bitched out. Now you want to do it.
I notice you're wearing glasses. Are they for cosmetic purposes?
Now, I guess my question that I ask you is like, not only do I hear the whole state, but give you a mod badge.
Your Honor, what's the point of a hearing if the witness... I remind you to speak as loudly as you're able.
You're not going to do that.
Keep my face on.
You are
So, are we to believe that the vision of your remaining eye is more reliable than that of Mr. Darmody's own mother?
I know what happened. I know what I saw.
There's no body.
Mr. Grant, using your client in general,
It was my son. It doesn't matter what I said. There's no one there. I was in love. I was tricked. How can that be right? I'm not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to live. Why does a man get to do anything he wants?
I notice you're wearing
he only makes response rooms to mine. Like he will not He will not go on the same stage as me wherever I am, even when he's in the audience.
Yeah, Craig early on sitting and a bunch of people asked if they could, moderate, between them all. But I guess that never came to fruition,
I mean,
it was his side. It was him that refused.
Well, is it because, like, he just wants to just have the one-on-one conversation with you and not really everybody else?
Well, no. So, like, Sig...
I mean, I don't know.
Well, Sig, for example, he's been moderating rooms with them as this has been going on. Like, he does not... You know Sig, right, Craig?
Yeah. I know Sig.
He's not going to get... He's a very headstrong individual. He's not going to give into the... You can say, hey, we're feuding. Well, how dare you be a mod on his stage? And you'd be like, well, fuck you, I'm a grown man. You know how Sig is. He's not really, and where I almost thought he's perfect because he's not going to really...
It's a show
He's
for
somebody
and
who's
by
not going
mods.
to, I think, be easily swayed by either of us. We can get narratives, and I don't think he'll care about a narrative. He'll just want the facts. Like,
It's a show for and by
Can you
mods.
prove that this happened? That's that. I mean, and I think that's the type of argument where JB is completely unwilling to have. He's giving a narrative-based argument, which I've when talking about him, some of it involves narrative for sure. When tying everything together, like his behavior and shit he's done in the past, on and off the app, but I'm not really, when it comes to the specifics of this example, I'm not somebody, I know for a fact, I did not give away any personal identifying information about family members, where they've worked, any of that shit. It's never happened. And so, I know these clips are not going to come out. Like, they'll just repeat the lie over and over and over again. And when I make my rooms, he would not address anything, accusation I made specifically to debunk it. They would just like, JB would just say like, oh, it's my kids, my family, this has gone over the line, he's doxing me. Okay, where? When? He can't do that. Like, at what point do you just like, he makes these accusations and he has these dick riders on his stage. Okay, but if he can't prove I said this, then, I mean, it's ridiculous. And what's really annoying is that since the beginning of this, all of this shit started between Roger. Our rooms have been
little bitchy baby. Fuck you.
When JB Ben made the claim that during these back and forth after the drama with Roger that I was doxing his kids and his family.
And deluding himself with whatever he's seeing there.
Where are the clips?
I just,
They don't exist.
And
I know they don't exist because I've never mentioned one of his fucking family members' names.
I do think that you should, just try, just a try, and it's like, but I think, and it's like, if you try, and it's like, he just, for whatever reason, just doesn't allow you to speak, or, you know what I'm saying, if it's some shit like that, then I think it's more fair assessed, but I think you should at least just try to give it a shot, like, just at least try to have the conversation with him.
Well, I would with the moderator. He's not going to have the mod badge.
No, I'm just saying in general, like, there's nothing wrong with doing it in a away game, like going to someone else. I mean, shit. I mean, if people got an issue,
I would do it.
With you about it.
I would do it, but the thing is, I know he won't do it. He won't even do it in.
You shut up, bitch! So, we know you don't look like that in your PTIs. You ugly, hoe.
You can, and you see how basically anybody who says that they're on the sideline or they're on the fence regarding what's happening between him and I, he will absolutely attack them. And so I'm not going. And of course, the people in his room. You have people that that were, definitely cheerleading. Like, who was the name of this woman who I cannot fucking stand? One of the most annoying white women on the app, Jane Rosenzweig or some shit. She's, I'm looking at the shit she's posting in the comments, and you do have these lefties, and some other people just have a grievance with me personally, maybe some of my opinions and things I've said. And they're absolutely, it's not only is it a hostile territory, but if he has the mod badge, no, I'm not playing his game. I've never, and part of the reason why is because I've seen when people try to question him when he runs a room, that when they try to give any kind of pushback, it's my fucking space. You get the fuck out of here. I'm kicking you. Like he doesn't have an actual debate. And to me, that is, people have witnessed this in my rooms and, in Clubhouse in the beginning. I would say something, if it was an African American, say like, oh, that's so racist, like fuck you, like whatever, and they'd be like, okay, I would actually mod this person up and be like, all right, what's up, bro? And have the conversation. Like, he's just not one of those people. Like, I don't respect him whatsoever. Either he can do it in a neutral space or he can't. Like, period. He wants to control the fucking narrative. No, what you need to do is you need to have a moderator where you can make your claim. There are rebuttals. You can make a counterclaim or a different claim. They can give a rebuttal, and then people can decide for themselves. He would not be able to have that kind of conversation with me. Because he's going to make claims, and I'm going to ask for proof. He will not find the proof. That is why, he won't do this.
Royal sheep, bring the evidence. Don't lie. And I'll say this in front of everybody. Fuck you and fuck Gaza. How about that? Make sure you clip it, bitch. Don't make claims. Don't make claims, royal sheep. I'm not the one you want to play with. I will wash you up, dry you up to the end, and hang you on the clothes. You understand that? And long live Netanyahu. Keep crying. You're probably going to die from oxidative stress.
Holy shit.
Because you can't cope.
Okay. Let's not. I don't want to make this like a Middle Eastern room.
That's what I wanted to say. Bring your evidence. Where's the ICJ ruling?
Amazing. I appreciate your enthusiasm. We're just like, this is not a Palestine-Israel space.
I know that, Pepe. I just want to make it clear for all these Palestinians. Fuck Palestine.
Okay. Wow. I get it. I'm trying to avoid that stuff tonight.
The one thing I did want to say, that threw me off. I wasn't expecting that.
I'm a proud Zionist.
Yes. Amen. Absolutely. Shabbat shalom. Okay, and I just want to say, all of the attacks against me have been wildly anti-Semitic. Okay, they've been wildly anti-Semitic and disrespectful. Okay, to my identity and my being. All of the slurs that I was called on this.
Adam's been on this app together for a long time, and I heard you talk some shit, specifically to Sarah. That's why I asked
all the slurs that have been
jumping her, and you were going off in the chat.
viciously anti-Semitic. Okay? Yes, absolutely.
No.
Thank you.
Right?
That's because he don't like women.
Okay, the one thing, I'm not going to say all that, but the one thing I do want to say is this.
Can we talk about Othello on back channel asking to eat my ass? Can we talk about that? Othello was in my back channel trying to eat my ass.
Othello, does he say
safe
We're
on
gonna
your
let Craig,
business.
go ahead, Craig.
Or you're gonna
Craig,
try
go
to
ahead.
spread my buddies and my booty hole. That's what he
So
said.
the one thing I do want to say is this. I do think, Pepe, I do think you should at least just try to have the away game, because and this is coming from a person that has been known for doing away games. At least if you at least try to go to his territory and you try to have a conversation, and let's just say hypothetically it doesn't go the way how it's supposed to go. At least at that point, you could at least say that, like, you know, you put in the effort and you actually tried to even go to his own space to talk about it, and for some strange reason it just didn't go down like that, right? Like, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think you know, just not even trying and just saying that that's what's going to happen. Like, you never really know, especially with
That
the
actually is what's gonna happen though. He's going to remove people immediately because he wants to be top left. He wants everyone to only listen to him and hear what he's saying, and that's it. He won't allow anyone to speak. And he's been speaking on me, and I haven't even been in any of these fucking rooms. But I've been targeted as well.
Yeah, and I mean, also, if someone spread a rumor and said that he hired me as a bodyguard, I'm still trying to figure out who said that.
Well, I'll say this, Craig. Like, I'm somebody, and I'm sure you know this, but I'm somebody who loved being made the content and playing the arena. That was actually the highlights of me on Clubhouse. Was literally being in the, when I very first started, you'd still have 1,000 people in a room, and like 30, 40, 50,000 people flowed through it.
This is Candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Was there here big? The really big first one was like, to catch a white supremacist. It was like Lou Fax and Curtis. They did a room on me, and I was in the hot seat the whole fucking day. Ion, when, you know, he had his big rooms, I was on the hot seat. I'm somebody who actually thinks that shit is fun. Like, I thrive on that. Now, with him, I'm gonna say, like, I'm trying to say this in a nice way. He's, holy shit. First of all, the reason I would do it with the, you know, playing the away game before is because I got the exposure and it was a challenge. With him, it's literally just feeding into this guy who I think is like a nothing. He's not. He can't like organically draw people to his spaces on his own. I just don't. It's not, the drive is not there for me, and I know that it's going to be unfair, and I'll end up getting annoyed. The result is so predictable that I just don't want to play that game. Whereas if it was like yeah, if it was several years ago when I would, you know, like once again, like, you know, who the fuck, when it comes to controversy and a challenge, like that's not somebody I'm not somebody who's known for dodging that kind of shit. But with him, it's just like, meh, you're a fucking nobody. You want to like cradle your ego in a weird way where it's like, you be a man and come up on my stage. No, get out of your fucking diapers and go on a neutral stage. You do it. And so like, I'm not gonna, I won't play into his game mainly because he's, not only do I know his intentions, but it's in a way it's actually helping him, and I'm not willing to help him. I think he's a piece of shit. Like, I do not like him. I've made that abundantly clear.
Long live Israel.
God bless Israel.
I mean, I'm just wondering, like, how is this going to resolve? Because it's just like, you know, or is this going to be like just a continuous thing?
Sure, it could be. Like,
It will be.
The reality is there's no peace. I think he's a piece of shit and that he's not capable of change. And so, I'll just say this, when it comes to him, hold on a second, my niece is here.
How do you make it claim that you can't back it up?
Thank you.
I was gonna say,
claim
Pepe, remember that scene in No Country for Old
an
Men?
ICJ warrant is not an ICJ
Hold
warrant.
on. Okay. Now we're talking about Israel and ICJ and.
I know. I was gonna stay on topic.
Well, hold on. But goddamn, now I'm
That was in my order to put you in place.
I was getting my food, but I was trying to continue after that.
Just another Hamas war in the chat.
Remember the scene in No Country for Old Men where he says that the guy's like a bottle cap or like a piece of lint? That's what JP's like. You know, when he's talking at the gas station attendant guy and then he flips a coin, he lets him go. Yeah, that's what JP.
Well, here's the thing.
Let me ask you a question, Rich. Would you say that to his face?
Yes.
Got it.
5'6", and a pimp scumbag fucking crazy.
Hey, Adam, I'm gonna be real, bro.
Okay, Adam.
I'm gonna be real, bro. I don't think a lot of people would say a lot of this.
Exactly, Craig.
I think they just does woofing because it's a room where he's not in.
Okay, but I think
say shit when he's not around, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
I would say
I
this.
say it to his face.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, but I said it to his face. I know there's 0% chance he could like hurt me in a fucking confrontation. He's not somebody who's I find.
So he's a bitch.
Shut up and let me finish. He's not somebody I find remotely intimidating. I would actually find the everyday square, the person who's never been to jail, never been to prison, who will respond in a reasonable way to be far more threatening than him. This person will introduce, the authorities when it is warranted. They will use force when it is warranted. There's all kinds of shit with him. He's just like, I just look at him as a Weasley predator, but he's as a predator. I'm somebody who can prey on him if I wanted to. He's not somebody who would really go after me. And like, if I was his next door neighbor, he'd be sucking my dick. Like,
what?
He'd be like, "Oh, you're the greatest." No, I don't mean literally, but I mean, he'd be like, "Yo, he's like the most stand-up guy."
Pepe, you're the smartest person I ever met on Clubhouse.
Exactly.
He's like a coyote, Pepe.
He's somebody who
like squirrels and shit.
Sure.
But then like a 12-year-old child chases after him, he runs away with his tail.
Sure, but I'm somebody who I think that like if he had just brought lunch, like, what do you have there in your bag? Oh, amazing. And I just ate it in front of him. Hey, you want to go on Clubhouse? Yeah. Let's go on Clubhouse. And I'd eat it in front of him, and he wouldn't say shit. Like, I actually look at him as one of those people. Now, he may not be I think he'd prey on somebody if he thought they were, like, weaker, but he's somebody who will just take it like a little bitch once, when that person is capable of doing it. He respects that in a weird way. He is. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, Rich. You guys, I'm so derailed now because I got my Uber Eats and then Rich, you had to be a fucking faggot, autist, and go off and say whatever stupid shit. And then we have the super Israeli guy, and he's saying like his random super Israeli shit. And I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about now.
I was just gonna say, how many times do you think he got passed around like a pack of cigarettes in prison?
That didn't help answer my question. I don't know where we were.
I don't know, man.
I mean, leave it to Rich to, visualize his gay sexual proclivities. It's crazy. Drive
you gotta
drive your Uber.
You gotta go. We're not doing that here.
Yo, Craig, what's the name of your house?
Keep banging.
Alright.
But I'm just sure, where are the clips? False narrative. For weeks. I said
over and over again. Everybody's got a false narrative.
For the clips. This is so disappointing.
I'm the center of the clips. I'm the clip king. The king of Clubhouse clips. The clip king.
Even NY called it out. She was saying, like, you guys, the Holy Grail will be the clip. I know I didn't say it, so, like, you're not going to provide the clip.
Speaking of being
clipped. I'm surprised you're still here talking, Pepe. Figured you'd be clipped by now.
Yeah, well, who knows? It could happen, but you know, at the end of the day, you know,
I mean, I'm sitting here in this room, and you guys are kind of my entertainment for right now, so why would I clip him?
So
along your narrative.
Well, why do you want to clip me, but I wouldn't try to like clip you? I'm just curious.
Molten, this room actually invited me. Who gives this shit? Who invited you, bitch? I'm sending you back to Gaza. Bring the evidence.
Okay.
See whom I see you I'm leaving.
Well, the goddamn Middle Easterners. Well, guys, keep your tribal warfare, on your tribal land.
She's an Arab. They're inbred. What do you expect?
Well, I get it. Still not, I'm not Middle Eastern.
I'll just say this when it comes to him.
You did say it.
I'll just say this when
it's a ruling. So where is the ICJ ruling, bitch? Because I can bring you Joanne Donahue saying that's not it.
on my stage. Okay, come on my stage then. You're the man that I'm not.
I get it. I've seen the pictures where you have a rather plump mother holding an emaciated child. And the first question that comes to mind is like, why is this bitch so fat? And they're not fat, but plump.
I know he kind of spices up the room and
this kid's
stuff, like.
emaciated. That doesn't make sense.
That's why nobody wants them, Pepe. Jordan doesn't want you, Kuwait doesn't want you, Egypt doesn't want you, Bahrain doesn't want you, Qatar doesn't want you, Saudi doesn't want you, Turkey doesn't want you.
Clubhouse has a
Every country you've been in, you've committed terrorism, you fucking terrorist.
Alpha,
It's
I'm
really
a
the way in which
Palestinian.
you use it because it's
Yeah, are you fucking too?
And I am. Why are you being so mean?
Maybe they pay
I'll just say this when it comes to him.
Palestinian, wow. No way. I don't
His
believe
own space to talk.
I am. Actually, my family's from Gaza.
Where is Gaza? From Khan Yunis?
Not too far from there. We were one of the
One of the Catholics who got wiped out.
Master said love makes us both beautiful. Who chooses not to love his he got wisdom. The master said loveless men cannot bear need long. They cannot bear fortune long. Loving hearts find peace and love. Clever heads find profit in it. The master said love can alone love others or hate others. The master said hearts set on love will do no wrong. The master said wealth and honors are what men desire, but abide not in them by help of wrong. No leaders in want, or hated of men, but forsake them not by the help of wrong. Shorn of love is a gentleman worthy thy name. Not for one moment may a gentleman sin against love, nor in flying haze, nor yet in utter overthrow. The master said a friend to love, a foe to evil. I have yet to meet a friend to love who said nothing higher than love service a foe to evil.
You're gonna have to trust me.
Okay, so for example, you see.
Actually, that's probably not a smart idea.
Hear that? That's the conversation.
Better
is the end of a thing.
Pro-Palestinians is they.
So, Mr. Medicare, Medicaid. So, we the people,
How is that not a genocide? It's
The
like
20th day of January.
something that's like
In terms of senators and representatives that
Before you go
Is it really?
looked supposedly highly regarded for Semitic to begin with.
Defense budget to 600.
Ugly reality that happens in
Arab relationships of peace running on the NDA and our national defense.
Without looking at the aim to protecting the American public, I do believe that more lethal.
I believe behind next to for their, bad pick. Subscriber counts don't compliment what I'm doing, so.
Palestine, you guys are super unreasonable, and I'll also also say this. I also think
You don't have close friendships because you end up fucking everybody over. I mean, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Pro-Israel people have
But
talked to
Jay, at the end of the day, what was your goal? Were you trying to? I mean, were you trying to like? Is this even your
interest in their side winning? But it's. I can't help it, when it comes to the pro-Palestine.
If you're a small content creator, use this sound to gain at least 100 new subscribers. Don't believe me? Try it yourself.
And their narratives are.
If you're a small content creator, use this sound to gain a.
Accurate numbers, and then when it comes to, sure, right after me. But then even when it comes to
sexually harassed there, and I'm the only one that.
And I hate even having to make this argument because I don't want to give these people any kind of legitimacy. But in the Middle East in particular, children are often combatants. Like, in other words, 16, 15, and 17-year-olds.
What about 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds?
Nobody makes that claim. Go ahead, Evans.
Got it. Thank you, Pepe. So, Othello, why does your black ass actually care about any of these issues? You should be more worried about black women, okay, aborting fetuses in the womb. Why don't you talk about the death rate of black American children in America? So again, and you're not worried about it because again, you're not in a position to procreate, right? So shut your dumb ass, incel black ass up and mind your fucking business and stop worrying about Israel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you as much as my checkbook can afford. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, bro Blackie, bro Blackie, bro Blackie. Thank you, you're poor, you're broke, blame Jews. Get off of social media and go get a job. Go get a job. Shouldn't you be driving an Uber? Shouldn't you be driving an Uber? Shouldn't you be driving? Wait, allegations? I thought, wait a minute. 1 minute I'm gay, the next minute I have allegations. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Again, have fun in court. Sarah's not going to say shit because Sarah wants to keep her fucking job. So again, Sarah's going to continue to shut the fuck up. Sarah's going to continue.
He's trying to silence her. He's trying
No, Sarah's shutting up because Othello's a piece of shit.
That's how this goes. That's how this goes. That's how this goes. That's how this goes. So again, I'm gay 1 minute, the next minute I'm sexually harassing women. Isn't this rich? Like, this is crazy. Where is Rich? Where is Rich, by the way? Like, this is crazy.
Welcome to Why Would She Lose Her Job? Why would she lose her job?
Yeah, I sold one last.
What do you mean doxing?
What do you mean? What do we mean?
Conversation with somebody at the dinner table is doxing? Thank you. So again, keep running up.
Adams, how would she lose her job?
Threatening to dox her. Wow.
Quiet now, lady.
Mind your business, because I was muted. Mind your business, Mom.
Okay, I muted him. No, I am minding my business. If you would mind your own business, you wouldn't be having this conversation.
Let me tell you something. You postmenopausal dusty bitch. Okay?
Okay,
Was mad? Was Amber Rose mad?
What about Amber Rose?
Was Amber Rose mad?
Oh, is that the best you can do? Is that the best
to suck my dick.
Nick's making me so horny right now.
Thank you. Actually, I was thinking for you.
You had a whole for being a catfish.
Call me out.
You had a whole celebrity call you out for being a catfish, bitch.
And watch your mouth. Who the fuck you calling a bitch, nigga?
Fucking idiot. How would I call a catfish?
Nigga, watch your fucking mouth, bitch.
How the fuck would I be a catfish? Well, I've met too many
And none of them been married, you single fucking middle-aged bitch. So again, thank you.
But you can't figure out
All that climbing got you nowhere, bitch. It got you fucking nowhere.
Figure out what the fuck you wanna be, bitch.
Got you nowhere. Got you nowhere. You're sitting up on social media.
You mad because
posting growth for mother and 4-year-olds because you're a young ass bitch. Why are you not on the Housewives?
You're a liar.
Why are you not on the Housewives, Mom?
I'm looking for this. This is what it's like when two of your enemies clash. All you do is sit back and record. Boom, boom, boom. It's like watching Rams just go bang, bang, bang.
You are run through. Thank you. You're run through. You're run through. Thank you. Thank you. You're run through. Don't worry about women.
I'm not worried about it.
Don't worry about women and marrying them. That might be the person who's selecting your next parts.
You
Thank you.
bitch. Nobody's thinking about you at all. You're in here lying, talking all kinds of shit.
Keep muting me, bitch. You weak ass bitch. Catfish.
You're weak.
Catfish.
And you're classic.
Catfish.
Enough.
Catfish. A whole celebrity called you out.
After all these years, you're still a nothing. No wonder you're cool with JB. You both wanted the same, right? Fuck you, bitch.
You no talent, half-ass
He's
bitch.
cloud chasing and so are you, but you're still a nobody on here.
Well, Adams, I'm just.
This is some good roasting.
We know what Mon looks like. She is gorgeous. She's been. She was obviously a model. She.
Do not
Amber probably has something against women.
Let's ping her in the room, Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up, you dumb groupie ass bitch.
You're the groupie.
Who's the groupie?
You're going around this app. You're
Who's the groupie?
Is that what you are? You're
Listen,
still
you're
a
a gig
secretary.
worker. You're a gig worker. You don't have a
secretary. You're a secretary.
You are a gig worker. You don't have a full-time
You're a
job.
secretary.
Broken ass bitch. Right, exactly. Go
You're
clean your
everybody's
kitchen.
secretary.
Amber said your
Actually,
kitchen is dirty.
she
Thank
wasn't
you.
even over at my house.
She was
did not
again.
over here.
Your kitchen is dirty.
We talked about this.
Your kitchen is
What was she
dirty.
talking about?
Just like your dirty ass
Amber
yellow
never
teeth,
said
bitch.
that.
Again, keep running your mouth. You're a catfish. You're a middle-aged woman trying to live out your youth.
You're whack. You're weak and you're whack.
I'm just curious.
A weak bitch.
I'm just curious though, Adams, is that like Mon and I and White because we were like the.
Well, wait, these people don't realize I've met Vax. He never came back to this app and said anything about me other than me being beautiful. Did not say
He just said he wanted to fuck you, and I got mad at him.
So they don't realize that I've met people off this fucking app. They never came back with any of that shit. So fuck Amber. Like I said, maybe she has something against women that are older than her, considering the fact that they keep taking all of her men.
I mean, isn't Cher like 80 years old?
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe she's
I mean, Cher took her man, and he's how old? Like in his 30s?
And I was a friend Adams, but you know, when JB was talking shit about me in the other room, be quiet, man. No. Shut up.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Sorry.
Like, Adams, did you defend me in that room? Because you and I have been cool for years, although you do have a tendency to just flip on people. Why? Just because.
That's what he did, and that's what Adams did, and that's why he's so upset.
I know.
That's why
I've
he's
been
so
a few times. That's why I kept telling you, Pepe, don't mod this motherfucker up in this room.
And you told
Okay,
me
that's another hour. I mean, how many hours is this gonna go? This is
so what's
unbelievable.
funny is that you, Michelle King, and we can talk about like a bunch of people in this clubhouse that were saying basically like, no, dude, JB is a piece of shit. Like, do not believe him. But it's like, well, I'm not a judge for myself. I judge for myself, and you know, I realized I gave this piece of shit like way too much wiggle room. And like with him, and the same thing happened with Brad and KK. They actually befriended him and stuck up for him for a portion of time, and where they were like, okay, well, we hear the rumors, like we'll just get to know him, you know, for ourselves. But he wears out his welcome. That's just like, that's his nature. Like he can't control himself. And
It's the projection show. I've got to create
I think it's funny,
a clubhouse name called Projection, and every time somebody projects, we hit the bell. That's the way to do this show.
Really? I mean, she's and Adams, you know, the black people in this app, by and large, all regard her as being like beautiful. Like I think she's extremely attractive, and you're just like.
Now he's pulling a Roger in the same way that he talks to
The only
Monica.
person on this app that actually knows who I am in real life. I mean, she's a gorgeous woman, and you just like, I don't know. It's just, she's somebody who is so kind to you. And why are you shitting on her now that you have this piece of shit, JB, that's like, for whatever reason, you want to be like a good guy.
Superstitious. Oscar, are you here because of a fight? Anything we should be worried about? No.
Revise them about the perimeter.
I would just say to them,
For the 10-meter perimeter.
show the perimeter of Johnson, Williamson, shooting family numbers, names, where they work, addresses, social security number, if you can't do it.
They're too close. Can't get over the fire.
So when you have to carry them,
They cannot go
they've been
over
running with this fake content for 2 weeks.
Yes, close.
And
We want you inside the perimeter. Not copy.
database. So now we can get a room with like a database. I have a new account. But we can look at my rooms, I get, you know, more people and
Why?
It's just like, oh, that's not important. It is important to him. He's a narcissistic piece of shit. Which is the only reason why I try to like drive that point home to him. You didn't win, dude. Like, you're a worthless piece of fucking shit. We all know it. He never addresses this group, so I'm just trying to go again. You are somebody that nobody's brother, father, son ever wants to see be with the female family member.
You can't read a fucking fact. 3 years.
You were just like the biggest piece of fucking shit.
Power any further, not for another 10 hours.
Where does he go?
So what the group controllers decision here, love. It's the end of the month.
You know, I'm not gonna go to where I want to go, but I would not be able to live with myself if I was you. That's all I'm gonna say. You were beyond fucking worthless. You were a net drain.
I'm not asking you.
You're a predator. You're an absolute piece of fucking human being.
I'll personally supervise the test.
You don't address anything I say in my rooms. You just double down on your stupid narratives, and you have these low IQ people that basically just follow along, and that's fine. say to you people that follow along, is it any like real surprise why even the large black creators on this fucking app, when they go on to other platforms, I don't know where I left off at.
We left. I think we lost you there.
Where did I leave off at?
Him and filthy scum, something like that.
Yeah, what I would say is this, is that, guys, that like wherever I went on this app, when you still had large rooms, they'd be like, oh, there's Pepe, bring up Pepe. When I go onto other platforms, they'd like bring me up this horrible, evil racist. I guess kind of like the point kind of, sorry, I have my phone case off, so I keep on hitting buttons, but
okay,
the point that
you fuck cousins too? That's what I read in the chat, is it true?
Alright, stop.
Like to contaminate the gene pool?
Jesus Christ! Why is... Dude, this is not in Israel.
Oh, it's very funny. Stuff at the gene pool.
Okay, amazing. Jesus Christ, I lost my train of thought now. I was like cleaning some shit on my refrigerator.
Bro, who cleans the refrigerator and talks at the same time?
Can someone take the trash out? What is Othello doing here still?
There's 12 anonymous.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up. Do these Muslim trashers pay you, Pepe, for having the site?
Professor,
what? Muslims? I don't have Muslim side. My point has been clear for. Okay, so people say like, oh, you're chummy with Mikhail and you know whatever. Okay, I think Mikhail and even Prince, when you're not having religious conversations or conversations regarding immigration, they're okay people. But my first experience with both of them was before October 7th, and I was very blunt when I said that I want zero immigration of Muslims into the West. Period. Now, Mikhail had told me, like, well, in response, he said, you know, I'm of French descent, and he said, well, you know, I think France should have a caliphate. And it's like, oh, amazing. Obviously, much different beliefs than myself. You know, I did. When have Muslims ever considered me to be like on their side? There's not a Muslim on this app who's going to say that like, I don't think they belong. That they should not be basically deported and not come into the United States or any area in the West. And you know, it's not. Okay, like I have my, you know, pretty strong criticism of Israel, but I'm not. It's not someone like on the Muslim side.
There's a difference between criticizing Netanyahu for whatever policy his people. For example, we have a dumb bitch, a propagandist bitch, saying why is there protests? Why are there protests in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem? Of course there are. They're saying you need to bring the hostages home. Defeat Hamas as soon as possible. They're not telling Netanyahu to stop the war. They're not telling him to stop the war and let Hamas become another genocidal attack against them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I think what ends
There's
up
a difference between you criticizing your government, right, and calling for the destruction of a state. Bro, don't get it twisted.
So,
nobody's buying what you're shoveling. Nobody.
Muslims, I think what they do is they hear you being critical on the state of Israel and also the United States funding Israel. in their campaign and stuff like that, and they hear you being critical, and they're like, yeah,
What's the game?
he's on our side.
Same God.
And I'm like, hey,
Wow.
I'm like,
So he's an
the
executive
Jews, the
game.
Muslims,
So
the Jews.
he's
I'm
like,
like, oh yeah, the
that's
Jews.
what that
Fuck
was.
the Muslims.
I don't know in the game.
The Jews many times over, like, which group of people do I find,
This isn't a game for you. Oh, come on. What are the chances of close to a game like this again? Come on, Anthony. Let me say it just once. I don't do business with outside friends. You understand? Hey, do I have to show your high school blind picture to these guys? I'm on the side. I appreciate your position, but come on, Tony. I'm a big boy.
We all.
I just don't expect a game tonight. You need
If
5
you got
teachers
the
for
system,
7
then you
Oh,
can
come on,
get
can't you
one
fool
of the
me?
two
You know,
people.
short
Which
time.
one would you snap your
Don't
fingers?
say short if you don't mean
Jews
short.
or Muslims?
Whole kid in the side. You understand what I'm saying to you? Of course. Hey, you don't have to explain business to me. I'm gonna let you sleep one day, then you can get the fuck up and you're gonna go get my $45,000. No problem. Wanna go for Schmitz? If it's the one day you don't give me every penny,
Or
I'll
if you
send
can
someone
ask
down to
God
the
to
joint
eliminate one of the
every
two
Saturday for
which one
5%
would you
interest.
Jews?
You don't have to get stacked up to the principal. You understand? So, what's the game?
Judaism or Islam? Which one would you get?
Hold on,
Guys, can you both shut the fuck up? I'm not trying to be rude to you, Alpha, but I am Othello. But
Our government back,
Pepe, which one would you get rid of and snap your fingers with the gauntlet in the Infinity Stones?
Royal, anywhere I see you, until you bring that evidence for that claim, they're gonna keep on getting.
Yeah, but Royal's
That's it.
a little hoary. Just ignore her.
Because we have these blue-eyed, stupid, dumb, blonde bitches, no disrespect to blondes, we have these stupid, blue-eyed, blonde bitches sucking up Hamas, thinking they're doing the world a favor. No, you're not. We're gonna destroy Hamas. We're gonna send their pictures to your TV screens, right? And we're gonna tell you and your ilk to go fuck themselves and keep crying on the streets of New York, bitch. And don't forget to stuff that good thing behind the bodega, bro.
Since Pepe's busy eating his Uber Eats right now and cleaning
No,
his
he's not answering because.
Alright, Sarah, because he's busy cleaning his refrigerator, I will answer for him because. Oh, Matt.
Thank God. Oh, that wasn't me.
They pay him though.
Oh, it's Pepe.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, we can't hear you.
Stop it. Yeah, be back.
I can hear the refrigerator.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, amazing. Look, I look at it like this. I don't think there's a natural alliance with Christians and Jews and different religions. Both sides have been antagonistic to each other, and Christian majority, the countries where Christians are a majority, I guess you could say, don't have the best track record.
Now that you have this piece of shit.
Muslims don't have the best
JP
record
is
of
like,
treating them or
for whatever
anyone.
reason, you want to think he's like a good guy.
But Thanos' gauntlet.
Sure, okay, sure.
Families
I
apart.
find Jews as
It's
less
just the way we see
threatening,
everyone
but
around us.
I don't look at.
Now that you have
Part
this
of
piece
the
of shit.
problem with diversity is that when you get different religion and race and ethnicity are like the biggest fault lines. Do I think we are necessarily? How can I say Jews are somehow closer to Christians when Christians, with their different denominations, were incredibly bigoted towards each other? They fought with each other. They attempted to genocide each other. Oh, there's Jews, like a whole different fucking religion. Like, amazing. Are we natural allies with them? Like, not really. It's not how I see it. Do I think they're closer to us than Muslims? Yes.
So you'd say like Jews are annoying, but Muslims are murderous.
Hey babe, if you take one thing that'll make me mad, I'll give you this $1,000.
Huh?
I said, if you could say one thing that'll make me mad, I'll give you all this $1,000.
Okay, where do you?
Say one thing that will make me mad, and I'll give you $1,000.
Which fucking Jew? Like,
I'm
Jews
not listening to me.
that were part of the diaspora and they far more like
Are you looking for
European
Jews?
Christians in comparison to Muslims, which are mainly non-European. Yeah, obviously. but I don't know, like, how, when you have a
I don't know if you've been told, little lady, but dress your skirt and not.
each other.
I'm kidding, I'm just kidding. Good morning. Hey, damn, my man, what's up, my bro? Huh? Yeah, all right. What's up? Jeez, I guess movie jacket work?
I would just enjoy being Jewish.
Okay. Hey, Bob?
You possibly hit the building tonight? Jews and then some of the Sephardic Jews.
They're all busy. Don't.
Similar.
Hey, Jerry! What's happening, brother? Oh, right into an important meeting.
Is actively stating that they like yellow cheese.
Oi, you're in my country now, English. Sorry, I don't understand ya. This is England. Afghanistan, English. Can't be talking about anything. It's dangerous. You meant to be here, are ya?
Right. Off.
I'm not going anywhere.
Well, we're not moving until you do.
I find Jews to be less of a threat to...
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It's too much too hard.
Not weird, but
Thank you.
I would trust a...
When I get home, I am going to plunge my face between your pussy breasts. My wife,
I would trust
Stop there.
surveillance must continue. On the subject of sausages, I expect your team to be there.
Shut up.
I would trust them more than a...
That's bloody disgusting. Oi.
I do think that...
Shut up, Brad. So not funny.
My joke.
Listen, you told
Alex, Vicky, calm down.
We will remove you from the aircraft.
I do think
The left side blows up and the whole place explodes. And there was sail and everything happened, you know?
We get thrown off the plane. We blow what? $500,000 in Paris? All because Brown has a bad fucking drink? It's the plane. It's gonna blow up.
You don't trip your teeth.
Alex, stop it.
But he's still afraid to back up his roof.
Why don't you double your bet? That way everybody can go home. This next one is 5 years of my life.
Shady on the back end and try to influence America.
Well, mister, is it a risk?
Okay.
You want a drink? Or do you want a drink? I get the feeling that you're small talk.
My mother said you were rich. Do you mind if I
The floor is yours.
How much are you?
Embarrassingly rich.
Does it start with a B?
Yes, it does.
Do you have a boat?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a plane?
You were just on my plane, and I have
Impressive.
not necessarily little planes. And that's my turn.
You did say the floor was mine. Are you satisfied?
Did you say you? That was kind of fun.
Two glasses of champagne. Israel tries to co-opt the American identity. Is it like somehow being Israeli first is the same as being American first? And this is not something new. Richard Nixon
This might just
talked about this. I personally don't look at it quite the same way. And I do despise a lot of them for trying to do that. Now, I do understand that when it comes to another group of people who I think are absolutely not our allies, the Qatar and the Gulf states and the promote organizations in the United States such as what the fuck is that? The Muslim organization, which is like tied to the Muslim. Well, no, there's one that's tied to the Muslim Brotherhood. CARE, yes. And they're absolutely outlawed in the Gulf Arab states for a fucking reason. And I don't. What I do see is them trying to. I look at these Muslims as people that are not only trying to influence us to take their side, but these are also people that are inherently anti-Western and are willing to go to war with us and subjugate us by any means necessary to fit their religious and ideological agenda. I do think that the Muslims are much more dangerous to the West than Jews are. I think you get a lot of these multi-Q people who just like blame Jews for every fucking thing that goes wrong.
What can you bring me to a debate?
Yeah, it's quite a few, and you can expect this, right? Not all of us, yeah, so yeah, it's an opportunity of a lifetime.
But none of them ever, not the Chinese, not the Taiwanese, not the Vietnamese, not anybody else, not the Kurds, not the Armenians, hold on. None of them during their protests have ever burned the flag of the country in which they live, right? Let me give you an example. When the Kurds were protesting across Europe, right, against Turkey, they were protesting in Germany, they were protesting in Britain, they were protesting in Norway, but while they were protesting in those very same countries, they never burned the flags of those countries, despite their relations with Turkey.
No, I know, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I do think that inherently the pro-Palestinian side is far more anti-Western.
Yes.
I would say that even what you see in the United States is that, and I've heard the reaction, particularly amongst the veterans here in the United States. Where you get the pro-Palestine marches, and they will replace the American flag with the Palestinian flag, and then they'll even desecrate our flag. I don't really see the pro-Israeli side doing that very much. I do think that the pro-Palestine movement is inherently anti-Western.
Understanding.
Listen,
We're proud to be Iroquois.
Look,
We were like, oh, if someone said proud to be German.
listen. I have the same issues with those. My issue is that a lot of time minorities proud to be Iroquois, proud to be this, proud to be whatever. Those are socially acceptable. They're not